Section 35 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 35. Of the Street Sellers of Stationery, Literature and the Fine Arts. We come now to a class of street folk wholly distinct from any before treated of. As yet, we have been dealing principally with the uneducated portion of the street people, men whom, for the most part, are allowed to remain in nearly the same primitive and brutish state as the savage, creatures with nothing but their appetites, instincts, and passions to move them, and made up of the same crude combination of virtue and vice, the same generosity combined with the same predatory tendencies as the Bedouins of the desert, the same love of revenge and disregard of pain, and often the same gratitude and susceptibility to kindness as the Red Indian, and furthermore the same insensibility to female honour and abuse of female weakness, and the same utter ignorance of the divine nature of the Godhead as marks either Bushisman, Carib, or Thug. The costers, and many other of the street sellers before described, however, are bad, not so much from their own perversity as from our selfishness. That they partake of the natural evil of human nature is not their fault, but ours, who would be like them if we had not been taught by others better than ourselves to control the bad and cherish the good principles of our hearts. The street sellers of stationery, literature, and the fine arts, however, differ from all before treated of in the general, though far from universal, education of the sect. They constitute principally the class of street orators known in these days as patterers, and formerly termed mountebanks, people who, in the words of Strutt, strive to help off their wares by pompous speeches, in which little regard is paid either to truth or propriety. To patter is a slang term meaning to speak. To indulge in this kind of oral puffery, of course, requires a certain exercise of the intellect, and it is the consciousness of their mental superiority which makes the patterers look down upon the costermongers as an inferior body, with whom they object either to be classed or to associate. The scorn of some of the patterers for the mere costers is as profound as the contempt of the pickpocket for the pure beggar. Those who have not witnessed this pride of class among even the most degraded can form no adequate idea of the arrogance with which the skilled man, no matter how base the art, looks upon the unskilled. "We are the aristocracy of the streets," was said to me by one of the street folks who told penny fortunes with a bottle. "People don't pay us for what we gives them, but only to hear us talk. We live like yourself, sir, by the exercise of our intellects, we by talking and you by writing." But notwithstanding the self-esteem of the patterers, I am inclined to think that they are less impressionable and less susceptible of kindness than the costers whom they despise. Dr. Connolly has told us that even among the insane, the educated classes are the most difficult to move and govern through their affections. They are invariably suspicious, attributing unworthy motives to every benefit conferred, and consequently incapable of being touched by any sympathy on the part of those who may be affected by their distress. So far as my experience goes, it is the same with the street patterers. Any attempt to befriend them is almost sure to be met with distrust, nor does their mode of life serve in any way to lessen their misgivings. Conscious how much their own livelihood depends upon assumption and trickery, they naturally consider that others have some dodge, as they call it, or some latent object in view, when any good is sought to be done them. The impulsive costermonger, however, approximating more closely to the primitive man, moved solely by his feelings, is as easily humanized by any kindness as he is brutified by any injury. The patterers, again, though certainly more intellectual, are scarcely less immoral than the costers. Their superior cleverness gives them the power of justifying and speciously glossing their evil practices, but serves in no way to restrain them, thus affording the social philosopher another melancholy instance of the evil of developing the intellect without the conscience, of teaching people to know what is morally beautiful and ugly, without teaching them at the same time to feel and delight in the one and abhor the other, or in other words, of quickening the cunning and checking the emotions of the individual. Among the patterers, marriage is as little frequent as among the costermongers, with the exception of the older class who were perhaps married before they took to the streets. Hardly one of the patterers, however, has been bred to a street life, and this constitutes another line of demarcation between them and the costermongers. The costers, we have seen, are mostly hereditary wanderers, having been, as it were, born to frequent the public thoroughfares. Some few of the itinerant dealers in fish, fruit, and vegetables have, it is true, been driven by want of employment to adopt street selling as a means of living, but these are, so to speak, the aliens rather than the natives of the streets. The patterers, on the other hand, have for the most part neither been born and bred nor driven to a street life, but have rather taken to it from a natural love of what they call roving. This propensity to lapse from a civilized into a nomad state, to pass from a settler into a wanderer, is a peculiar characteristic of the pattering tribe. The tendency, however, is by no means extraordinary, for ethnology teaches us that whereas many abandon the habits of civilized life to adopt those of a nomadic state of existence, but few of the wandering tribes give up vagabondizing and betake themselves to settled occupations. The innate love of a roving life, which many of the street people themselves speak of as the cause of their originally taking to the streets, appears to be accompanied by several peculiar characteristics. Among the most marked of these are an indomitable self-will, or hatred of the least restraint or control, an innate aversion to every species of law or government, whether political, moral, or domestic, a stubborn, contradictory nature, an incapability of continuous labour, or remaining long in the same place, occupied with the same object, or attending to the same subject, an unusual predilection for amusements, and especially for what partakes of the ludicrous, together with a great relish of all that is ingenious, and so finding extreme delight in tricks and frauds of every kind. There are two patterers now in the streets, brothers, well educated and respectably connected, who candidly confess they prefer that kind of life to any other, and would not leave it if they could. Nor are the patterers less remarkable than the costermongers for their utter absence of all religious feeling. There is, however, this distinction between the two classes, that whereas the creedlessness of the one is but the consequence of brutish ignorance, that of the other is the result of natural perversity and educated scepticism, as the street patterers include many men of respectable connections and even classical attainments. Among them may be found the son of a military officer, a clergyman, a man brought up to the profession of medicine, 2 Grecians of the blue coat school, clerks, shopmen, and a class who have been educated to know a special calling, some of the latter being the natural sons of gentlemen and noblemen, and who, when deprived of the support of their parents or friends, have taken to the streets for bread. Many of the younger and smarter men, I am assured, reside with women of the town, though they may not be dependent for their livelihood on the wages got by the infamy of these women. Not a few of the patterers, too, in their dress and appearance, present but little difference to that of the gent. Some wear a moustache, while others indulge in a Henri IV beard. The patterers are, moreover, as a body, not distinguished by that good and friendly feeling one to another which is remarkable among costermongers. If an absence of heartiness and good fellowship be characteristic of an aristocracy, as some political philosophers contend, then the patterers may indeed be said to be the aristocrats of the streets. The patterers, or oratorical street sellers, include among their class many itinerant traders other than the wandering paper workers. as those vending the several varieties of street literature are generally denominated. The cheap jacks, or oratorical hucksters of hardware at fairs and other places, are among the most celebrated and humorous of this class. The commercial arts and jests of some of these people display considerable cleverness. Many of their jokes, it is true, are traditional, and as purely a matter of parrotry as the witticisms of the funny gentleman on the stage. But their ready adaptation of accidental circumstances to the purposes of their business betrays a modicum of wit far beyond that which falls to the share of ordinary low comedians. The street vendors of cough drops, infallible cures for the toothache and other ailments, also belong to the pattering class. These are, as was before stated, the remains of the obsolete mountebanks of England and the saltimbanques of France, a class of al fresco orators who derived their names from the bench, the street pulpit, rostrum or platform, that they ascended in order the better to deliver their harangues. The street jugglers, actors and showmen, as well as the street sellers of grease-removing compositions, corn salve, razor paste, plating balls, waterproof blacking, rat poisons, sovereigns sold for wagers, and a multiplicity of similar street trickeries, such as oratorical begging, are other ingenious and wordy members of the same chattering, jabbering, or pattering fraternity. These will all be spoken of under the head of the different things they respectively sell or do. For the present we have only to deal with that portion of the pattering body who are engaged in the street sale of literature, or the paper workers, as they call themselves. The latter include the running patterers, or death hunters, being men, no women, engaged in vending last dying speeches and confessions, in hawking second editions of newspapers, or else in working, that is to say, in getting rid of what are technically termed cocks, which in polite language means accounts of fabulous duels between ladies of fashion, of apocryphal elopements, or fictitious love letters of sporting noblemen and certain young milliners not 100 miles from the spot, cooked assassinations, and sudden deaths of eminent individuals, pretended jealous affrays between Her Majesty and the Prince Consort, but these papers are now never worked, or awful tragedies, including mendacious murders, impossible robberies, and delusive suicides. The sellers of these choice articles, however, belong more particularly to that order or species of the pattering genus known as running patterers or flying stationers, from the fact of their being continually on the move while describing the attractions of the papers they have to sell. Contradistinguished from them, however, are the standing patterers, or those for whose less startling announcements a crowd is necessary in order that the audience may have time to swallow the many marvels worked by their wares. The standing patterers require, therefore, what they term a pitch, that is to say, a fixed locality where they can hold forth to a gaping multitude for at least some few minutes continuously. They are mainly such street sellers as deal in nostrums and the different kinds of street wonders. Occasionally, however, the running patterer, who is especially literary, transmigrates into a standing one, betaking himself to board work, as it is termed in street technology, and stopping at the corners of thoroughfares with a large pictorial placard raised upon a pole and glowing with a highly coloured exaggeration of the interesting terrors of the pamphlet he has for sale. This is either the life of Calcraft the hangman, the diabolical practices of Dr. Blank on his patients when in a state of mesmerism, or the secret doings at the White House, Soho, and other similar attractively repulsive details. Akin to this board work is the practice of what is called strawing, or selling straws in the street, and giving away with them something that is either really or fictionally forbidden to be sold, as indecent papers, political songs, and the like. This practice, however, is now seldom resorted to, while the sale of secret papers is rarely carried on in public. It is true there are 3 or 4 patterers who live chiefly by professing to dispose of sealed packets of obscene drawings and cards for gentlemen, but this is generally a trick, adopted to extort money from old debauchees, young libertines, and people of degraded or diseased tastes. For the packets, on being opened, seldom contain anything but an odd number of some defunct periodical. There is, however, a large traffic in such secret papers, carried on in what is called the public house trade, that is to say, by itinerant paper workers, mostly women, who never make their appearance in the streets, but obtain a livelihood by busking, as it is technically termed, or in other words, by offering their goods for sale only at the bars and in the taprooms and parlours of taverns. The excessive indulgence of one appetite is often accompanied by the disease of a second. The drunkard, of course, is supereminently a sensualist, and is therefore easily taken by anything that tends to stimulate his exhausted desires. So sure is it that one form of bestiality is a necessary concomitant of another. There is another species of patterer, who, though usually included among the standing patterers, belongs rather to an intermediate class, namely, those who neither stand nor run, as they descant upon what they sell, but those who walk at so slow a rate that, though never stationary, they can hardly be said to move. These are the reciters of dialogues, litanies, and the various street squibs upon passing events. They also include the public propounders of conundrums, and the 150 popular song enumerators, such as are represented in the engraving here given. Closely connected with them are the chaunters, or those who do not cry, but, if one may so far stretch the English language, sing the contents of the papers they vend. These traffickers constitute the principal street sellers of literature, or paper workers, of the pattering class. In addition to them, there are many others vending papers in the public thoroughfares, who are merely traders resorting to no other acts for the disposal of their goods than a simple cry or exposition of them, and many of these are but poor, humble, struggling, and inoffensive dealers. They do not puff, or represent what they have to sell as what it is not, allowing them a fair commercial latitude. They are not of the enterprising class of street tradesmen. Among these are the street sellers of stationery, such as note paper, envelopes, pens, ink, pencils, sealing wax, and wafers. Belonging to the same class, too, are the street vendors of almanacs, pocket-books, memorandum and account books. Then there are the sellers of odd numbers of periodicals and broadsheets, and those who vend either playing cards, conversation cards, stenographic cards, and, at Epsom, Ascot, and so on, racing cards. Besides these, again, there are the vendors of illustrated cards, such as those embellished with engravings of the Crystal Palace, views of the Houses of Parliament, as well as the gelatine poetry cards, all of whom, with the exception of the racing card sellers, who belong generally to the pattering tribe, partake of the usual characteristics of the street-selling class. After these may be enumerated the vendors of old engravings out of inverted umbrellas, and the hawkers of coloured pictures in frames. Then there are the old bookstalls and barrows, and the pinners-up, as they are termed, or sellers of old songs pinned against the wall, as well as the vendors of manuscript music. Moreover, appertaining to the same class, there are the vendors of playbills, and books of the performance outside the theatre, and lastly the pretended sellers of tracts, such as the Lascars and others, who use this kind of street traffic as a cloak for the more profitable trade of begging. The street sellers of images, although strictly comprised within those who vend fine art productions in the public thoroughfares, will be treated of under the head of the street Italians, to which class they mostly belong. Of the former and present street patterers. Of the street patterers, the running or flying trader announces the contents of the paper he is offering for sale as he proceeds on his mission. It is usually the detail of some barbarous and horrible murder, or of some extraordinary occurrence, such as the attack on Marshal Haynau, which has roused public attention, or the paper announced as descriptive of a murder or of some exciting event may in reality be some odd number of a defunct periodical. "It's astonishing," said one patterer to me, "how few people ever complain of having been took in. It hurts their feelings to lose a halfpenny, but it hurts their pride too much when they're had to grumble in public about it." On this head, then, I need give no further general explanation. In times of excitement, the running patterer, or stationer, as he was and is sometimes called, has reaped the best harvest. When the Popish plot agitated England in the reign of Charles II, the narratives of the design of a handful of men to assassinate a whole nation were eagerly purchased in the streets and taverns, and this has been the case during the progress of any absorbing event subsequently. I was told by a very old gentleman, who had heard it from his grandfather, that in some of the quiet towns of the north of England, in Durham and Yorkshire, there was the greatest eagerness to purchase from the street sellers any paper relative to the progress of the forces under Charles Edward Stuart in 1745. This was especially the case when it became known that the rebels had gained possession of Carlisle, and it was uncertain what might be their route southward. About the period of the Affair of the 45, and in the autumn following the decisive Battle of Culloden in April 1746, the Northern Lights were more than usually brilliant, or more than usually remarked, and a meteor or two had been seen. The street sellers were then to be found in fairs and markets vending wonderful accounts of these wonderful phenomena. I have already alluded to the character of the old mountebank, and to his pompous orations having as little regard to truth as to propriety. There certainly is little pompousness in the announcements of the patterers, though in their general disregard of truth they resemble those of the mountebank. The mountebank, however, addressed his audience from a stage, and made his address attractive by mixing up with it music, dancing, and tumbling, sometimes also equestrianism on the green of a village, and by having always the services of a merry andrew or clown. The nostrums of these quacks were all as unequalled for cheapness as for infallibility, and their impudence and coolness ensured success. Their practices are as well exposed in some of the Spectators of 1711-12 as the puppet-playing of Powell was good-humouredly ridiculed. One especial instance is cited where a mountebank, announcing himself a native of Hammersmith, where he was holding forth, offered to make a present of 5 shillings to every brother native of Hammersmith among his audience. The mountebank then drew from a long bag a handful of little packets, each of which, he informed the spectators, was constantly sold for 5 shillings and 6pence, but that, out of love to his native hamlet, he would bate the odd 5 shillings to every inhabitant of the place. The whole assembly immediately closed with his generous offer. There is a scene in Moncrief's popular farce of Rochester, where the hero personates a mountebank, which may be here cited as affording a good idea of the pompous orations indulged in by the street orators in days of yore. "Silence there, and hear me, for my words are more precious than gold. I am the renowned and far-famed Dr. Paracelsus Bombastes Aesculapius Galen Dam Humburg von Quack, member of all the colleges under the moon, MD, LMD, FRS, LLD, ASS, and all the rest of the letters in the alphabet. I am the 7th son of a 7th son. Kill or cure is my motto, and I always do it. I cured the great Emperor of Nova Scotia of a polypus after he had been given over by all the faculty. He lay to all appearance dead. The first pill he took, he opened his eyes. The second, he raised his head. And the third, he jumped up and danced a hornpipe. I don't want to sound my own praise. Blow the trumpet, Balaam." Balaam blows trumpet. But I tapped the great Cham of Tartary at a sitting of a terrible dropsy, so that I didn't leave a drop in him. I cure the palsy, the dropsy, the lunacy, and all the sighs, without costing anybody a sigh. Vertigo, pertigo, lumbago, and all the other goes are sure to go whenever I come. In his unscrupulousness and boldness in street announcements, and sometimes in his humour and satire, we find the patterer of the present day to be the mountebank of old descended from his platform into the street, but without his music, his clown, or his dress. There was formerly also another class, differing little from the habits of that variety of patterers of the present day who busket or work the public houses. The jesters, says Mr. Strutt in his Sports and Pastimes of the People of England, or, as the word is often written in the Old English dialect, gesters, were the relators of the gestes, that is, the actions of famous persons, whether fabulous or real. And these stories were of two kinds, the one to excite pity, and the other to move laughter, as we learn from Chaucer. And jesters that tellen tales, both of whipping and of game. The tales of game, as the poet expresses himself, were short jocular stories calculated to promote merriment, in which the reciters paid little respect to the claims of propriety or even of common decency. The tales of game, however, were much more popular than those of weeping, and probably for the very reason that ought to have operated the most powerfully for their suppression. The gestures, whose powers were chiefly employed in the hours of conviviality, finding by experience that lessons of instruction were much less seasonable at such times than idle tales productive of mirth and laughter, accommodated their narrations to the general taste of the times, regardless of the mischiefs they occasioned by vitiating the morals of their hearers. Hence it is that the author of the Vision of Pierce the Ploughman calls them contemptibly japers and jugglers and janglers of jests. He describes them as haunters of taverns and common alehouses, amusing the lower classes of the people with mirth of minstrelsy and lozel's tales, loose vulgar tales, and calls them tale-tellers and tutelers in idle, tutors of idleness, occasioning their auditory for love of tales in taverns to drink, where they learned from them to jangle and to jape, instead of attending to their more serious duties. The japers, I apprehend, were the same as the bourdeurs or rye-boarders, an inferior class of minstrels, and properly called jesters in the modern acceptation of the word, whose wit, like that of the Merry Andrews of the present day, 1800, consisted in low obscenity, accompanied with ludicrous gesticulation. They sometimes, however, found admission into the houses of the opulent. Knighton, indeed, mentions one of these japers, who was a favourite in the English court, and could obtain any grant from the king a burdando, that is, by jesting. They are well described by the poet as japers and janglers, Judas' children, feigneth them fantasies, and fools them maketh. It was a very common and a very favourite amusement, so late as the 16th century, to hear the recital of verses and moral speeches, learned for that purpose by a set of men who obtained their livelihood thereby, and who, without ceremony, intruded themselves not only into taverns and other places of public resort, but also into the houses of the nobility. The resemblance of the modern patterer to the classes above mentioned will be seen when I describe the public house actor and reciter of the present day, as well as the standing patterer, who does not differ so much from the running patterer in the quality of his announcements, as in his requiring more time to make an impression, and being indeed a sort of lecturer needing an audience. Also of the present reciters of verses and moral speeches, but of these curious classes I shall proceed to treat separately. End of section 35. Section 36 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 36. Of the habits, opinions, morals, and religion of patterers generally. In order that I might omit nothing which will give the student of that curious phase of London life in London streets, the condition of the patterers, a clear understanding of the subject, I procured the following account from an educated gentleman, who has been before alluded to in this work, and as he had been driven to live among the class he describes, and to support himself by street selling, his remarks have, of course, all the weight due to personal experience, as well as to close observation. "If there is any truth in phrenology," writes the gentleman in question, "the patterers, to a man, are very large in the organ of self-esteem, from which suggestion an inquiry arises, namely, whether they possess that of which they may justly pique themselves. To arrive at truth about the patterers is very difficult, and indeed the persons with whom they live are often quite in the dark about the history, or in some cases the pursuits, of their lodgers. I think that the patterers may be divided into three classes. First, those who were well born and brought up. Secondly, those whose parents have been dissipated and gave them little education. Thirdly, those who, whatever their early history, will not be or do anything but what is of an itinerant character. I shall take a glance at the first of these classes, presupposing that they were cradled in the lap of indulgence and trained to science and virtue. If these people take to the streets, they become, with here and there an exception, the most reprobate and the least reclaimable. I was once the inmate of a lodging house in which there were at one time 5 university men, 3 surgeons, and several sorts of broken-down clerks, or of other professional men. Their general habits were demoralised to the last degree, their oaths more horrid, extravagant, and far-fetched than anything I ever heard. They were stupid in logic, but very original in obscenity. Most of them scoffed at the Bible, or perverted its passages to extenuate fraud, to justify violence, or construct for themselves excuses for incontinence and imposition. It will appear strange that these educated persons, when they turn out upon the street, generally sell articles which have no connection with literature and very little with art. The 2 brothers who sell that wonder-working paste which removes grease from the outside of your collar by driving it further in were both scholars of Christ's Hospital. They were second Grecians, and might have gone to college, but several visits to suburban fairs, and their accompanying scenes of debauch, gave them a penchant for a vagabond life, and they will probably never relinquish it. The very tall man, there are several others, who sells razors and paste, on a red pagoda-looking stall, was apprenticed to a surgeon in Colchester with a premium of 300 guineas. And the little dark-visaged man, who sells children's money-boxes and traps to catch vermin, is the son of a late upholsterer in Bath, who was also a magistrate of that city. The poor man alluded to was a law student, and kept 2 terms in Trinity Hall, Cambridge. Many similar cases might be mentioned, cases founded on real observation and experience. Some light may be thrown upon this subject by pointing out the modus operandi by which a friend of mine got initiated into the art and mystery of patterism. I had lived, he said, more than a year among the tradesmen and tramps who herd promiscuously together in low lodging-houses. One afternoon I was taking tea at the same table with a brace of patterers. They eyed me with suspicion, but determined to know their proceedings, I launched out the only cant word I had then learned. They spoke of going to Chatham. Of course I knew the place, and asked them, "Where do you stall to in the Huey?" Which, fairly translated, means, "Where do you lodge in the town?" Convinced that I was fly, one of them said, "We drop the main toper," go off the main road, "and slink into the crib," house, in the back drum, street. After some altercation with the mott of the ken, mistress of the lodging-house, about the cleanliness of a knife or fork, my new acquaintance began to arrange ground, and so on, for the night's work. I got into their confidence by degrees, and I give below a vocabulary of their talk to each other. Reader's note. The following table consists of 2 columns, one headed word and the other meaning. End reader's note. Crab shells, meaning shoes. Kite, meaning paper. Nests, meaning varieties. Sticky, meaning wax. Toff, meaning gentleman. Baroque, meaning lady. Chamister, meaning minister. Crocus, meaning doctor. Bluff, meaning an excuse. Balmy, meaning insane. Mill tag, meaning a shirt. Smeesh, meaning a shift. Haybag, meaning a woman. Doxy, meaning a wife. Flam, meaning a lie. Tevis, meaning a shilling. Bull, meaning a crown. Flag, meaning an apron. The cant or slang of the patterer is not the cant of the costermonger, but a system of their own. As in the case of the costers, it is so interlarded with their general remarks, while their ordinary language is so smothered and subdued, that unless they are professionally engaged and talking of their wares, they might almost pass for foreigners. There can be no doubt, continues my informant, that the second class of street patterers, to whom nature or parents or circumstances have been unpropitious, are the most moral, and have a greater sense of right and wrong, with a quick-sightedness about humane and generous things, to which the aristocratic patterer is a stranger. Of the dealers in useful or harmless wares, although of course they use allowable exaggeration as to the goodness of the article, many are devout communicants at church, or members of dissenting bodies, while others are as careless about religion, and are still to be found once or twice a week in the lecture rooms of the Mechanics' Institute nearest to their residence. Orchard Street, Westminster, is a great locality for this sort of patterers. 3 well-known characters, Bristol George, Corporal Casey, and Jemmy the Rake, with a very respectable and highly informed man called Grocer, from his having been apprenticed to that business, have maintained a character for great integrity among the neighbours for many years. I come now to the third class of patterers, those who, whatever their early pursuits and pleasures, have manifested a predilection for vagrancy, and neither can nor will settle to any ordinary calling. There is now on the streets a man scarcely 30 years old, conspicuous by the misfortune of a sabre wound on the cheek. He is a native of the Isle of Man. His father was a captain in the Buffs, and himself a commissioned officer at 17. He left the army, designing to marry and open a boarding school. The young lady to whom he was betrothed died, and that event might affect his mind. At any rate, he has had 38 situations in a dozen years, and will not keep one a week. He has a mortal antipathy to good clothes, and will not keep them 1 hour. He sells anything, chiefly needle cases. He patters very little in a main drag, public street, but in the little private streets he preaches an outline of his life, and makes no secret of his wandering propensity. His aged mother, who still lives, pays his lodgings in Old Pye Street. From the hasty glance I've taken at the patterers, any well-constructed mind may deduce the following inference. Although a great amount of intelligence sometimes consists with a great want of principle, that an utter want of education, or miseducation, leaves man, like a reed floating on the stream of time, to follow every direction which the current of affairs may give him. There is yet another and a larger class who are wanderers from choice, who would rather be street orators and quacks and performers than anything else in the world. In 9 cases out of 10, the street patterers are persons of intemperate habits, no veracity, and destitute of any desire to improve their condition, even where they have the chance. One of this crew was lately engaged at a bazaar. He had 18 shillings a week, and his only work was to walk up and down and extol the articles exhibited. This was too monotonous a life. I happened to pass him by as he was taking his wages for the week, and heard him say, "I shall cut this B-Y work. I can earn more on the streets and be my own master." It would be a mistake to suppose that the patterers, although a vagrant, are a disorganized class. There is a telegraphic dispatch between them through the length and breadth of the land. If 2 patterers, previously unacquainted, meet in the provinces, the following, or something like it, will be their conversation. Can you evoke a Romany? Can you speak cant? What is your monicure? Name. Perhaps it turns out that one is White-headed Bob and the other Plymouth Ned. They have a shant of gatter, pot of beer, at the nearest boozing-ken, ale-house, and swear eternal friendship to each other. The old saying that when the liquor is in, the wit is out, is remarkably fulfilled on these occasions, for they betray to the flatties, natives, all their profits and proceedings. It is to be supposed that in country districts where there are no streets, the patterer is obliged to call at the houses, as they are mostly without the hawker's licence, and sometimes find wet linen before it is lost. The rural districts are not fond of their visits, and there are generally 2 or 3 persons in a village reported to be gammy, that is, unfavourable. If a patterer has been crabbed, that is, offended, at any of the cribs houses, he mostly chalks a signal on or near the door. I give 1 or 2 instances. Reader's note. Line drawing of a small diamond shape, elongated vertically. End reader's note. Bone, meaning good. Equilateral triangle, pointing downwards. Coopered, spoiled by the imprudence of some other patterer. Square. Gammy, likely to have you taken up. Circle with a dot in the centre. Flummoxed, sure of a month in quad. In most lodging houses there is an old man who is the guide to every walk in the vicinity, and who can tell every house on every round that is good for a cold tater. In many cases there is over the kitchen mantelpiece a map of the district, dotted here and there with memorandums of failure or success. Patterers are fond of carving their names and avocations about the houses they visit. The old jail at Dartford has been some years a padding ken. In one of the rooms appears the following autographs. Jemmy the Rake, bound to Bristol. Bad beds, but no bugs. Thank God for all things. Razor George and his moll slept here the day afore Christmas, just out of stir. Jail, for muzzling a peeler. Scotch Mary with Driz, lace, bound to Dover and back, please God. Sometimes these inscriptions are coarse and obscene, sometimes very well written and orderly, nor do they want illustrations. At the old factory, Lincoln, is a portrait of the town beadle, formerly a soldier. It is drawn with different coloured chalks, and ends with the following couplet. You're a bee for false swearing, in hell they'll roast you like a herring. Concubinage is very common among patterers, especially on their travels. They have their regular rounds, and call the peregrination going on circuit. For the most part they are early risers. This gives them a facility for meeting poor girls who have had a night's shelter in the union workhouses. They offer such girls some refreshment, swear they are single men, and promise comforts certainly superior to the immediate position of their victims. Consent is generally obtained. Perhaps a girl of 14 or 15, previously virtuous, is induced to believe in a promise of constant protection, but finds herself the next morning ruined and deserted. Nor is it unlikely that within a month or two she will see her seducer in the company of a dozen incidental wives. A grey-headed miscreant called Cutler Tom boasts of 500 such exploits, and there is too great reason to believe that the picture of his own drawing is not greatly overcharged. Some of the patterers are married men, but of this class very few are faithful to the solemn obligation. I have heard of a renowned patterer of this class who was married to 4 women, and had lived in criminal intercourse with his own sister and his own daughter by one of the wives. This sad rule has, however, I am happy to state, some splendid exceptions. There is a man called Andy, well known as the companion of Hopping Ned. This Andy has a wife of great personal attractions, a splendid figure, and teeth without a parallel. She is a strictly virtuous woman, a most devoted wife, and tender mother, very charitable to anyone in want of a meal, and very constant, she is a Catholic, in her religious duties. Another man of the same school, whose name has escaped me, is, with his wife, an exception to the stigma on almost the whole class. The couple in question have no children. The wife, whose name is Maria, has been in every hospital for some complaint in her knees, probably white swelling. Her beauty is the theme of applause, and whenever she opens her mouth, silence pervades the padding ken. Her common conversation is music and mathematics combined. Her reading has been masculine and extensive, and the whisper of calumny has never yet attacked her own demeanour or her husband's. Of patterers who have children, many are very exemplary, sending them to day and Sunday schools, causing them to say grace before and after meals, to attend public worship, and always to speak the truth. These instances, however, stand in fearful contrast with the conduct of other parents. I have seen, proceeds my reverend informant, fathers and mothers place their boys and girls in positions of incipient enormity, and command them to use language and gestures to each other which would make an harlot blush, and almost a heathen tremble. I have hitherto viewed the patterer as a salesman, having something in his hand, on whose merits, real or pretended, he talks people out of their money. By slow degrees prosperity rises, but rapid is the advance of evil. The patterer sometimes gets out of stock, and is obliged, at no great sacrifice of conscience, to patter in another strain. In every large town, sham official documents with crests, seals, and signatures can be got for £0.50. Armed with these, the patterer becomes a lurker, that is, an impostor. His papers certify any and every ill that flesh is heir to. Shipwreck is called a shake lurk. Loss by fire is a glim. Sometimes the petitioner has had a horse which has dropped dead with the mad staggers, or has a wife ill or dying, and 6 or 7 children at once sickening of the smallpox. Children are borrowed to support the appearance. The case is certified by the minister and church wardens of a parish which exists only in imagination, and as many people dislike the trouble of investigation, the patterer gets enough to raise a stock in trade, and divides the spoil between the swag shop and the gin palace. Sometimes they are detected, and get a drag, 3 months in prison. They have many narrow escapes. One occurs to me of a somewhat ludicrous character. A patterer and lurker, now dead, known by the name of Captain Moody, unable to get a fakement written or printed, was standing almost naked in the streets of a neighbouring town. A gentleman stood still and heard his piteous tale, but having been done more than once, he resolved to examine the affair, and begged the petitioner to conduct him to his wife and children, who were in a garret on a bed of languishing, with neither clothes, food, nor fire. But it appeared with faith enough to expect a supply from him who feedeth the ravens, and in whose sacred name even a cold tater was implored. The patterer, or half-patterer and half-beggar, took the gentleman, who promised a sovereign if everything was square, through innumerable and intricate windings, till he came to an outhouse or sort of stable. He saw the key outside the door, and begged the gentleman to enter and wait till he borrowed a light of a neighbour to show him upstairs. The illumination never arrived, and the poor charitable man found that the miscreant had locked him into the stable. The patterer went to the padding ken, told the story with great glee, and left that locality within an hour of the occurrence. Concerning the mendicancy and vagrancy of patterers I shall have more to say when I speak of vagrancy in general, and when I describe the general state and characteristics of the low lodging-houses in London, and those in the country, which are in intimate connection with the metropolitan abodes of the vagrant. My present theme is the London patterer, who is also a street seller. Of the publishers and authors of street literature, the best known and the most successful printer and publisher of all who have directed their industry to supply the paper in demand for street sale, and in every department of street literature, was the late Jemmy Catnach, who is said to have amassed upwards of £10,000 in the business. He is reported to have made the greater part of this sum during the trial of Queen Caroline, by the sale of whole-sheet papers descriptive of the trial, and embellished with splendid illustrations. The next to Catnach stood the late Tommy Pitt, of the noted toy and marble warehouse. These two parties were the Colburn and Bentley of the paper trade. Catnach retired from business some years ago, and resided in a country house at Barnet, but he did not long survive his retirement. "He was an out-and-out sort," said one old paper worker to me, "and if he knew you, and he could judge according to the school you belonged to, if he hadn't known you long, he was friendly for a bob or two, and sometimes for a glass. He knew the men that was stickers, though, and there was no glass for them. Why, some of his customers, sir, would have stuck to him long enough if there'd been a chance of another glass, supposing they'd managed to get one, and then would have asked him for a coach home. When I called on him, he used to say in his North Country way, he wasn't Scotch, but somewhere north of England, and he was pleasant with it, 'Well, you, how are you?' He got the cream of the pale, sir." The present street literature printers and publishers are Mrs. Ryle, Catnach's niece and successor, Mr. Burt and Mr. Paul, formerly with Catnach, all of the 7 Dials, Mr. Powell, formerly of Lloyd's, Brick Lane, Whitechapel, and Mr. Good, Aylesbury Street, Clerkenwell. Mr. Fairs of Westminster, Mr. Taylor of the Waterloo Road, and Mr. Sharp of Kent Street Borough have discontinued street printing. One man greatly regretted Mr. Taylor's discontinuing the business. He was so handy for the new cut, when it was the new cut. Some classes of patterers, I may here observe, work in schools or mobs of 2, 3, or 4, as I shall afterwards show. The authors and poets who give its peculiar literature, alike in prose or rhyme, to the streets, are now 6 in number. They are all, in some capacity or other, connected with street patter or song, and the way in which a narrative or a copy of verses is prepared for press is usually this. The leading members of the schools, some of whom refer regularly to the evening papers, when they hear of any out-of-the-way occurrence, resort to the printer and desire its publication in a style proper for the streets. This is usually done very speedily, the school, or the majority of them, and the printer agreeing upon the author. Sometimes an author will voluntarily prepare a piece of street literature and submit it to a publisher, who, as in the case of other publishers, accepts or declines as he believes the production will or will not prove remunerative. Sometimes the school carry the manuscript with them to the printer and undertake to buy a certain quantity to ensure publication. The payment to the author is the same in all cases, a shilling. Concerning the history and character of our street and public house literature I shall treat hereafter, when I can comprise the whole, and after the descriptions of the several classes engaged in the trade will have paved the way for the reader's better appreciation of the curious and important theme. I say important because the street ballad and the street narrative, like all popular things, have their influence on masses of the people. Specimens will be found adduced as I describe the several classes, or in the statements of the patterers. It must be borne in mind that the street author is closely restricted in the quality of his effusion. It must be such as the patterers approve, as the chaunters can chaunt, the balladeers sing, and, above all, such as street buyers will buy. One chaunter, who was a great admirer of the Song of the Shirt, told me that if Hood himself had written the pitiful case of Georgie Sloane and his wife, it would not have sold so well as a ballad he handed to me, from which I extract a verse. Jane Wilbrid, we did starve and beat her very hard. I confess we used her very cruel. But now in a jail 2 long years we must bewail. We don't fancy mustard in the gruel. What I have said of the necessity which controls street authorship may also be said of the art which is sometimes called in to illustrate it. The paper now published for the streets is classed as quarter sheets, which cost, wholesale, 1 shilling a gross, half sheets, which cost 2 shillings, and whole or broad sheets, such as for executions, which cost 3 shillings and 6pence a gross the first day, and 3 shillings the next day or 2, and afterwards, but only if a ream be taken, 5 shillings and 6pence. A ream contains 40 dozen. When illustrated, the charge is from 3pence to 1 shilling per ream extra. The books for such cases as The Sloanes or The Murder of Jael Denny are given in books, which are best adapted for the suburban and country trade when London is worked sufficiently, are the whole sheet printed so as to fold into 8 pages, each side of the paper being then, of course, printed upon. A book is charged from 6pence to 1 shilling extra to a whole sheet per gross, and afterwards the same extra per ream. Of long song sellers. I have this week given a daguerreotype of a well-known long song seller, and have preferred to give it, as the trade, especially as regards London, has all but disappeared, and it was curious enough. Long songs first appeared between 9 and 10 years ago. The long song sellers did not depend upon patter, though some of them pattered a little, to attract customers, but on the veritable cheapness and novel form in which they vended popular songs, printed on paper rather wider than this page, 3 songs abreast, and the paper was about a yard long, which constituted the 3 yards of song. Sometimes 3 slips were pasted together. The vendors paraded the streets with their 3 yards of new and popular songs for a penny. The songs are, or were, generally fixed to the top of a long pole, and the vendor cried the different titles as he went along. This branch of the profession is confined solely to the summer, the hands in winter usually taking to the sale of songbooks, it being impossible to exhibit the 3 yards in wet or foggy weather. The paper songs, as they fluttered from a pole, looked at a little distance like huge, much-soiled white ribbons, used as streamers to celebrate some auspicious news. The cry of one man, in a sort of recitative, or, as I heard it called by street patterers, sing-song, was 3 yards a penny, 3 yards a penny, beautiful songs, newest songs, popular songs, 3 yards a penny, songs, songs, songs. Others, however, were generally content to announce merely 3 yards a penny. One cried 250 a fardy, as if 250 songs were to be sold for a farthing. The whole number of songs was about 45. They were afterwards sold at a halfpenny, but were shorter and fewer. It is probable that at the best, had the songs been subjected to the admeasurement of a jury, the result might have been as little satisfactory as to some tradesmen who, however, after having been detected in attempts to cheat the poor in weights and scales, and to cheat them hourly, are still good men and true enough to be jurymen and parliamentary electors. The songs, I am informed, were often about 2½ yards, not as to paper, but as to admeasurement of type. 3 yards occasionally at first, and not often less than 2 yards. The crying of the titles was not done with any other design than that of expressing the great number of songs purchasable for the small charge of 1 penny. Some of the patterers I conversed with would have made it sufficiently droll. One man told me that he had cried the following songs in his 3 yards, and he believed in something like the following order, but he had cried penny songbooks, among other things, lately, and might confound his more ancient and recent cries. I sometimes began, he said, with singing, or trying to sing, for I'm no vocalist, the first few words of any song, and them quite loud. I'd begin, "The Pope, he leads a happy life, he knows no care. Buffalo girls come out tonight, death of Nelson, the gay cavalier, Jim along Josie, there's a good time coming, drink to me only, Kate Kearney, chuckaroo choo 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 choot la, chocolate rooney nincaping nang, Pagadaway dusty canty K, hotty pie gunny pochina coo." That's a Chinese song, sir. I dreamed that I dwelt in marble halls, the standard bearer, just like love, whistle o'er the Levite, Widow Macree, I've been roaming, oh that kiss, the old English gentleman, and so on and so on and so on. I dare say they was all in the 3 yards, or was once, and if they wasn't, there was others as good. The chief purchasers of the long songs were boys and girls, but mostly boys, who expended a penny or a halfpenny for the curiosity and novelty of the thing, as the songs were not in the most readable form. A few working people bought them for their children, and some women of the town, who often buy anything fantastic, were also customers. When the 3 yards was at their best, the number selling them was about 170. The wholesale charge is from 3d to 5d a dozen, according to size. The profit of the vendors in the first instance was about 6d a dozen. When the trade had all the attractions of novelty, some men sold 10 dozen on fine days, and for 3 or 4 of the summer months, so clearing between 6 shillings and 7 shillings a day. This, however, was not an average, but an average might be at first 21 shillings a week profit. I am assured that if 20 persons were selling long songs in the street last summer, it was the outside, as long songs are now for fairs and races and country work. Calculating that each cleared 9 shillings in a week, and to clear that took 15 shillings, the profit being smaller than it used to be, as many must be sold at a halfpenny each, we find £120 expended in long songs in the streets. the character of the vendor is that of a patterer of inferior genius. The stock money required is 1 shilling to 2 shillings, which, with 2d. for a pole and a halfpenny for paste, is all the capital needed. Very few were sold in the public houses, as the vendors scrupled to expose them there, for drunken fellows would snatch them and make belts of them for a lark. End of section 36. Section 37 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 37, of Running Patterers. Few of the residents in London, but chiefly those in the quieter streets, have not been aroused, and most frequently in the evening, by a hurly-burly on each side of the street. An attentive listening will not lead anyone to an accurate knowledge of what the clamour is about. It is from a mob or school of the running patterers, for both those words are used, and consists of 2, 3, or 4 men. All these men state that the greater the noise they make, the better is the chance of sale, and better still when the noise is on each side of a street, for it appears as if the vendors were proclaiming such interesting or important intelligence that they were vying with one another who should supply the demand which must ensue. It is not possible to ascertain with any certitude what the patterers are so anxious to sell, for only a few leading words are audible. One of the cleverest of running patterers repeated to me, in a subdued tone, his announcements of murders. The words murder, horrible, barbarous, love, mysterious, former crimes, and the like could only be caught by the ear, but there was no announcement of anything like particulars. If, however, the paper relate to any well-known criminal, such as Rush, the name is given distinctly enough, and so is any new or pretended fact. The running patterers describe, or profess to describe, the contents of their papers as they go rapidly along, and they seldom or ever stand still. They usually deal in murders, seductions, crim-cons, explosions, alarming accidents, assassinations, deaths of public characters, duels, and love letters. But popular or notorious murders are the great goes. The running patterer cares less than other street sellers for bad weather, for if he work on a wet and gloomy evening, and if the work be a cock, which is a fictitious statement, or even a pretended fictitious statement, there is the less chance of anyone detecting the ruse. But of late years no new cocks have been printed, excepting for temporary purchases, such as I have specified as under its appropriate head in my account of Death and Fire Hunters. Among the old stereotyped cocks are love letters. One is well known as The Husband Caught in a Trap, and being in an epistolary form, subserves any purpose, whether it be the patterer's aim to sell the love letters of any well-known person, such as Lola Montes, or to fit them for a local pretended scandal, as the letters from a lady in this neighbourhood to a gentleman not 100 miles off. Of running patterers there are now in London from 80 to 100. They reside, some in their own rooms, but the majority in lodging-houses, in or near Westminster, St Giles's, Whitechapel, Stratford, Deptford, Wandsworth, and the 7 Dials. The Dials, however, is their chief locality, being the residence of the longest established printers, and is the head meet of the fraternity. It is not easy to specify with exactitude the number of running or flying patterers at any one time in London. Some of these men become occasionally standing patterers, chaunters, or ballad singers, classes I shall subsequently describe, and all of them resort at intervals to country rounds. I heard also many complaints of boys having of late taken to the running patter when anything attractive was before the public, and of ignorant fellows that wouldn't have thought of it at one time, trying their hands at it. Waiving these exceptional augmentations of the number, I will take the body of running patterers, generally employed in their peculiar craft in London, at 90. To ascertain their earnings presents about the same difficulties as to ascertain their numbers, for, as all they earn is spent, no patterer ever saving money, they themselves are hardly able to tell their incomes. If any new and exciting fact be before the public, these men may each clear 20 shillings a week. When there is no such fact, they may not earn 5 shillings. The profit is contingent, moreover, upon their being able to obtain 1 penny or only a halfpenny for their paper. Some represented their average weekly earnings at 12 shillings and sixpence the year through, some at 10 shillings and sixpence, and others at less than half of 12 shillings and sixpence. Reckoning, however, that only 9 shillings weekly is an average profit per individual, and that 14 shillings be taken to realise that profit, we find £3,276 expended yearly on running patterers in London. But in that sum the takings of the chaunters must be included, as they are members of the same fraternity and work with the patterers. The capital required to commence as a running patterer is but the price of a few papers, from 2d to 1 shilling. The men have no distinctive dress. "Our togs," said one of them, "is in the latest fashion of Petticoat Lane," unless on the very rare occasions when some character has to be personated, and then coloured papers and glazed calicoes are made available. But this is only a venture of the old hands. Experience of a running patterer. From a running patterer who has been familiar with the trade for many years, I received upwards of a 12-month ago the following statement. He is well known for his humour, and is a leading man in his fraternity. After some conversation about cocks, the most popular of which my informant said was the murder at Chigwell Row, he continued, "That's a trump to the present day. Why, I'd go out now, sir, with a dozen of Chigwell Rows, and earn my supper in half an hour off of them. The murder of Sarah Holmes at Lincoln is good too. That there has been worked for the last 5 years successively every winter. Poor Sarah Holmes. Bless her, she has saved me from walking the streets all night many a time. Some of the best of these have been in work 20 years. The Scarborough murder has full 20 years. It's called The Scarborough Tragedy. I've worked it myself. It's about a noble and rich young naval officer seducing a poor clergyman's daughter. She is confined in a ditch and destroys the child. She is taken up for it, tried and executed. This has had a great run. It sells all round the country places, and would sell now if they had it out. Mostly all our customers is females. They are the chief dependents we have. The Scarborough Tragedy is very attractive. It draws tears to the women's eyes to think that a poor clergyman's daughter, who is remarkably beautiful, should murder her own child. It's very touching to every feeling heart. There's a copy of verses with it too. Then there's the Liverpool Tragedy. That's very attractive. It's a mother murdering her own son through gold. He had come from the East Indies and married a rich planter's daughter. He came back to England to see his parents after an absence of 30 years. They kept a lodging-house in Liverpool for sailors. The son went there to lodge, and meant to tell his parents who he was in the morning. His mother saw the gold he'd got in his boxes, and cut his throat, severed his head from his body. The old man, upwards of 70 years of age, holding the candle. They had put a washing tub under the bed to catch his blood. The morning after the murder, the old man's daughter calls and inquires for a young man. The old man denies that they've had any such person in the house. She says he had a mole on his arm in the shape of a strawberry. The old couple go upstairs to examine the corpse, and find they have murdered their own son, and then they both put an end to their existence. This is a deeper tragedy than the Scarborough murder. That suits young people better. They like to hear about the young woman being seduced by the naval officer, but the mothers take more to the Liverpool tragedy. It suits them better. Some of the cocks were in existence long before ever I was born or thought of. The great and important battle between the two young ladies of fortune is what we calls a ripper. I should like to have that there put down correct, he added, because I've taken a tidy lot of money out of it. My informant, who had been upwards of 20 years in the running patter line, told me that he commenced his career with the last dying speech and full confession of William Corder. He was 16 years of age, and had run away from his parents. I worked that there, he said, down in the very town, at Bury, where he was executed. I got a whole hatful of halfpence at that. Why, I wouldn't even give 'em 7 for 6pence. No, that I wouldn't. A gentleman's servant came out and wanted 6 for his master and 1 for himself in, and I wouldn't let him have no such thing. We often sells more than that at once. Why, I sold 6 at one go to the railway clerks at Norwich about the Manning affair only a fortnight back. But Steinborough's little job, you know he murdered his wife and family and committed suicide after, that sold as well as any die. Pegsworth was an out-and-out lot. I did tremendous with him, because it happened in London, down Ratcliffe Highway. That's a splendid quarter for working. There's plenty of feelings. But bless you, some places you go to you can't move nohow. They've hearts like paving stones. They wouldn't have the papers if you'd give them to 'em, especially when they knows you. Greenacre didn't sell so well as might have been expected, for such a diabolical out-and-out crime as he committed. But you see, he came close after Pegsworth, and that took the beauty off him. 2 murderers together is never no good to nobody. Why, there was William Gleeson, as great a villain as ever lived. Went and murdered a whole family at noonday, but Rush coopered him. And likewise that girl at Bristol made it no draw to anyone. Daniel Good, though, was a first-rater, and would have been much better if it hadn't been for that there Madame Tussaud. You see, she went down to Roehampton and guv £2 for the werry clogs as he used to wash his master's carriage in. So in course when the aristocracy could go and see the real things, the werry identical clogs, in the Chamber of Horrors, why the people wouldn't look at our authentic portraits of the fiend in human form. Hocker wasn't any particular great shakes. There was a deal expected from him, but he didn't turn out well. Courvoisier was much better. He sold very well, but nothing to Blakesley. Why, I worked him for 6 weeks. The wife of the murdered man kept the King's Head that he was landlord on open on the morning of the execution, and the place was like a fair. I even went and sold papers outside the door myself. I thought if she weren't ashamed, why should I be? After that we had a fine fake. That was the fire of the Tower of London. It sold rattling. Why, we had about 40 apprehended for that. First we said 2 soldiers was taken up that couldn't obtain their discharge, and then we declared it was a well-known sporting nobleman who did it for a spree. The Boy Jones in the Palace wasn't much of an affair for the running patterers. The ballad singers, or street screamers as we calls 'em, had to pull out of that. The patter wouldn't take. They had read it all in the newspapers before. Oxford and Francis and Bean were a little better, but nothing to crack about. The people doesn't care about such things as them. There's nothing beats a stunning good murder after all. Why, there was Rush. I lived on him for a month or more. When I commenced with Rush, I was 14 shillings in debt for rent, and in less than 14 days I astonished the wise men in the East by paying my landlord all I owed him. Since Daniel Good, there had been little or nothing doing in the murder line. No one could cap him, till Rush turned up a regular trump for us. Why, I went down to Norwich expressly to work the execution. I worked my way down there with a sorrowful lamentation of his own composing, which I'd got written by the blind man expressly for the occasion. On the morning of the execution we beat all the regular newspapers out of the field, for we had the full, true and particular account down, you see, by our own express, and that can beat anything that ever they can publish, for we gets it printed several days afore it comes off, and goes and stands with it right under the drop. And many's the penny I've turned away when I've been asked for an account of the whole business before it happened. So you see, for early and correct information, we can beat the sun, aye, or the moon either, for the matter of that. Irish Jem, the ambassador, never goes to bed but he blesses Rush the farmer, and many's the time he's told me we should never have such another windfall as that. But I told him not to despair. There's a good time coming, boys, says I, and sure enough, up comes the Bermondsey tragedy. We might have done very well indeed out of the Mannings, but there was too many examinations for it to be any great account to us. I've been away with the Mannings in the country ever since. I've been through Hertfordshire, Cambridgeshire and Suffolk, along with George Frederick Manning and his wife. Travelled from 800 to 1,000 miles with them, but I could have done much better if I had stopped in London. Every day I was anxiously looking for a confession from Mrs. Manning. All I wanted was for her to clear her conscience afore she left this here whale of tears. That's what I always calls it in the patter. And when I read in the papers, mind they was none of my own, that her last words on the brink of eternity was, "I've nothing to say to you, Mr. Rowe, but to thank you for your kindness," I gave her up entirely, had completely done with her. In course, the public looks to us for the last words of all monsters in human form, and as for Mrs. Manning's, they were not worth the printing. Of the recent experience of a running patterer. From the same man I had the following account of his vocation up to the present time. "Well, sir," he said, "I think, take them all together, things hasn't been so good this last year as the year before. But the Pope, God bless him, he's been the best friend I've had since Rush." But Rush licked his holiness. You see, the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman is a one-sided affair. Of course, the Catholics won't buy anything against the Pope, but all religions could go for Rush. Our mob once thought of starting a cardinal's dress, and I thought of wearing a red hat myself. I did wear a shovel hat when the Bishop of London was our racket, but I thought the hat began to feel too hot, so I shovelled it off. There was plenty of paper that would have suited to work with a cardinal's hat. There was one, Cardinal Wiseman's Lament, and it was giving his own words like, and a red hat would have capped it. It used to make the people roar when it came to snivelling and grumbling at little Jack Russell, by Wiseman in course, and when it comes to this part, which alludes to that ere thundering letter to the Bishop of Durham, the people was stunned. He called me a buffalo, bull and a monkey, and then with a soldier called old Arthur Conkey, declared they would buy me a ninepenny donkey and send me to Rome to the Pope. They shod me, sir. Who's they? Why, the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman. I call my clothes after them I earn money by, to buy them with. My shoes I call Pope Pius, my trousers and braces Calcraft, my waistcoat and shirt Jael Denny, and my coat Love Letters. A man must show a sense of gratitude in the best way he can. But I didn't start the Cardinal's hat. I thought it might prove disagreeable to Sir Robert Peel's dress lodgers. Note. What my informant said further of the Pope, I give under the head of the chaunter. End note. There was very little doing, he continued, for some time after I gave you an account before. Hardly a slum worth a crust and a pipe of tobacco to us. A slum's a paper fake. Make a footnote of that, sir. I think Adelaide was the first thing I worked after I told you of my tomfooleries. Yes, it was. Her elegy. She weren't of no account whatsomever, and Cambridge was no better nor Adelaide. But there was poor Sir Robert Peel. He was some good. Indeed, I think he was as good as 5 shillings a day to me, for the 4 or 5 days when he was freshest. Browns were thrown out of the windows to us, and one copper cartridge was sent flying at us, with 13.5 in it, all copper, as if it had been collected. I worked Sir Robert at the West End, and in the quiet streets and squares. Certainly we had a most beautiful elegy. Well, poor gentleman, what we earned on him was some set-off to us, for his starting his new regiment of the Blues, the Cook's Own. Not that they've troubled me much. I was once before Alderman Kelly when he was Lord Mayor, charged with obstructing or some humbug of that sort. "What are you, my man?" says he quietly, and like a gentleman. "In the same line as yourself, my lord," says I. "How's that?" says he. "I'm a paper worker for my living, my lord," says I. I was soon discharged, and there was such fun and laughing that if I'd had a few slums in my pocket, I believe I could have sold them all in the justice room. Haynau was a stunner, and the drayman came their caper just in the critical time for us, as things was growing very taper. But I did best with him in chaunting, and so as you want to hear about chaunting, I'll tell you after. We're forced to change our patter, first running, then chaunting, and then standing, oftener than we used to. Then Calcraft was pretty tidy, Browns. He was up for starving his mother, and what better can you expect of a hangman? Me and my mate worked him down at Hatfield in Essex, where his mother lives. It's his native, I believe. We sold her one. She's a limping old body. I saw the people look at her, and they told me afterwards who she was. "How much?" says she. "A penny, ma'am," says I. "Serve him right," says she. We worked it to in the street in Hoxton, where he lives, and he sent out for 2, which shows he's a sensible sort of character in some points after all. Then we had a Voice from the Jail, or The Horrors of the Condemned Cell, being the life of William Calcraft, the present hangman. It's written in the high style, and parts of it will have astonished the hangman's nerves before this. Here's a bit of the patter now. "Let us look at William Calcraft," says the eminent author, "in his earliest days. He was born about the year 1801 of humble but industrious parents at a little village in Essex. His infant ears often listened to the children belonging to the Sunday schools of his native place, singing the well-known words of Watts' beautiful hymn, "Whene'er I take my walks abroad, how many poor I see," and so on. But alas for the poor farmer's boy, he never had the opportunity of going to that school to be taught how to shun the broad way leading to destruction. To seek a chance fortune he travelled up to London, where his ignorance and forlorn condition shortly enabled that fell demon which ever haunts the footsteps of the wretched to mark him for her own. Isn't that stunning, sir? Here it is in print for you. Mark him for her own. Then, poor dear, he's so sorry to hang anybody. Here's another bit. But in vain he repents. He has no real friend in the world but his wife, to whom he can communicate his private thoughts, and in return receive consolation. Can any lot be harder than this? Hence his nervous system is fast breaking down, every day rendering him less able to endure the excruciating and agonizing torments he is hourly suffering. He is haunted by remorse heaped upon remorse, every fresh victim he is required to strangle being so much additional fuel thrown upon that mental flame which is scorching him. You may believe me, sir, and I can prove the fact. The author of that beautiful writing ain't in Parliament. Think of the mental flame, sir. Oh dear. Cyril was no good either, not salt to a herring, though we worked him in his own neighbourhood and pattered about gold and silver all in a row. Ah, said one old woman, he was a very spectable man. Werry, ma'am, says I. Hollis weren't no good either, 'cause the victim was a parson. If it had happened a little later, we'd have had it to rights. The newspapers didn't make much of it. We'd have shown it was the commencement of a most horrid and barbarous plot got up by the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman for the massacreing of all good Protestant ministers. That would have been the dodge, sir. A beautiful idea now, isn't it? But the murder came off badly, and you can't expect fellows like them murderers to have any regard for the interests of art and literature. Then there's so long to wait between the murder and the trial, that unless the fiend in human form keeps writing beautiful love letters, the excitement can't be kept up. We can write the love letters for the fiend in human? That's quite true, and we once had a great pull that way over the newspapers. But Lord love you, there's plenty of 'em gets more and more into our line. They treads in our footsteps, sir. They follows our bright example. Oh, isn't there a nice rubbing and polishing up? This here copy won't do. This must be left out and that put in, 'cause it suits the walk of the paper. Why, you must know, sir. I know. Don't tell me. You can't have been on the Morning Chronicle for nothing. Then there was the horrid and inhuman murder committed by T. Drury on the body of Jael Denny at Dunninghurst, a village in Essex. We worked it in every way. Drury had every chance given to him. We had half-sheets and copies of verses and books. A very tidy book it was, setting off with showing how the secluded village of Donninghurst has been the scene of a most determined and diabolical murder, the discovery of which early on Sunday the 12th in the morning has thrown the whole of this part of the country into a painful state of excitement. Well, sir, well, very well, that bit was taken from a newspaper. Oh, we're not above acknowledging when we condescends to borrow from any of 'em. If you remember, when I saw you about the time, I told you I thought Jael Denny would turn out as good as Maria Martin. And without any joke or nonsense, sir, it really is a most shocking thing. But she didn't. The weather coopered her, poor lass. There was money in sight, and we couldn't touch it. It seemed washed away from us, for you may remember how wet it was. I made a little by her, though. For all that, I haven't done with Master Drury yet. If God spares my life, he shall make it up to me. Why, now, sir, is it reasonable that a poor man like me should take so much pains to make Drury's name known all over the country, and walk miles and miles in the rain to do it, and get only a few bob for my labour? It can't be thought on. When the vile and inhuman seducer takes his trial, he must pay up my just claims. I'm not going to take all that trouble on his account and let him off so easy. My informant then gave me an account of his sale of papers relating to the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman, but as he was then a chaunter rather than a patterer, the distinction is shown under another head. I give his characteristic account as the statement of a chaunter. He proceeded, after having finished his recital of the street business relating to the Pope and so on. My last paying caper was the Sloanes. They beat, hey now. I declare to you, sir, the knowingest among us couldn't have invented a cock to equal the conduct of them Sloanes. Why, it's disgusting to come near the plain truth about them. I think, take it all together, Sloane was as good as the Pope, but he had a stopper, like Pius IX, for that was a one-sided affair, and the Catholics wouldn't buy, and Sloane was too disgusting for the gentry, or better sort, to buy him. But I've been in little streets where some of the windows was without sashes, and some that had sashes had stockings thrust between the frames, and I've taken half a bob in halfpennies. Oh, you should have heard what poor women said about him, for it was women that bought him most. They was more savage against him than against her. Why, they had 50 deaths for him, rolling in a barrel with lots of sharp nails inside down Primrose Hill, and turned out to the women on Kennington Common, and boiled alive in oil, or stuff that can't be mentioned, or hung over a slow fire. Oh, the poor dear girl, says they, what she's suffered. We had accounts of Mistress Sloane's apprehension before the papers. We had it at Yearsley, and they had it at Boulogne, but we were first. Then we discovered, because we must be in advance of the papers, that Miss Devoe was Sloane's daughter by a former wife, and Jane Wilbrid was Mrs. Sloane's daughter by a former husband, and was entitled to £1,000 by rights. Haynau was a fool to Sloane. I don't know of anything fresh that's in hand, sir. One of our authors is coming out with something spicy against Lord John for doing nothing about Wiseman, because he says, as no one thing that he's written for Lord John ever sold well, something against him may. End of section 37. Section 38 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 38. Of the Chaunters. As the minstrel's art, writes Mr. Strutt in his Sports and Pastimes, consisted of several branches, the professors were distinguished by different denominations, as rimeur, chanteur, conteur, jugglier or jongleur, gesteur, and troubadour or trouvé. In modern language, rhymers, singers, storytellers, jugglers, relators of heroic actions, buffoons, and poets. But all of them were included under the general name of minstrel. An eminent French antiquary says of the minstrels that some of them themselves composed the subjects they sang or related, as the trouvé and the conteur, and some of them used the compositions of others, as the jugglier and the chanteur. He further remarks that the trouvé may be said to have embellished their productions with rhyme, while the conteur related their histories in prose. The jugglier, who in the Middle Ages were famous for playing upon the vielle, a kind of hurdy-gurdy, accompanied the songs of the trouvé. These juggliers were also assisted by the chanteur, and this union of talents rendered the compositions more harmonious and more pleasing to the auditory, and increased their rewards, so that they readily joined each other, and travelled together in large parties. It is, however, very certain that the poet, the songster, and the musician were frequently united in the same person. My account of the authors and so on of street literature shows that the analogy still holds. The French antiquary quoted was Fauchet in his Origine de la langue et poésie françoise, 1581, and though he wrote concerning his own country, his descriptions apply equally to the English minstrels, who were principally Normans for many reigns after the Conquest, and were of the same race and habits and manners as on the French side of the Channel. Of the minstrels I shall have more to say when I treat of the ballad singers and the bands of street and public-house musicians of to-day, between whom and the minstrels of old there is, in many respects, a somewhat close resemblance. Minstrelsy fell gradually from its high estate, and fell so low that, in the 39th year of Elizabeth's reign, a period when the noblest poetry of any language was beginning to command the ear of the educated in England, the minstrels were classed in a penal statute with rogues, vagabonds, and sturdy beggars. Putenham, in his Art of English Poesy, 1589, speaks of tavern minstrels that give a fit of mirth for a groat. One of the statutes enacted in Cromwell's Protectorate was directed against all persons commonly called fiddlers or minstrels. In the old times, then, the jongleur and gesteur were assisted by the chanteur. In the present day, the running patterer, who, as I have shown, is the sufficiently legitimate descendant of the gesteur, and in some respects of the mountebank, is accompanied generally by a chanteur, so presenting a further point of resemblance between ancient and modern street folk. The chaunter now not only sings but fiddles, for within these few years the running patterers, to render their performances more attractive, are sometimes accompanied by musicians. The running performer then, instead of hurrying along with the members of his mob, making sufficient noise to arouse a whole street, takes his stand with the chaunter in any promising place, and as the songs which are the most popular are, as in the case at many of the concert rooms, sometimes spoken as well as sung, the performers are in their proper capacity, for the patterer not only speaks, but speaks more than is set down for him, while the chaunter fiddles and sings. Sometimes the one patters while the other sings, and their themes are the same. I am told, however, that there are only 50 running patterers who are regularly their own chaunters, fiddling to their songs, while the mob work as usual, or one man sings or speaks and sings with the chaunter. 2 of these men are known as Brummagem Jack and the Country Paganini. From 20 to 30 patterers, however, are chaunters also, when they think the occasion requires it. Further to elucidate chaunting and to show the quality of the canticles and the way of proceeding, I cite a statement of his experience as a chaunter from the running patterer whose details of his more especial business I have already given, but who also occasionally chaunts. Of the experience of a chaunter. "The Pope, sir," he began, "was as one-sided to chaunt as to patter in course. We had the Greeks," the lately arrived Irish, "down upon us more than once. In Liverpool Street, on the night of the meeting at Guildhall about the papal aggression, we had a regular scrimmage. One gentleman said, 'Really, you shouldn't sing such improper songs, my men.' Then up comes another, and he was a little crusted with port wine, and he says, 'What, against that cove the Pope? Here, give me half a dozen of the papers.' The city was tidy for the patter, sir, or the chaunt. There was sixpences, but there was shillings at the West End. And for the first time in their innocent lives, the parsons came out as stunning patrons of the patter. One of 'em, as we was at work in the street, give a bit of a signal, and was attended to without any parade to the next street, and was good for £half-a-crown. Other 2 stopped that very same day, and sent a boy to us with a joey. Then me and my mate went to the Rev W's, him as came it so strong for the fireworks on the 5th of November, and we pattered and we pattered, and we chaunted, but no go for a goodish bit. His servant said he weren't at home. In course, that wouldn't do for us, so down he came hisself at last, and says, very soft, 'Come tomorrow morning, my men, and there'll be 2 gentlemen to hear you.' We stuck to him for something in hand, but he said the business had cost him so much already he really couldn't. Well, we bounced a bob out of him, and didn't go near him again. After all we did for his party, a shilling was black ingratitude. Of course, we has no feeling either for or again the Pope. We goes to it as at an election, and let me tell you, sir, we got very poorly paid, it couldn't be called paid, for working for Lord John at the city election, and I was the original of the live rats, which took well, but there's a good time coming to play Lord Johnny off. Some of the tunes, there's no Act of Parliament about tunes, you know, sir, was stunners on the fiddle, as if 1,000 bricks was falling out of a cart at once. I think the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman, first of the songs, did as well as any. This verse was greatly admired. Now Lord John Russell did so bright to the Bishop of Durham a letter write, saying, while I've a hand I'll fight the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman. Lord John's ancestor, as I tell, Lord William Russell, then known well. His true religion would not sell, a martyr he, in glory fell. And now Lord John, so bold and free, has got a rope, as we may see, to hang up on each side of a tree the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman. This finishing worse too was effective, and out came a few browns. Now we don't care a fig for Rome. Why can't they let the girls alone, and mind their business at home? The Pope and Cardinal Wiseman, with their monsicle red cardinal's hat and lots of wafers in a sack, if they come here with all their clack, we'll wound them, filfal whack. In England they shall not be loose, their humbugging is all no use. If they come here we'll cook their goose, the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman. Chorus. Monks and nuns and fools afloat, we'll have no bulls shoved down our throat. Cheer up and shout down with the Pope and his Bishop Cardinal Wiseman. Then there was another, sir. The Pope he is coming, oh crikey, oh dear, to the tune of the camels are coming. There was one bit that used to tickle them. I mayn't exactly remember it, for I didn't do anything beyond a spurt in it, and haven't a copy for you, but it tickled them with others. This was the bit. I've heard my old grandmother's grandmother say, they burnt us in Smithfield full 10 every day. Oh, what shall I do, for I feel very queer, the Popies are coming, oh crikey, oh dear. Bless you, sir, if I see a smart-dressed servant girl looking shyly out of the street door at us, or through the area railings, and I can get a respectful word in and say, my good young lady, do buy of a poor fellow, we haven't said a word to your servants, we haven't seen any on 'em, then she's had, sir, for a penny at least, and twice out of thrice that good young lady chloroforms her. Then this one now is stunning. It's part of what the Queen was a-going to sing at the opening of the Parliament, but she changed her mind, and more's the pity, for it would have had a grand effect. It's called The Queen, the Pope and the Parliament, and these is the best of the stanzas. I calls them werses in common, but stanzas for Wick. My lords and my gentlemen all, the bishops and great House of Commons, on you for protection I call, for you know I am only a woman. I am really quite happy indeed to meet you like birds of a feather. So I hope you will all struggle with me, and pull away boys all together. My name is Victoria the Queen. Our bishops and deans did relent, and say they for ever was undone. Bishop Philpot a long challenge sent to his lordship the Bishop of London, to fight him on Hounslow Heath, but the Bishop of London was coosy. He gave him one slap in the mouth, and then sent a letter to Pusey. No humbuggery stories for Vic. I heard my old grandfather say his great-grandmother easily loved, reckon, when they made a fool run away, whose name was King Jemmy the Second, Billy gave him a ticket for soup. Though Bill married old Jemmy's daughter, he knocked him from Old Palace Yard to Ireland, across the Boyne Water. Long life to Victoria the Queen. Come here, my old friend, Joey Hume. I know you in silence won't mope now. Go up and get inside the moon, and make fast the great Tory rope now, and then give a spring and a jump, and you to a peerage shall rise then. But we'll swing up old Pius the Pope and his eminent Cardinal Wiseman, old England and down with the Pope. Then there wasn't no risk with Haynau. I told you of the Pope first, because he was most chaunted. No fear of a fericadooza for the butcher. How is it spelled, sir? Well, if you can't find it in the dictionary, you must use your own judgment. What does it mean? It means a dewskitch, a good thrashing. I've been threatened with dark nights about the Pope after the Greeks had said, "Fat have you to say again the holy gentleman? To the divil with all the likes of ye." Haynau was a fair stage and no favour. This verse was best liked. The other day, as you must know, in Berkeley's brewhouse he did go, and signed his bloody name Haynau. The fellow that flogged the women, Baron Rothschild did him shend, and in the letter which he penned, he shed the general was his friend, and so good a man he could not mend. Chorus. Rumpsy bumpsy, bang him well, make his back and sides to swell, till he roars aloud with dreadful yell, the fellow that flogged the women. The women bought very free, poor women mostly. We only worked him to any extent in the back drags. One old body at Stepney was so pleased that she said, "Oh, the bloody minded villain! Whenever you come this way again, sir, there's always a penny for you." She didn't pay in advance, though. Then it ended, sir, with a beautiful moral, as appeals to every female bosom. That man who would a female harm is never fit to live. We always like something for the ladies, bless 'em. They're our best customers. Then there was poor Jael Denny, but she was humped, sir, and I've told you the reason. Her copy of verses began, "Since Corder died on Bye's Tree, no mortal man did read or see of such a dreadful tragedy as I will now unfold. A maid in bloom to her silent tomb is hurried in the prime of life. How could a villain cause such strife? She worthy was a famous wife, the like was seldom told. Chorus. She was young and gay like the flowers of May. In youth and vigour, health and bloom, she is hurried to the silent tomb. Through Essex such a dreadful gloom Jael Denny's murder caused. My last chaunt was Jane Wilbrid, and her verses, and they did tidy well, began, "A case like this you seldom read, or one so sad and true, and we sincerely hope the perpetrators both will rue to serve a friendless servant girl. 2 years they did engage. Her name it is Jane Wilbrid, and 18 years of age." What do you think of the great exhibition, sir? I shall be there, me and my mates. We are going to send in a copy of verses in letters of gold for a prize. We'll let the foreigners know what the real native melodies of England is, and no mistake. Of the Death and Fire Hunters. I have described the particular business of the running patterer, who is known by another and a very expressive cognomen as a death hunter. This title refers not only to his vending accounts of all the murders that become topics of public conversation, but to his being a murderer on his own account, as in the sale of cocks mentioned incidentally in this narrative. If the truth be saleable, a running patterer prefers selling the truth, for then, as one man told me, he can go the same round comfortably another day. If there be no truths for sale, no stories of criminals' lives and loves to be condensed from the diffusive biographies in the newspapers, no elegy for a great man gone, no prophecy and no crim con, the death hunter invents, or rather announces them. He puts someone to death for the occasion, which is called a cock. The paper he sells may give the dreadful details, or it may be a religious tract, brought out in mistake, should the vendor be questioned on the subject, or else the poor fellow puts on a bewildered look and murmurs, "Oh, it's shocking to be done this way, but I can't read." The patterers pass along so rapidly that this detection rarely happens. One man told me that in the last 8 or 10 years he, either singly or with his mob, had twice put the Duke of Wellington to death, once by a fall from his horse, and the other time by a sudden and mysterious death, without any condescension to particulars. He had twice performed the same mortal office for Louis Philippe, before that potentate's departure from France. Each death was by the hands of an assassin. One was stabbing, and the other a shot from a distance. He once thought of poisoning the Pope, but was afraid of the street Irish. He broke Prince Albert's leg, or arm, he was not sure which, when His Royal Highness was out with his harriers. He never had much to say about the Queen. It wouldn't go down, he thought, and perhaps nothing had lately been said. "Stop there, sir," said another patterer, of whom I inquired as to the correctness of those statements. Note, after my constant custom in sifting each subject thoroughly. End note. Stop, sir. I have had to say about the Queen lately. In course, nothing can be said against her, and nothing ought to. That's true enough. But the last time she was confined, I cried her a couchment. Note, the word was pronounced as spelt to a merely English reader, or rather more broadly. End note. Of 3. Lord love you, sir, it would have been no use crying 1. People so used to that. But a bobby came up and he stops me, and said it was some impudence about the Queen's coachman. "Why, look at it," says I. "Fathead." I knew I was safe, and see if there's anything in it about the Queen or her coachman. And he looked, and in course there was nothing. I forget just now what the paper was about. My first mentioned informant had apprehended Fergus O'Connor on a charge of high treason. He assassinated Louis Napoleon, from a 4th edition of the Times, which did well. He caused Marshal Haynau to die of the assault by the draymen. He made Rush hang himself in prison. He killed Jane Wilbrid, and put Mrs. Sloane to death, and he announced the discovery that Jane Wilbrid was Mrs. Sloane's daughter. This informant did not represent that he had originated these little pieces of intelligence, only that he had been a party to their sale, and a party to originating 1 or 2. Another patterer, and of a higher order of genius, told me that all which was stated was undoubtedly correct. "But me and my mates, sir," he said, "did Haynau in another style. A splendid slum, sir, capital. We assassinated him. Mysterious. Then about Rush. His hanging himself in prison was a fake, I know, but we've had him lately. His ghost appeared, as is shown in the Australian papers, to Emily Sandford, and threatened her, and took her by the neck, and there's the red marks of his fingers to be seen on her neck to this day." The same informant was so loud in his praise of the assassination of Haynau that I give the account. I have little doubt it was his own writing. It is confused in passages, and has a blending of the I and the we. "We have just received, upon undisputed authority, that savage and unmanly tyrant, that enemy to civil and religious liberty, the inhuman Haynau, has at last finished his career of guilt by the hand of an assassin. The term assassin, I have no doubt, will greet harshly upon the ears of some of our readers, yet nevertheless I am compelled to use it, although I would gladly say the average of outraged innocence, which would be a name more suitable to one who has been the means of ridden the world of such a despicable monster." Note, my informant complained bitterly, and not without reason, of the printer. Average, for instance, which I have italicised, should be avenger, the average of outraged innocence. End note. "It appears by the columns of the Coureur the Constitutionnel of Brussels," runs the paper, "that the evening before last 3 men, one of which is supposed to be the miscreant, Haynau, entered a café in the neighbourhood of Brussels, kept by a man in the name of Pridjuix, and after partaking of some refreshments, which were ordered by his 2 companions, they desired to be shown to their chambers. During their stay in the public or travellers' room, they spoke but little, and seemed to be very cautious as to joining in the conversations which was passing briskly round the festive board, which, to use the landlord's own words, was rather strange, as his café was mostly frequented by a set of jovial fellows." Mr. Pridjuix goes on to state that after the 3 strangers had retired to rest some time, a tall and rather noble-looking man, enveloped in a large cloak, entered and asked for a bed, and after calling for some wine, he took up a paper and appeared to be reading it very attentively. In due time he was shown to bed, and all passed on without any appearance of anything wrong, until about 6 o'clock in the morning, when the landlord and his family were roused by a noise overhead and cries of murder, and upon going upstairs to ascertain the cause, he discovered the person who was known to be Marshal Haynau lying on his bed with his throat cut in a frightful manner, and his 2 companions standing by his bedside bewailing his loss. On the table was discovered a card, on which was written these words: "Monster, I have avenged at last." Suspicion went upon the tall stranger, who was not anywhere to be found. The guard arms instantly were on the alert, and are now in active pursuit of him, but up to the time of our going to press nothing further has transpired. It is very easy to stigmatise the death hunter when he sets off all the attractions of a real or pretended murder, when he displays on a board, as does the standing patterer, illustrations of the dentical pickaxe of Manning, or the stable of Good, or when he invents or embellishes atrocities which excite the public mind. He does, however, but follow in the path of those who are looked up to as the press, as the Fourth Estate. The conductors of the Ladies' newspaper sent an artist to Paris to give drawings of the scene of the murder by the Duc de Praslin, to illustrate the bloodstains in the Duchess's bedchamber. The Illustrated London News is prompt in depicting the locality of any atrocity over which the curious in crime may gloat. The Observer, in costly advertisements, boasts of its 20 columns, sometimes with a supplement, of details of some vulgar and mercenary bloodshed, the details being written in a most honest deprecation of the morbid and savage tastes to which the writer is pandering. Other weekly papers have engravings, and only concerning murder, of any wretch whom vice has made notorious. Many weekly papers had expensive telegraphic dispatches of rushes having been hung at Norwich, which event, happily for the interest of Sunday newspapers, took place in Norwich at noon on a Saturday. Note: I may here remark that the patterers laugh at telegraphs and express trains for rapidity of communication, boasting that the press strives in vain to rival them, as at a hanging match, for instance, the patterer has the full particulars, dying speech and confessions included, if a confession be feasible, ready for his customers the moment the drop falls, and while the criminal may still be struggling at the very scene of the hanging. At a distance he sells it before the hanging. "If the Times was cross-examined about it," observed one patterer, "he must confess he's outdone, though he's a rich Times, and we is poor fellows." But to resume. End note. A penny a liner is reported, and without contradiction, to have made a large sum by having hurried to Jersey in Manning's business, and by being allowed to accompany the officers when they conducted that paltry tool of a vindictive woman from Jersey to Southampton by steamer, and from Southampton to London by special engine, as beseemed the popularity of so distinguished a rascal and homicide. And next morning the daily papers, in all the typographical honour of Leeds and a good place, gave details of this fellow's, this Manning's, conversation, looks, and demeanour. Until the respectable press become a more healthful public instructor, we have no right to blame the death hunter, who is but an imitator, a follower, and that for a meal. So strong has this morbid feeling about criminals become that an earl's daughter, who had an order to see Bedlam, would not leave the place until she had obtained Oxford's autograph for her album. The rich vulgar are but the poor vulgar, without an excuse for their vulgarity. "Next to murders, fires are tidy Browns," I was told by a patterer experienced both in murders and fires. The burning of the old Houses of Parliament was very popular among street sellers, and for the reason which ensures popularity to a commercial people. It was a source of profit, and was certainly made the most of. It was the work of incendiaries, of ministers to get rid of perplexing papers, of government officers with troublesome accounts to balance, of a sporting lord for a heavy wager, of a conspiracy of builders, and of an unsuspected party. The older hands with whom I conversed on the subject all agreed in stating that they did well on the fire. One man said, "No, sir, it wasn't only the working people that bought of me, but merchants and their clerks. I suppose they took the papers home with them for their wives and families, which is a cheap way of doing, as a newspaper costs threepence at least. But stop, sir, stop. There wasn't no threepennies then, nothing under sixpence if they wasn't more. I can't just say, but it was better for us when newspapers was high. I never heard no sorrow expressed, not in the least. Some said it was a good job, and they wished the ministers was in it." The burning of the Royal Exchange was not quite so beneficial to the street sellers, but was uncommon tidy. The fire at the Tower, however, was almost as great a source of profit as that of the Houses of Parliament, and the following statement shows the profit reaped. My informant had been a gentleman's servant, his last place being with a gentleman in Russell Square, who went to the East Indies, and his servant was out of a situation so long that he parted with everything. When he was at the height of his distress, he went to see the fire at the Tower, as he had nothing better to do. He remained out some hours, and before he reached his lodgings, men passed him crying the full and true particulars of the fire. "I bought one," said the man, "and changed my last shilling. It was a sudden impulse, for I saw people buy keenly. I never read it, but only looked at the printer's name. I went to him at the Dials and bought some, and so I went into the paper trade. I made 6 shillings or 7 shillings some days, while the Tower lasted, and 3 shillings and 4 shillings other days, when the first polish was off. I sold them mostly at a penny apiece at first. It was good money then. The Tower was good, or middling good, for from 14 to 20 days. There was at least 100 men working nothing but the Tower. There's no great chance of any more great buildings being burnt, worse luck. People don't care much about private fires. A man in this street don't heed so much who's burnt to death in the next. But the foundation stone of the new Royal Exchange, fire led to that, was pretty fair, and portraits of Halbert went off, so that it was for 2 or 3 days as good as the Tower. Fires is our best friends next to murders, if they're good fires. The opening of the coal exchange was rather tidy. I've been in the streets ever since, and don't see how I could possibly get out of them. At first I felt a great degradation at being driven to the life. I shunned grooms and coachmen, as I might be known to them. I didn't care for others. That sort of feeling wears out, though. I'm a widower now, and my family feels, as I did at first, that what I'm doing is low. They won't assist, though they may give me a shilling now and then, but they won't assist me to leave the streets. They'll rather blame me for going into them, though there was only that or robbing or starving. The fire at Ben Cornts, where the poor children was burnt to ashes, was the best of the private house fires that I've worked, I think. I made 4 shillings on it one day. He was the champion once, and was away at a fight at the time, and it was a shocking thing, and so people bought. After the burning of York Minster by Jonathan Martin, I was told by an old hand, the street destruction of the best-known public buildings in the country was tried, such as Canterbury Cathedral, Dover Castle, the Brighton Pavilion, Edinburgh Castle, or Holyrood House, all known to travelling patterers, but the success was not sufficiently encouraging. It was no use, I was told, firing such places as Hampton Court or Windsor Castle, for unless people saw the reflection of a great fire, they wouldn't buy. End of section 38. Section 39 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 39. Of the Sellers of Second Editions. These second editions are, and almost universally, second or later editions of the newspapers, morning and evening, but 3/4 of the sale may be of the evening papers, and more especially of the Globe and Standard. I believe that there is not now in existence, unless it be in a workhouse and unknown to his fellows, or engaged in some other avocation and lost sight of by them, anyone who sold second editions, the Courier evening paper being then in the greatest demand, at the time of the Duke of York's Walcheren expedition, at the period of the Battle of the Nile, during the continuance of the Peninsular War, or even at the Battle of Waterloo. There were a few old men, some of whom had been soldiers or sailors, and others who have simulated it, surviving within these 5 or 6 years, and some later, who worked Waterloo, but they were swept off, I was told, by the cholera. I was assured by a gentleman who had a perfect remembrance of the second editions, as they were generally called, sold in the streets, and who had often bought them upwards of 40 years ago, that a sketch in the Monthly Review, in a notice of Scott's Lord of the Isles, published in 1815, gave the best notion he had met with of what the second edition sale really was. At the commencement of the 6th canto of his poem, Sir Walter, somewhat too grandiloquently, in the judgment of his reviewer, asks, "Oh, who that shared them ever shall forget the emotions of the spirit-rousing time, when breathless in the mart the couriers met, early and late, at evening and at prime?" Who, in his turn asks the reviewer, can avoid conjuring up the idea of men with broad sheets of foolscap, scored with victories rolled round their hats, and horns blowing loud defiance in each other's mouth, from the top to the bottom of Pall Mall or the Haymarket, when he reads such a passage? We actually hear the Park and Tower guns, and the clattering of 10,000 bells as we read, and stop our ears from the close and sudden intrusion of some hot and horn-fisted patriot, blowing ourselves as well as Bonaparte to the devil. The horn carried by these horn-fisted men was a common tin tube, from 2 to 3 feet long, and hardly capable of being made to produce any sound beyond a sudden and discordant trump-trump. The men worked with papers round their hats in a way not very dissimilar to that of the running patterers of to-day. The editions cried by these men during the wartime often contained spurious intelligence, but for that the editors of the journals were responsible, or the stock jobbers who had imposed upon them. Anyone who has consulted a file of newspapers of the periods to which I have referred will remember how frequent and how false were the announcements or the rumours of the deaths of Bonaparte, his brothers, or his marshals in battle or by assassination. As there was no man who was personally conversant with this traffic in what is emphatically enough called the wartime, I sought out an old street patterer who had been acquainted with the older hands in the trade, whose experience stretched to the commencement of the present century, and from him I received the following account. "Oh yes," he began, "I've worked seconds. We used to call the editions generally seconds, and cry them sometimes as the latest editions, whatever it was. There was Jack Griffiths, sir. Now wasn't he a hand at a second edition? I believe you. I do any kinds of patter now myself, but I've done tidy on second editions when seconds was to be had. Why, Jack Griffiths, sir, he'd been a sailor, and was fond of talking about the sea. Jack Griffiths, you would have liked to have heard him. Jack told me that he once took 10 shillings and sixpence, it was Hyde Park way, for a second edition of a paper when Queen Caroline's trial was over. Besides Jack there was Tom Cole, called the Wooden Leg. He'd been a soldier, I believe, and Whitechapel, and old Brummagem, and Hellfire Jack. Hellfire Jack was said to be something to a man that was a trainer, and a great favourite of the old Duke of Queensberry, and was called Hellfire Dick, but I can't say how it was. I began to work second editions for the first time when George IV died. They went off pretty well at a shilling apiece, and for 3 or 4 I got 2 shillings and sixpence. If it's anything good, I get 1 shilling still, but very seldom any more. I always show anybody that asks that the paper is just what I've cried it. There's no regular cry. We cries what's up. Here's the second edition of the Globe, with the full particulars of the death of His Majesty King George IV. We work much in the same way as the running patter. 3 of us shouts in the same spot. I was one of 3 who one night sold 5 quires, mostly Globe and Standard. It was at the Reform Bill time, and something about the Reform Bill. I never much heeded what the paper was about. I only wanted the patter, and soon got it. A mate, or any of us, looks out for anything good in the evening papers, to be ready. Why, that night I speak of, I was kept running backwards and forwards to the newspaper offices, and how they does keep you waiting at times, mostly the Globe and Standard. We worked them all at the West End. There's 27 papers to acquire, and we gave 4pence apiece for 'em, and sold none, as well as I mind, for under a shilling. I carried them mostly under my arm or in my hat, taking care they wasn't soiled. Belgrave Square way, and St. George's Hanover Square way, and Hyde Park way are the best. The city's no good, there's only sixpences there. The coffee shops has spoiled the city, as I'm afeard they will other parts. Murders in second editions don't sell now, and aren't tried much, beyond a few if there's a late verdict. Courvoisier, Courvoisier, was tidy. The trial weren't over till evening, and I sold 6 papers and got 7 shillings for them, to gentlemen going away by the mail. I've heard that Greenacre was good in the same way, but I wasn't in town at the time. The French Revolution, the last one, was certainly a fairish go. Louis Philip was good many ways, when he used to be shot at, if the news weren't too early in the day, and when he got to England, and when he was said to have got back or to have been taken. Why, of course he weren't to compare with Rush in the regular patter, but he was very fair. I have nothing to say against him, and wish he was alive, and could do it all over again. Lord Brougham's death weren't worth much to us. You remember the time, I dare say, sir, when they said he killed himself in the papers, to see what folks would say on him. The resignation of a Prime Minister is mostly pretty good. Lord Melbourne was, and so was Sir Robert Peel. There's always somebody to say, "Hurrah, that's right," and to buy a paper because he's pleased. I had a red paper in my hat when I worked the French Revolution. French news is generally liked and a fashionable drag. Irish news is no good, for people don't seem to believe it. Smith O'Brien's battle, though, did sell a little. It's not possible to tell you exactly what I've made on seconds. How can I? One week I may have cleared £1 in them, and for 6 months before, not a blessed brown. Perhaps, as near as I can recollect and calculate, I've cleared £3, if that, each year one with another, in second editions in my time, and perhaps 20 others has done the same. Another man, who also knew the old hands, said to me, "Lord bless us, sir, our times is changed. You should have heard Jack Griffiths tell how he cried his gazettes. 'Here's the London Gazette, extraordinary, containing the official account of the bloody and decisive victory of Salamanca.' Something that way. Patter weren't required then. The things sold theirselves. Why, the other day I was talking to a young chap that conceits himself to be a hout and houter in patter, and I mentions Jack's crying gazettes, and getting 5 shillings apiece for many a one on 'em, and this young chap says he, 'Gazettes? What did they cry gazettes? Bankrupts and all that?' 'Bankrupts be blowed,' said I. 'Victories. I heerd Waterloo cried when I was a little un.' The speeches on the opening of Parliament which the newspapers has ready has no sale in the crowd to what they had. I only sold 2 papers at 6pence each this last go. I ventured on no more, or should have been a loser. If the Queen isn't there, none's sold. But we always has a speech ready, as close as can be got from what the morning papers says. One gent said to me, 'But that ain't the real speech.' 'It's a far better,' says I, and so it is. Why now, sir, there's some reading and spirit in this bit. The Queen says, 'It is my determination by the assistance of divine providence to uphold and protect the Protestant Church of the British Empire, which has been enjoyed 300 years without interruption, the religion which our ancestors struggled to obtain, and as long as it shall please God to spare me, I will endeavour to maintain the rights and prerogatives of our holy Protestant Church. And now, my lords, I leave you to your duties, to the helm of the state, to the harbour of peace and happiness.'" This man showed me the street speech, which was on a broadsheet set off with the royal arms. The topics and arrangement were the same as those in the speech delivered by Her Majesty. On Monday morning last, February the 24th, I asked the man who told me that Prime Ministers' resignations were pretty good for the street traffic, if he had been well remunerated by the sale of the evening papers of Saturday, with the account of Lord John Russell's resignation. "It weren't tried, sir," he answered. "There was nothing new in the evenings, and we thought nobody seemed to care about it. The newspaper officers and their boarders," as he called the men going about with announcements on boards, "didn't make very much of it, so we got up a song instead. But it was no good, not salt to a fresh herring, for there was some fresh herrings in. It was put strong, though. This was the last verse. 'From the house to the palace it has caused a bother. Old women are tumbling one over another. The Queen says it is with her, one thing or t'other. They must not discharge little John. Her Majesty vows that she is not contented, and many ere long will have cause to repent it. Had she been in the house she would nobly resent it, and fought like a brick for Lord John.'" Adopting the calculation of my first informant, and giving a profit of 150%, we find £150 yearly expended in the streets in second editions, or probably it might be more correct to say £200 in a year of great events, and £50 in a year when such events are few. Of the Standing Patterers. The standing patterer I have already described in his resemblance to the mountebank of old, and how, like his predecessor, he required a pitch and an audience. I need but iterate that these standing patterers are men who remain in one place until they think they have exhausted the custom likely to accrue there, or until they are removed by the police, and who endeavour to attract attention to their papers, or more commonly pamphlets, either by means of a board with coloured pictures upon it, illustrative of the contents of what they sell, or else by gathering a crowd round about them, in giving a lively or horrible description of the papers or books they are working. The former is what is usually denominated in street technology board work. A few of the standing patterers give street recitations or dialogues. Some of the illustrations most in vogue of late for the boards of the standing patterers were the flogging of the nuns of Minsk, the blood streaming from their naked shoulders. Anything against the Emperor of Russia, I was told, was a good street subject for a painting. The young girl Sarah Thomas, who murdered her mistress in Bristol, dragged to the gallows by the turnkeys and Calcraft the hangman. Calcraft himself, when charged with starving his mother. Haynau in the hands of the draymen. the Mannings, and afterwards the Sloanes. The two last mentioned were among the most elaborate, each having a series of compartments representing the different stages of the events in which those heroes and heroines flourished. I shall speak afterwards of street artists who are the painters of these boards, and then describe the pictures more fully. There are also, as before alluded to, what may be called cocks in street paintings, as well as street literature. Two of the most favourite themes of the standing patterers were, however, the Annals of the White House in Soho Square and the Mysteries of Mesmerism. Both supplied subjects to the boards. The White House was a notorious place of ill fame. Some of the apartments, it is said, were furnished in a style of costly luxury, while others were fitted up with springs, traps, and other contrivances, so as to present no appearance other than that of an ordinary room until the machinery was set in motion. In one room, into which some wretched girl might be introduced, on her drawing a curtain, as she would be desired, a skeleton, grinning horribly, was precipitated forward, and caught the terrified creature in his, to all appearance, bony arms. In another chamber the lights grew dim, and then seemed gradually to go out. In a little time some candles, apparently self-ignited, revealed to a horror-stricken woman a black coffin on the lid of which might be seen in brass letters Anne, or whatever name it had been ascertained the poor wretch was known by. A sofa in another part of the mansion was made to descend into some place of utter darkness, or, it was alleged, into a room in which was a store of soot or ashes. Into the truth or exaggeration of these and similar statements it is not my business to inquire, but the standing patterer made the most of them. Although the house in question has been either rebuilt or altered, I was told that each was the case, and its abominable character has ceased to apply to it for some years. The patterer did not scruple to represent it as still in existence, though he might change the venue, as to the square, at discretion, and that all the atrocities perpetrated, to which I have not ventured even to allude, were still the ordinary procedures of high life. Neither did the standing patterer scruple, as one man assured me, to name names, to attribute vile deeds to any nobleman or gentleman whose name was before the public, and to embellish his story by an allusion to a recent event. He not unfrequently ended with a moral exhortation to all ladies present to avoid this abode of iniquity for the rich. The board was illustrated with skeletons, coffins, and other horrors, but neither on it nor in a hardly intelligible narrative which the patterer sold was there anything indecent. The Mysteries of Mesmerism was an account of the marvels of that newly discovered and most wonderful power in nature and art. With it Dr. Elliottson's, or some well-known name, was usually associated, and any marvel was pattered according to the patterer's taste and judgment. The illustrations were of persons, generally women, in a state of coma, but in this also there was no indecency, nor was there in the narrative sold. Of these two popular exhibitions there are, I am informed, none now in town, and both, I was told, was more the speculations of a printer who sent out men than in the hands of the regular patterers. It may tend somewhat to elucidate the character of the patterers if I here state that in my conversation with the whole of them I heard from their lips strong expressions of disgust at Sloane, far stronger than were uttered in abhorrence of any murderer. Rush, indeed, was and is a popular man among them. One of them told me that not long before Madame Tussaud's death he thought of calling upon that venerable lady, and asking her, he said, to treat me to something to drink the immortal memory of Mr. Rush, my friend and hern. It is admitted by all concerned in the exercise of street elocution that the stander must have the best of patter. He usually works alone. There are very rarely two at standing patter, and beyond his board he has no adventitious aids, as in the running patter, so that he must be all the more effective. but the board is pronounced as good as a man. When the standing patterer visits the country, he is accompanied by a mate, and the copy of verses is then announced as being written by an underpaid curate within a day's walk. It tells mostly, sir, for it's a blessing to us that there always is a journeyman parson what the people knows, and what the patter fits. Sometimes the poetry is attributed to a sister of mercy or to a popular poetess. Very frequently, by the patterers who best understand the labouring classes, to Miss Eliza Cook. Sometimes the verses are written by a sympathising gent in that parish, but his name wasn't to be mentioned. Another intelligent patterer whom I questioned on the subject told me that my information was correct. "It's just the same in the newspapers," he continued. "Why, the sympathising gent is the same with us as what in the newspapers is called other intelligence about any crime, to publish which might defeat the ends of justice. That means they know nothing at all about it, and can't so much as venture on a guess. I've known a little about it for the papers, sir. It doesn't matter in what line." Some standing patterers are brought up to the business from childhood. Some take to it through loss of character, or through their inability to obtain a situation from intemperate habits, and some because a free life suits me best. In a former inquiry into a portion of this subject, I sought a standing patterer, whom I found in a threepenny lodging-house in Mint Street, Southwark. On my inquiring what induced him to adopt or pursue that line of life, he said, "It was distress that first drove me to it. I had learnt to make willow bonnets, but that branch of trade went entirely out. So, having a wife and children, I was drove to write out a paper that I called The People's Address to the King on the Present State of the Nation. I got it printed and took it into the streets and sold it. I did very well with it, and made 5 shillings a day while it lasted. I never was brought up to any mechanical trade. My father was a clergyman." Note. Here he cried bitterly. End note. It breaks my heart when I think of it. I have as good a wife as ever lived, and I would give the world to get out of my present life. It would be heaven to get away from the place where I am. I'm obliged to cheer up my spirits. If I was to give way to it, I shouldn't live long. It's like a little hell to be in the place where we live. Note. Crying. End note. Associated with the ruffians that we are. My distress of mind is awful, but it won't do to show it at my lodgings. They'd only laugh to see me downhearted. So I keep my trouble all to myself. Oh, I am heartily sick of this street work. The insults I have to put up with. The drunken men swearing at me. Yes, indeed, I'm heartily sick of it." This poor man had some assistance forwarded to him by benevolent persons, after his case had appeared in my letter in the Morning Chronicle. This was the means of his leaving the streets and starting in the cloth cap trade. He seemed a deserving man. Experience of a standing patterer. From one of this body I received at the period just alluded to the following information. "I have taken my 5 shillings a day," said my informant, "but paper selling now isn't half so good as it used to be. People haven't got the money to lay out, for it all depends with the working man. The least we take in the day is, upon an average, 6pence, but taking the good and bad together, I should say we take about 10 shillings a week. I know there's some get more than that, but then there's many take less. Lately, I know, I haven't taken 9 shillings a week myself, and people reckon me one of the best patterers in the trade. I'm reckoned to have the gift, that is, the gift of the gab. I never works a last dying speech on any other than the day of execution. All the edge is taken off of it after that. The last dying speeches and executions are all printed the day before. They're always done on the Sunday, if the murderers are to be hung on the Monday. I've been and got them myself on the Sunday night, over and over again. The flying stationers goes with the papers in their pockets, and stand under the drop, and as soon as ever it falls, and long before the breath is out of the body, they begin bawling out." Note. Here my informant gave a further account of the flying stationers under the gallows, similar to what I have given. He averred that they invented every lie likely to go down. End note. "Here you have also an exact likeness," they say, "of the murderer taken at the bar of the Old Bailey, when all the time it is an old woodcut that's been used for every criminal for the last 40 years. I know the likeness that was given of Hocker was the one that was given for Fauntleroy, and the woodcut of Toyle was one that was given for the Quaker that had been hanged for forgery 20 years before. Thurtell's likeness was done expressly for the papers, and so was the Mannings' and Rush's likenesses too. The murders are bought by men, women and children. Many of the tradespeople bought a great many of the affair of the Mannings. I went down to Deptford with mine, and did uncommonly well. I sold all off. Gentlefolks won't have anything to do with murders sold in the street. They've got other ways of seeing all about it. We lay on the horrors, and picture them in the highest colours we can. We don't care what's in the papers in our hands. All we want to do is sell 'em. And the more horrible we makes the affairs, the more sale we have. We do very well with love letters. They are cocks. That is, they're all fictitious. We give it out that they are from a tradesman in the neighbourhood, not 100 yards from where we are standing. Sometimes we say it's a well-known sporting butcher. Sometimes it's a highly respectable publican, just as it will suit the tastes of the neighbourhood. I got my living round Cornwall for one 12-month, with nothing else than a love letter. It was headed, "A curious and laughable love letter and puzzle, sent by a sporting gentleman to Miss H.A.M. in this neighbourhood." That suits any place that I may chance to be in, but I always patter the name of the street or village where I may be. This letter, I say, is so worded that had it fallen into the hands of her mamma or papa, they could not have told what it meant. But the young lady, having so much wit, found out its true meaning, and sent him an answer in the same manner. "You have here," we say, "the number of the house, the name of the place where she lives." There is nothing of the kind, of course, and the initials of all the parties concerned. We dare not give the real names in full, we tell them. Indeed, we do all we can to get up the people's curiosity. I did very well with the burning of the House of Commons. I happened by accident to put my pipe into my pocket amongst some of my papers and burnt them. Then, not knowing how to get rid of them, I got a few straws. I told the people that my burnt papers were parliamentary documents that had been rescued from the flames, and that, as I dare not sell them, I would let them have a straw for a penny and give them one of the papers. By this trick I got rid of my stock twice as fast, and got double the price that I should have done. The papers had nothing at all to do with the House of Commons. Some was Death and the Lady, and Death and the Gentleman, and others were the Political Catechism and 365 Lies, Scotch, English and Irish, and each lie as big round as St. Paul's. I remember a party named Jack Straw, who laid a wager, 1/2 gallon of beer, that he'd bring home the money for 24 blank papers in 1 hour's time. He went out into the Old Street Road and began a patter about the political affairs of the nation, and Sir Robert Peel and the Duke of Wellington, telling the public that he dared not sell his papers, that they were treasonable. So he gave them with a straw that he sold for 1 penny. In less than the hour he was sold clean out, and returned and drank the beer. The chief things at our work are quarter sheets of recitations and dialogues. One is Good Advice to Young Men on Choosing Their Wives. I've done exceedingly well with that. It's a good moral thing. Another is the Drunkard's Catechism. Another is the Rent Day, or the Landlord Gathering His Rents. This is a dialogue between the landlord and his tenant, beginning with, "Good morning, Mrs. Longface. Have you got my rent ready, ma'am?" The next one is The Adventures of Larry O'Flynn. It's a comic story and a very good got-up thing. Another is A Hint to Husbands and Wives, and A Pack of Cards Turned into a Bible, a Prayer Book and an Almanac. These cards belonged to Richard Middleton of the 60th Regiment of Foot, who was taken a prisoner for playing at cards in church during divine service. But the best I do is The Remarkable Dream of a Young Man of Loose Character, who had made an agreement to break into a gentleman's house at 12 at night, on Whitsun Monday, but owing to a little drink that he took, he had a remarkable dream and dreamed he was in hell. The dream had such influence on his mind that he refused to meet his comrade. His comrade was taken up for the burglary, found guilty, and executed for it. This made such an impression on the young man's mind that he became a reformed character. "There is a very beautiful description of hell in this paper," said my informant, "that makes it sell very well among the old women and the apprentice lads, for the young man was an apprentice himself. It's all in very pretty poetry, and a regular cock." The papers that I work chiefly are what are called the standing patters. They're all of them stereotype, and some of them 100 years old. We consider the death hunters are the lowest grade in the trade. We can make most money of the murders while they last, but they don't last, and they merely want a good pair of lungs to get them off. But it's not everyone, sir, that can work the standing patters. Many persons I've seen try at it and fail. One old man I knew tried the drunkard's catechism and the soldier's prayer book and Bible. He could manage to patter these because they'll almost work themselves, but old Mother Clifton he broke down in. I heard him do it in Sun Street and in the Blackfriars Road, but it was such a dreadful failure. He couldn't humour it a bit. That, thinks I to myself, you'll soon have to give up. And sure enough, he's never been to the printers since. He'd a very poor audience, chiefly boys and girls, and they were laughing at him because he made so many blunders in it. A man that's never been to school an hour can go and patter a dying speech or a battle between two ladies of fortune. They require no scholarship. All you want is to stick a picture on your hat to attract attention and to make all the noise you can. It's all the same when they does an assassination of Louis Philippe or a diabolical attempt on the life of the Queen. A good stout pair of lungs and plenty of impudence is all that is required. But to patter Bounce, the workhouse beadle, and the examination of the paupers before the Poor Law Commissioners takes a good headpiece and great gift of the gab, let me tell you. It's just the same as a play actor. I can assure you I often feel very nervous. I begin it and walk miles before I can get confidence in myself to make the attempt. I got rid of 2 choir last night. I was up among the gentlemen's servants in Crawford Street, Baker Street, and I had a very good haul out of the grown-up people. I cleared 1 shilling and 8pence altogether. I did that from 7 till 9 in the evening. It's all chance work. If it's fine and I can get a crowd of grown-up people round me, I can do very well, but I can't do anything amongst the boys. There's very little to be done in the daytime. I begin at 10 in the day and stop out till 1. After that, I starts off again at 5 and leaves off about 10 at night. Marylebone, Paddington and Westminster I find the best places. The West End is very good the early part of the week, for anything that's genteel, such as the rich man and his wife quarrelling because they have no family. Our customers there are principally the footmen, the grooms and the maidservants. The East End of town is the best on Friday and Saturday evenings. I very often go to Limehouse on Friday evening. Most part of the dockmen are paid then, and anything comic goes off well among them. On Saturdays I go to the New Cut, Ratcliffe Highway, the Brill and such places. I make mostly 2 shillings clear on a Saturday night. After 19 years' experience of the patter and paper line in the streets, I find that a foolish nonsensical thing will sell twice as fast as a good moral sentimental one, and while it lasts, a good murder will cut out the whole of them. It's the best-selling thing of any. I used at one time to patter religious tracts in the street, but I found no encouragement. I did the Infidel Blacksmith. That would not sell. What is happiness? A dialogue between Ellen and Mary. That was no go. No more was the Sorrows of Seduction. So I was driven into the comic standing patters. The more recent experiences of standing patterers, as they were detailed to me, differ so little in subject or anything else from what I have given concerning running patterers that to cite them would be a repetition. From the best information to be obtained, I have no doubt that there are always at least 20 standing patterers, sometimes they are called boardmen, at work in London. Some of them run occasionally, but an equal number or more of the regular runners resort now and then to the standing patter, so the sum is generally kept up. Notwithstanding the drawbacks of bad weather, which affects the standing and does not affect the running patterer, and notwithstanding the more frequent interruptions of the police, I am of opinion that the standing patterer earns on an average 1 shilling a week more than his running brother. His earnings, too, are often all his own, whereas the runners are a school and their gains divided. More running patterers become, on favourable occasions, stationary with boards, perhaps in the proportion of 5 to 4, than the stationary become itinerant. One standing patterer told me that During the excitement about the Sloanes, he cleared full 3 shillings a day for more than a week, but at other times he had cleared only 1 shilling and sixpence in a whole week, and he had taken nothing when the weather was too wet for the standing work, and there was nothing up to run with. If, then, 20 standing patterers clear 10 shillings weekly each, the year through, taking 15 shillings weekly, we find that £780 is yearly expended in the standing patter of London streets. The capital required for the start of the standing is greater than that needed by the running patterer. The painting for a board costs 3 shillings and sixpence, the board and pole, with feet, to which it is attached, 5 shillings and sixpence, and stock money 2 shillings. In all, 11 shillings. End of section 39. Section 40 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 40. Of political litanies, dialogues, etc. Work a litany in the streets is considered one of the higher exercises of professional skill on the part of the patterer. In working this, a clever patterer, who will not scruple to introduce anything out of his head which may strike him as suitable to his audience, is very particular in his choice of a mate, frequently changing his ordinary partner, who may be good at a noise or a ballad, but not have sufficient acuteness or intelligence to patter politics as if he understood what he was speaking about. I am told that there are not 12 patterers in London whom a critical professor of street elocution will admit to be capable of working a catechism or a litany. "Why, sir," said one patterer, "I've gone out with a mate to work a litany, and he's humped it in no time." To hump in street parlance is equivalent to botch in more genteel colloquialism. "And when a thing's humped," my informant continued, "you can only call a go." To call a go signifies to remove to another spot, or adopt some other patter, or, in short, to resort to some change or other in consequence of a failure. An elderly man, not now in the street trade, but who had pattered off a few papers some years ago, told me that he had heard 3 or 4 old hands, now all dead, for they're a short-lived people, talk of the profits gained and the risk ran by giving Hone's parodies on the Catechism, Litany, St. Athanasius' Creed, and so on, in the streets, after the 3 consecutive trials and the 3 acquittals of Hone had made the parodies famous and Hone popular. To work them in the streets was difficult, for though, said my informant, there was no new police in them days, there was plenty of officers and constables ready to pull the fellows up, and though Hone was acquitted, a beak that wanted to please the high dons would find some way of stopping them that sold Hone's things in the street, and so next to nothing could be done that way, but a little was done. The greatest source of profit, I learned from the reminiscences of the same man, was in the parlours and taprooms of public houses, where the patterers or reciters were well paid for going through their catechisms, and sometimes, that there might be no interruption, the door was locked, and even the landlord and his servants excluded. The charge was usually 2d. a copy, but a penny was not refused. During Queen Caroline's trial, there were the like interruptions and hindrances to similar performances, and the interruptions continued during the passing of the Catholic Emancipation Bill until about the era of the Reform Bill, and then the hindrance was but occasional. "And perhaps it was our own fault, sir," said one patterer, "that we was then molested at all in the dialogues and catechisms and things, but we was uncommon bold, and what plenty called saucy at that time. We was so." Thus this branch of a street profession continued to be followed, half surreptitiously, until after the subsidence of the political ferment consequent on the establishment of a new franchise, and the partial abolition of an old one. The calling, however, has never been popular among street purchasers, and I believe that it is sometimes followed by a street patterer as much from the promptings of the pride of art as from the hope of gain. The street papers in the dialogue form have not been copied, nor derived from popular productions, but even in the case of political litanies and anti-corn law catechisms and dialogues, are the work of street authors. One intelligent man told me that, properly to work a political litany, which referred to ecclesiastical matters, he made himself up, as well as limited means would permit, as a bishop, and did stunning until he was afraid of being stunned on skilly. Of the late papers on the subject of the Pope, I cite the one which was certainly the best of all that appeared, and concerning which indignant remonstrances were addressed to some of the newspapers. The good child in the patter was a tall, bulky man. The examiner, also the author, was rather diminutive. The Old English Bull, John, versus the Pope's Bull of Rome. My good child, as it is necessary at this very important crisis, when that good, pious, and very reasonable old gentleman, Pope Pius the IX, has promised to favour us with his presence and the pleasures of popery, and trampled on the rights and privileges which we as Englishmen and Protestants have engaged for these last 300 years, since bluff King Hal began to take a dislike to the broad-brimmed hat of the venerable Cardinal Wolsey, and proclaimed himself an heretic, it is necessary, I say, for you and all of you to be perfect in your lessons, so as you may be able to verbally chastise this saucy prelate, his newly made Cardinal Foolishman, and the whole host of Puseyites, and protect our beloved Queen, our Church, and our Constitution. Now, my boy, can you tell me what is your name? B. Protestant. How came you by that name? At the time of Harry the Stout, when popery was in a galloping consumption, the people protested against the supremacy and installance of the Pope, and his colleges had struck deep at the hallowed tree of superstition. I gained the name of Protestant, and proud am I, and ever shall be, to stick to it till the day of my death. Let us say, from all cardinals, whence wise or foolish, O Queen, spare us. Spare us, O Queen. From the pleasure of the rack and the friendship of the kind-hearted officers of the Inquisition, O Johnny, hear us. O Russell, hear us. From the comforts of being frizzled like a devilled kindney, O Nosey, save us. Hear us, O Arthur. From such saucy prelates as Pope Pius, O Cummings, save us. Save us, good Cumming. And let us have no more burnings in Smithfield, no more warm drinks in the shape of boiled oil or molten lead, and send the whole host of Puseyites, along with the Pope, Cardinals, to the top of Mount Vesuvius, there to dine off of hot lava, so that we may live in peace and shout, long live our Queen, and no popery. For some pitches the foregoing was sufficient, for a street auditory hates too long a patter. But where a favourable opportunity offered, easily tested by the pecuniary beginnings, the lesson of the day was given in addition, and was inserted after the second answer in the foregoing parody, so preceding the let us say. The lesson of the day. You seem an intelligent lad, so I think you are quite capable of reading with me the lessons for this day's service. Now the lesson for the day is taken from all parts of the Book of Martyrs, beginning at just where you like. It was about the year 1835 that a certain renegade of the name of Pusey, Pusey, like a snake who stung his master, commenced crawling step by step from the master. He was bound to serve to worship a puppet, arrayed in a spangle and tinsel of a Romish showman, and the pestilence that he shed around spread rapidly through the minds of many unworthy members of our established church, even up to the present year, 1850, inasmuch that St. Barnabas of Pimlico, unable to see the truth by the aid of his oculars, mounted 4 pounds of long sixes in the midday, that he might see through the fog of his own folly, by which he was surrounded. And Pope Pius the IX, taking advantage of the hubbub, did create unto himself a cardinal in the person of one Wiseman of Westminster. And Cardinal Broadrim claimed 4 counties in England as his diocese, and his master the Pope claimed as many more as his sees. But the people of England could not see that, so they declared aloud they would see them blowed first. So when Jack Russell heard of his most impudent intentions, he sent him a letter saying It was the intention of the people of England never again to submit to their infamous mummeries for the burnings in Smithfield, which was still fresh in their memory. And behold, great meetings were held in different parts of England, where the Pope was burnt in effigy, like unto a Yarmouth bloater, as a token of respect for him and his followers. And the citizens of London were staunch to a man, and assembled together in the Guildhall of our mighty city, and shouted with stentorian lungs, "Long live the Queen, and down with the Pope," the sound of which might have been heard even unto the Vatican of Rome. And when His Holiness the Pope heard that his power was set at naught, his nose became blue even as a bilberry with rage, and declared Russell and Cummings, or any who joined in the no popery cry, should ever name the felicity of kissing his pious great toe. Thus endeth the lesson. In the course of my inquiries touching this subject, I had more than one occasion to observe that an acute patterer had always a reason or an excuse for anything. One quick-witted Irishman, whom I knew to be a Roman Catholic, was working a patter against the Pope, not the one I have given, and on my speaking to him on the subject, and saying that I supposed he did it for a living, he replied, "That's it then, sir. You're right, sir, yes. I work it just as a Catholic lawyer would plead against a Catholic paper for a libel on Protestants, though in his heart he knew the paper was right. And a Protestant lawyer would defend the libel hammer and tongs. Bless you, sir, you'll not find much more honour that way among us," laughing, "than among them lawyers, not much." The readiness with which the sharpest of these men plead the doings not only of tradesmen but of the learned and sacred professions to justify themselves is remarkable. Sometimes a dialogue is of a satirical nature. One man told me that the conversation between Achilles and the Wellington statue, of which I give the concluding moiety, was among the best. He meant for profit, but no great thing. My informant was Achilles, or as he pronounced it, Achilles, and his mate was the statue, or man on the horse. The two lines in the couplet form which precede every two paragraphs of dialogue seem as if they represent the speakers wrongfully. The answer should be attributed in each case to Achilles. The hoarse voice it came from the statue of Achilles, and 'twas answered thus by the man on the horse. "Little man of little mind, haven't I now got iron blinds, and bomb-proof rails when danger assails, a cunning devised job to keep out an unruly mob, with high and ambitious views and remarkable queer shoes. I say, old nakedness, I say, come and see my frontage over the way, but I believe you can't get out after 10. No, you're as near where you are as at Quatre Bras. I hear a great deal what the public think and feel, plain as the nose on your face. We're deemed a national disgrace. They grumble at your highness and my want of shyness, and say many unpleasant things of Liney and Marchienne." The hoarse voice it came from the statue of Achilles, and was answered thus by the man on the horse. "Ah, it's a few days since the knife, when Salt found me all alive, and the grey tourelot I made at Bordeaux. Wasn't I in a nice mess when Boney left Elba and left no address, beside 150 other jobs with the chill off I could bring to view? But then people will say poor unfortunate nay, and that you were dancing at a ball, and not near Hogumont at all, and that the job of St. Helena might have been done rather cleaner, and it was a shameful go to send Sir Hudson low, and that you took particular care of number 1 at Waterloo." The hoarse voice it came from the statue of Achilles, and was answered thus by the man on the horse. "Why, flog 'em and odd rot 'em, who set up guards and at 'em, and you know that nice treat I received in Downing Street, when hooted by 1,000 on year, defended by an old grenadier. So no whopping I got. Good luck to his old tin pot. Oh, there's a deal of brass in me, I'll allow. It's prophesied you'll break down, they're crying it about town, and many jokes are past that you're brought to the scaffold at last, and they say I look black, because I've no shirt to my back, and it's getting broad daylight, I vow." The hoarse voice it came from the statue of Achilles, but 'twas answered thus by the man on the horse. M. V. Hooker. Of parodies other than the sort of compound of the litany and other portions of the church service which I have given, there are none in the streets, neither are there political duets. Such productions as parodies on popular songs, Cab, 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 or Trip, 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 are now almost always derived for street service from the concert rooms, but they relate more immediately to ballads or street song, and not to patter. Of cocks, etc. These literary forgeries, if so they may be called, have already been alluded to under the head of the death and fire hunters, but it is necessary to give a short account of a few of the best and longest known of those stereotyped. No new cocks, except for an occasion, have been printed for some years. One of the stereotyped cocks is the married man caught in a trap. One man had known it sold for years and years, and it served, he said, when there was any police report in the papers about sweethearts in coal cellars and so on. The illustration embraces two compartments. In one, a severe-looking female is assaulting a man whose hat has been knocked off by the contents of a water jug, which a very stout woman is pouring on his head from a window. In the other compartment, as if from an adjoining room, two women look on encouragingly. The subject matter, however, is in no accordance with the title or the embellishment. It is a love letter from John S.N. to his most adorable Mary. He expresses the ardour of his passion, and then twits his adored with something beyond a flirtation with Robert E. a decoyer of female innocence. Placably overlooking this, however, John S.N. continues, "My dearest angel, consent to my request and keep me no longer in suspense. Nothing on my part shall ever be wanting to make you happy and comfortable. My apprenticeship will expire in 4 months from hence, when I intend to open a shop in the small ware line, and your abilities in dressmaking and self-adjusting staymaker, and the assistance of a few female mechanics, we shall be able to realize an independency." Many a turn in seductions talked about in the papers and not talked about almost nowhere, said one man, has that slum served for, besides other things such as love letters and confessions of a certain lady in this neighbourhood. Another old cock is headed "Extraordinary and Funny Doings in this Neighbourhood." The illustration is a young lady in an evening dress, sitting with an open letter in her hand on a sort of garden seat in what appears to be a churchyard. After a smart song enforcing the ever-neglected advice that people should look at home and mind their own business, are 2 letters, the first from R.G., the answer from S.H.M. The gentleman's epistle commences, "Madam, the love and tenderness I have hitherto expressed for you is false, and I now feel that my indifference towards you increases every day, and the more I see you, the more you appear ridiculous in my eyes and contemptible. I feel inclined, and in every respect disposed and determined, to hate you. Believe me, I never had any inclination to offer you my hand." The lady responds in a similar strain, and the twain appear very angry, until a footnote offers an explanation. By reading every other line of the above letters, the true meaning will be found. Reader's note. Reading every other line gives, "The love and tenderness I have hitherto expressed for you increases every day, and the more I see you, the more I feel inclined, and in every respect disposed and determined, to offer you my hand." End reader's note. Of this class of cocks I need cite no other specimens, but pass on to one of another species, the cruel and inhuman murder committed on the body of Captain Lawson. The illustration is a lady wearing a coronet, stabbing a gentleman in full dress through the top button of his waistcoat. The narrative commences, "With surprise we have learned that this neighbourhood for a length of time was amazingly alarmed this day by a crowd of people carrying the body of Mr. James Lawless to a doctor, while streams of blood besmeared the way in such a manner that the cries of murder re-echoed the sound of numerous voices. It appears that the cause of alarm originated through a courtship attended with a solemn promise of marriage between him and Miss Lucy Guard, a handsome young lady of refined feelings, with the intercourse of a superior enlightened mind. She lived with her aunt, who spared neither pain nor cost to improve the talents of Miss G. those 7 years past, since the death of her mother in Ludgate Hill, London, and bore a most excellent character until she got entangled by the de Hump's allurement of Mr. L. The writer then deplores Miss Guard's fall from virtue and her desertion by her betrayer, on account of her fortune being small. Captain Lawson, or Mr. James Lawless, next woos a wealthy city maiden, and the banns are published. What follows seems to me to be a rather intricate detail. We find that the intended bride learned that Miss Guard held certain promissory letters of his, and that she was determined to enter an action against him for a breach of promise, which moved clouded eclipse over the ecstasy of the variable Miss Lawless, who knew that Miss G had letters of his sufficient to substantiate her claims in a court. Lawson visits Miss Guard to wheedle her out of his letters, but she drew a large carving knife and stabbed him under the left breast. At the latest account, the man was left without hope of recovery, while the valiant victress was ordered to submit to judicial decorum in the 19th year of her age. The murders and other atrocities for which this cock has been sponsor are, I was informed emphatically, a thundering lot. I conclude with another cock, which may be called a narrative on a subject, as we have ballads on a subject, afterwards to be described, but with this difference, that the narrative is fictitious, and the ballad must be founded on a real event, however embellished. The highest newspaper style, I was told, was aimed at. Part of the production reads as if it had done service during the Revolution of February 1848. Express from Paris. Supposed death of Louis Napoleon. We stop the press to announce that Louis Napoleon has been assassinated. By some it is said he is shot dead, by others that he is only wounded in the right arm. We have most important intelligence from Paris. That capital is in a state of insurrection. The vivacious people who have herefore defeated the government by paving stones have again taken up those missiles. On Tuesday, the ministers forbade the reform banquet, and the prefect of police published a proclamation warning the people to respect the laws, which he declared were violated, and he meant to enforce them. But the people despised the proclamation and rejected his authority. They assembled in great multitudes round the chambers of deputies, and forced their way over the walls. They were attacked by the troops and dispersed, but reassembled in various quarters. They showed their hatred of Monsieur Guizot by demolishing his windows and attempting to force an entrance into his hotel, but were again repulsed by the troops. All the military in Paris and all the National Guard have been summoned to arms, and every preparation made on the part of the government to put down the people. The latter have raised barricades in various places, and have unpaved the streets, overturned omnibuses, and made preparation for a vigorous assault or a protracted resistance. 5 o'clock. At this moment, the Rue Saint-Honoré is blockaded by a detachment dragoons, who fill the marketplace near the Rue des Petits Champs, and are charging the people sword in hand. Carriages full of people are being taken to the hospitals. In fact, the maddest excitement reigns throughout the capital. 6:30. During the above, we have instituted inquiries at the Foreign Office. They have not received any intelligence of the above report. If it has come, it must have been by pigeon express. We have not given the above in our columns with a view of its authenticity. Any further information, as soon as obtained, shall be immediately announced to the public. Of strawing. I have already alluded to strawing, which can hardly be described as quackery. It is rather a piece of mountebankery. Many a quack, confining the term to its most common signification, that of a quack doctor, has faith in the excellence of his own nostrums, and so proffers that which he believes to be curative. The strawer, however, sells what he knows is not what he represents it. The strawer offers to sell any passer-by in the streets a straw, and to give the purchaser a paper which he dares not sell. Accordingly as he judges of the character of his audience, so he intimates that the paper is political, libellous, irreligious, or indecent. I am told that as far back as 25 or 26 years straws were sold, but only in the country, with leaves from the Republican, a periodical published by Carlyle. then of Fleet Street, which had been prosecuted by the government. But it seems that the trade died away and was little or hardly known again until the time of the trial of Queen Caroline, and then but sparingly. The straw sale reached its highest commercial pitch at the era of the Reform Bill. The most successful trader in the article is remembered among the patterers as Jack Straw, who was oft enough represented to me as the original strawer. If I inquired further, the answer was, "He was the first in my time." This Jack Straw was, I am told, a fine-looking man, a natural son of Henry Hunt, the blacking manufacturer. He was described to me as an inveterate drunkard and a very reckless fellow. One old hand was certain that this man was Hunt's son, as he himself had "worked" with him, and was sometimes sent by him when he was in trouble or in any strait to 32 Broadwall, Blackfriars, for assistance, which was usually rendered. This was the place where Hunt's matchless blacking and roasted corn were vended. Jack Straw's principal pitch was at Hyde Park Corner, where, said the man whom I have mentioned as working with him, he used to come it very strong against old Nosey, the Hyde Park bully as he called him. To my knowledge he's made 10 shillings and he's made 15 shillings on a night. Oh, it didn't matter to him what he sold with his straws, religion or anything. There was no threepennies, note, threepenny newspapers, end note, then, and he had had a gentleman's education, and he knew what to say, and so the straws went off like smoke. The articles which this man durst not sell were done up in paper, so that no one could very well peruse them on the spot, as a sort of stealth was implied. On my asking Jack Straw's co-worker if he had ever drank with him, "Drank with him?" he answered, "Yes, many a time. I've gone out and pattered or chaunted or anything to get money to buy him 2 glasses of brandy, and good brandy was very dear then, before he could start, for he was all of a tremble until he had his medicine. If I couldn't get brandy it was the best rum, 'cause he had all the tastes of a gentleman. Ah, he's been dead some years, sir, but where he died I don't know. I only heard of his death. He was a nice kindly fellow." The ruse, in respect of strawing, is not remarkable for its originality. It was an old smuggler's trick to sell a sack and give the keg of contraband spirit placed within it, and padded out with straw so as to resemble a sack of corn. The hawkers, prior to 1826, when Mr. Huskisson introduced changes into the silk laws, gave real Injee handkerchiefs, sham, to a customer, and sold him a knot of tape for about 4 shillings. The price of a true bandana, then prohibited and sold openly in the drapers' shops, was about 8 shillings. The East India Company imported about 1 million of bandanas yearly. They were sold by auction for exportation to Hamburg and so on, at about 4 shillings each, and were nearly all smuggled back again to England and disposed of, as I have stated. It is not possible to give anything like statistics as to the money realized by strawing. A well-informed man calculated that, when the trade was at its best, or from 1832 to 1836, there might be generally 50 working it in the country and 20 in London. They did not confine themselves, however, to strawing, but resorted to it only on favourable opportunities. Now there are none in London, their numbers diminished gradually, and very rarely any in the country. Of the sham indecent street trade. This is one of those callings which are at once repulsive and ludicrous. Repulsive when it is considered under what pretences the papers are sold, and ludicrous when the disappointment of the gulled purchaser is contemplated. I have mentioned that one of the allurements held out by the strawer was that his paper, the words used by Jack Straw, could not be admitted into families. Those following the sham indecent trade for a time followed his example and professed to sell straws and give away papers, but the London police became very observant of the sale of straws, more especially under the pretences alluded to, and it has for the past 10 years been rarely pursued in the streets. The plan now adopted is to sell the sealed packet itself, which the patter of the street seller leads his auditors to believe to be some improper or scandalous publication. The packet is some coloured paper, in which is placed a portion of an old newspaper, a Christmas carol, a religious tract, or a slop tailor's puff, given away in the streets for the behoof of another class of gulls. The enclosed paper is, however, never indecent. From a man who had not long ago been in this trade, I had the following account. He was very anxious that nothing should be said which would lead to a knowledge that he was my informant. After having expressed his sorrow that he had ever been driven to this trade from distress, he proceeded to justify himself. He argued, and he was not an ignorant man, that there was neither common sense nor common justice in interfering with a man like him, who, to earn a crust, pretended to sell what shopkeepers, that must pay church and all sorts of rates, sold without being molested. The word shopkeepers was uttered with a bitter emphasis. There are, or were, he continued, shops, for he seemed to know them all, and some of them had been carried on for years, in which shameless publications were not only sold, but exposed in the windows, and why should he be considered a greater offender than a shopkeeper, and be knocked about by the police? There are, or lately were, he said, such shops in the Strand, Fleet Street, a court off Ludgate Hill, Holborn, Drury Lane, Wych Street, the courts near Drury Lane Theatre, Haymarket, High Street, Bloomsbury, St. Martin's Court, Mays Buildings, and elsewhere, to say nothing of Holywell Street. Yet he must be interfered with. I may here remark that I met with no street sellers who did not disbelieve, or affect to disbelieve, that they were really meddled with by the police for obstructing the thoroughfare. They either hint or plainly state that they are removed solely to please the shopkeepers. Such was the reiterated opinion, real or pretended, of my present informant. I took a statement from this man, but do not care to dwell upon the subject. The trade, in the form I have described, had been carried on, he thought, for the last 6 years. At one time 20 men followed it. At present, he believed, there were only 6, and they worked only at intervals and as opportunities offered, some going out, for instance, to sell almanacs or memorandum books, and, when they met with a favourable chance, offering their sealed packets. My informant's customers were principally boys, young men, and old gentlemen, but old gentlemen chiefly when the trade was new. This street seller's great gun, as he called it, was to make up packets, as closely resembling as he could accomplish it, those which were displayed in the windows of any of the shops I have alluded to. He would then station himself at some little distance from one of those shops, and, if possible, so as to encounter those who had stopped to study the contents of the window, and would represent, broadly enough, he admitted, when he dared, that he could sell for 6pence what was charged 5 shillings or 2 shillings and 6pence, or whatever price he had seen announced, in that very neighbourhood. He sometimes ventured also to mutter something unintelligibly about the public being imposed upon. On one occasion he took 6 shillings in the street in about 2 hours. On another evening he took 4 shillings and 8pence in the street, and was called aside by 2 old gentlemen, each of whom told him to come to an address given at the West End, and ask for such and such initials. To one he sold 2 packets for 2 shillings, to the other 5 packets, each 1 shilling, or 11 shillings and 8pence in one evening. The packets were in different coloured papers, and had the impressions of a large seal on red wax at the back, and he assured the old gents, as he called them, one of whom he thought was silly, that they were all different. And very likely, he said chucklingly, they were different, for they were made out of a lot of missionary tracts and old newspapers that I got dirt cheap at a waste shop. I should like to have seen the old gent's face as he opened his 5 shillings worth, one after another. This trade, however, among old gentlemen was prosperous for barely a month. It got blown then, sir, and they wouldn't buy any more, except a very odd one. This man, and he believed it was the same with all the others in the trade, never visited the public houses, for a packet would soon have been opened and torn there, which, he said, people was ashamed to do in the public streets. As well as he could recollect, he had never sold a single packet to a girl or a woman. Drunken women of the town had occasionally made loud comments on his calling, and offered to purchase, but on such occasions, fearful of a disturbance, he always hurried away. I have said that the straw trade is now confined to the country, and I give a specimen of the article vended there by the patterer in the sham indecent trade. It was purchased of a man who sold it folded in the form of a letter, and is addressed "On Royal Service, by Express, Private, to Her Royal Highness Victoria, Princess Royal, Kensington Palace, London, entered at Stationers' Hall." The man who sold it had a wisp of straw round his neck, and introduced his wares with the following patter: "I am well aware that many persons here present will say, what an absurd idea, the idea of selling straws for a halfpenny each, when there are so many lying about the street. But the reason is simply this: I am not allowed by the authorities to sell these papers, so I give them away and sell my straws. There are a variety of figures in these papers for gentlemen, some in the bed, some on the bed, some under the bed." The following is a copy of the document thus sold: "Bachelors or maidens, husbands and wives, will love each other and lead happy lives if both these letters to read are inclined. Secrets worth knowing therein they will find. Dated from the Duchy of Coburg. My dearest Victoria." Reader's note. There follows a long paragraph of mixed letters, some upside down, some right way up, some inverted left to right, apparently in the form of words, and occasionally reminding the reader of actual words, but always cryptic. End reader's note. "Your adored lover, Albert, Prince of Coburg." On the back of this page is the following cool initiation of the purchaser into the mysteries of the epistle. Directions for the purchasers to understand the royal love letters, and showing them how to practice the art of secret letter writing. Proceed to lay open Albert's letter by the side of Victoria's, and having done so, then look carefully down them until you have come to a word at the left-hand corner near the end of each letter, having 2 marks thus, reader's note, 2 horizontal slashes, end reader's note, when you must commence with that word and read from left to right after you have turned them bottom upwards before a looking-glass, so that you may peruse the copy reflected therein. But you must notice, throughout all the words every other letter is upside down, also every other word single, but the next 2 words being purposely joined together, therefore they are double, and in addition to those letters placed upside down, makes it more mysterious in the reading. The reader is recommended to copy each word in writing, when he will be able to read the letters forward, and after a little practice he can soon learn to form all his words in the same curious manner when he wants to write a secret letter. Be sure, when holding it upside down before a looking-glass, that the light of a candle is placed between, then by the reflection it will show much plainer, and be sooner discovered. If you intend to practice a joke, and make it answer the purpose of a valentine, write what you think necessary on the adjoining blank page, then post it, with the superscription filled up in this manner. After the word "to," write the name and address of the party. Also place the word "from" before Victoria's name. Then the address on the outside of this letter will read somewhat after the following fashion: To Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, with the number, if any, in such and such a street. At the same time, your letter will appear as if it came from royalty. N.B. You must first buy both the letters, as the other letter is an answer to this one, and because without the reader has got both letters, he will not have the secrets perfect. Notwithstanding the injunction to buy both letters, and the seeming necessity of having both to understand the directions, the patterer was selling only the one I have given. That the trade in sham indecent publications was at one time very considerable, and was not unobserved by those who watch, as it is called, the signs of the times, is shown by the circumstance that the Anti-Corn Law League paper, called the Bread Basket, could only be got off by being done up in a sealed packet, and sold by patterers as a pretended improper work. The really indecent trade will be described hereafter. For a month my informant thought he had cleared 35 shillings a week for another month 20 shillings, and as an average since that time from 5 shillings to 7 shillings and sixpence weekly, until he discontinued the trade. It is very seldom practised unless in the evening, and perhaps only one street seller depends entirely upon it. Supposing that 6 men last year each cleared 6 shillings weekly, we find upwards of £93 expended yearly in the streets on this rubbish. The capital required to start in the business is 6pence or 1 shilling, to be expended in paper, paste, and sometimes sealing wax. End of section 40. Section 41 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 41. Of Religious Tract Sellers. The sellers of religious tracts are now, I am informed, at the least about 50, but they were at one time far more numerous, when penny books were few and very small religious tracts were by far the cheapest things in print. It is common, moreover, for a religious society or an individual to give a poor person, children especially, tracts for sale. A great many tract sellers from 25 to 35 years ago were, or pretended to be, maimed old soldiers or sailors. The traffic is now in the hands of what may be called an anomalous body of men. More than 1/2 of the tract sellers are foreigners, such as Malays, Hindus, and Negroes. Of them, some cannot speak English, and some, who earn a spare subsistence by selling Christian tracts, are Mohammedans or worshippers of Brahma. The man whose portrait supplies the daguerreotyped illustration of this number is unable to speak a word of English, and the absence of an interpreter, through some accident, prevented his statement being taken at the time appointed. I shall give it, however, with the necessary details on the subject, under another head. With some men and boys, I am informed, tract selling is but a pretext for begging. Of a Benefit Society of Patterers. In the course of my inquiries, I received an account of an effort made by a body of these people to provide against sickness, a step so clearly in the right direction, and perhaps so little to be expected from the habits of the class, that I feel bound to notice it. It was called the Street Sellers' Society, but as nearly all the bona fide members, or those who sought benefits from its funds, were patterers in paper or ballad singers, I can most appropriately notice their proceedings here. The society sprung up accidental, as it was expressed to me. A few paper workers were conversing of the desirableness of such an institution, and one of the body suggested a benefit club, which it was at once determined to establish. It was accordingly established between 6 and 7 years ago, and was carried on for about 4 years. The members varied in number from 40 to 50, but of a proportion of 40, as many as 18 might be tradesmen who were interested in the street trade, either in supplying the articles in demand for it, or from keeping public houses resorted to by the fraternity, or any such motive, or who were merely curious to mix in such society. Mr. C. was conductor, Mr. J. H. a poet, and the writer of Black Bess, The Demon of the Sea, and other things which took in the streets, secretary, and a well-known patterer was under conductor, with which office was mixed up the rather onerous duties of a kind of master of the ceremonies on meeting nights. None of the officers were paid. The subscription was 2d a week, and meetings of the members were held once a week. Each member, not an officer, paid a halfpenny for admission to the fund, and could introduce a visitor, who also paid a halfpenny. No charge was made for the use of the club room in a public house, which was entirely in the control of the members. Everyone using bad language, or behaving improperly, was fined a halfpenny, and on a second offence was ejected, and sometimes, if the misbehaviour was gross, on the first. Anyone called upon to sing and refusing, or being unable, was fined a halfpenny, and was liable to be called upon again and pay another fine. A visitor sometimes, instead of a halfpenny, offered 6pence when fined, but this was not accepted, only a halfpenny could be received. The members' wives could and did often accompany their husbands to the meetings, but women of the town, whether introduced by members or not, were not permitted to remain. "They found their way in a few times," said the man who was under conductor to me, "but I managed to work them out without any bother, and without insulting them, God forbid." The assistance given was 5 shillings weekly to sick members who were not in arrear in their subscriptions. If the man had a family to support, a gathering was made for him, in addition to his weekly allowance, for the members were averse to distress the box fund. There was no allowance for the burial of a member, but a gathering took place and perhaps a raffle to raise funds for a wake, sometimes, and an interment. And during the existence of the society, 3 members, I was told, were buried that way comfortably. The subscriptions were paid up regularly enough. "Indeed," said a member to me, "if a man earned anything, his mates knew of it. We all know how the cat jumps that way, so he must either pay or be scratched." The members not unfrequently lent each other money to pay up their subscriptions. Fashionable young swells, I was told, often visited the house, and stayed till 3 or 4 in the morning, but were very seldom in the club-room, which was closed regularly at 12. After that hour, the swells, who were bent upon seeing life, and they are a class whom the patterers on all such occasions not so very unreasonably consider fair game for bamboozling, could enjoy the society congenial to their tastes or gratifying to their curiosity. On one occasion 2 policemen were among the visitors, and were on friendly terms enough with the members, some of whom they had seen before. From the beginning there seems to have been a distrust of one another among the members, but a distrust not invincible, or the club would never have been formed. Instead of the box or fund, the money being deposited in a box, being allowed to accumulate, so that an investment might be realized available for any emergency, the fund was divided among the members quarterly, and then the subscription went on anew. The payments, however, fell off. The calling of the members was precarious, their absence in the country was frequent, and so the society ceased to exist, but the members were satisfied that everything was done honourably. The purpose to which the funds, on a quarterly division, were devoted was one not confined to such men as the patterers, to a supper. "None of your light suppers, sir," said a member, "not by no means, and we were too fly to send anybody to market but ourselves. We used to go to Leadenhall and buy a cut off a sirloin, which was roasted prime and smelt like an angel, but not so often, for it's a dear jint. The bones is heavy. One of the favouriteest jints was a boiled leg of mutton with caper trimmings. That is a good supper. I believe you, my hero." Of the abodes, tricks, marriage, character and characteristics of the different grades of patterers. Having now given an account of those who may be called the literary patterers proper, or at any rate of those who do not deem it vain so to account themselves, because they work paper, I proceed to adduce an account of the different grades of patterers generally, for patter has almost as many divisions as literature. There is patter pathetic, as from beggars, bouncing, to puff off anything of little or no value, comic, as by the clowns, descriptive, as in the cases where the vendor describes, however ornately, what he really sells, religious, as occasionally by the vendors of tracts, real patter, as it is understood by the profession, to make a thing believed to be what it is not, classical, as in the case of the sale of stenographic cards and so on, and sporting, as in race cards. The pattering tribe is by no means confined to the traffic in paper, though it may be the principal calling as regards the acuteness of its professors. Among these street folk are the running and standing patterers or stationers, as they are sometimes but rarely styled, and in these are included the death and fire hunters of whom I have spoken, chaunters, second edition sellers, reciters, conundrum sellers, board workers, strawers, sellers of sham indecent publications, street auctioneers, cheap jacks, mountebanks, quacks, clowns, the various classes of showmen, jugglers, conjurers, ring sellers for wagers, sovereign sellers, corn curers, grease removers, French polishers, blacking sellers, nostrum vendors, fortune tellers, oratorical beggars, turnpike sailors, the classes of lurkers, stenographic card sellers, and the vendors of race cards or lists. The following accounts have been written for me by the same gentleman who has already described the religion, morals, and so on of Patras. He has for some years resided among the class, and has pursued a street calling for his existence. What I have already said of his opportunities of personal observation and of dispassionate judgment I need not iterate. I wish, says the writer in question, in the disclosures I am now about to make concerning the Patras generally, to do more than merely put the public on their guard. I take no cruel delight in dragging forth the follies of my fellow men. Before I have done with my subject, I hope to draw forth and exhibit some of the latent virtues of the class under notice, many of whom I know to sigh in secret over that one imprudent step, whatever its description, which has furnished the censorious with a weapon they have been but too ready to wield. The first thing for me to do is to give a glance at the habitations of these outcasts, and to set forth their usual conduct, opinions, conversation, and amusements. As London, including the 10-mile circle, is the headquarters of lodging-house life, and least known because most crowded, I shall lift the veil which shrouds the vagrant hovel where the Patra usually resides. As there are many individuals in lodging-houses who are not regular Patras or professional vagrants, being rather, as they term themselves, travellers or tramps, so there are multitudes who do not inhabit such houses who really belong to the fraternity, pattering or vagrant. Of these, some take up their abode in what they call flatty kens, that is, houses the landlord of which is not awake or fly to the moves and dodges of the trade. Others resort to the regular padding kens, or houses of call for vagabonds, while others, and especially those who have families, live constantly in furnished rooms, and have little intercourse with the regular travellers, tramps, or wanderers. The medium houses the London vagrant haunts, for I have no wish to go to extremes either way, are probably in Westminster, and perhaps the fairest model of the monkry is the house in Orchard Street, once the residence of royalty, which has been kept and conducted for half a century by the veteran who, some 50 years ago, was the only man who amused the population with that well-known ditty, "If I'd as much money as I could tell, I would not cry young lambs to sell." Mr., for that is the old man's title, still manufactures lambs, but seldom goes out himself. His sons, obedient and exemplary young men, take the toys into the country, and dispose of them at fairs and markets. The wife of this man is a woman of some beauty and good sound sense, but far too credulous for the position of which she is the mistress. So much for the establishment. I have now to deal with the inmates. No one could be long an inmate of Mr. Blank's without discerning in the motley group persons who had seen better days, and seated on the same bench, persons who are seeing the best days they ever saw. When I took up my abode in the house under consideration, I was struck by the appearance of a middle-aged ladylike woman, a native of Worcester, bred to the glove trade, and brought up in the lap of plenty, and under the high sanction of religious principle. She had evidently some source of mental anguish. I believe it was the conduct of her husband, by whom she had been deserted, and who was living with a woman to whom, it is said, the wife had shown much kindness. By her sat a giant in size, and candour demands that I should say a giant in sin. When Navy Jem, as he is called, used to work for his living, it was a long while ago, he drove a barrow at the formation of the Great Western Railway. At present the man lies in bed till midday, and when he makes his appearance in the kitchen, the very kittens on the hearth they dare not even play. His breakfast embraces all the good things of the season. He divides his delicacies with a silver fork. Where did he get it? The mode in which this man obtains a livelihood is at once a mixture and a mystery. His prevailing plan is to waylay gentlemen in the decline of life, and to extort money by threats of accusation and exposure, to which I can do no more than allude. His wife, a notorious shoplifter, is now for the third time expiating her offences in Coldbath Fields. Next to Navy Jem may be perceived a little stunted woman of pretended Scotch but really Irish extraction, whose husband has died in the hospital for consumption at least as many times as the hero of Waterloo has seen engagements. At last the man did die, and his widow has been collecting money to bury him for 8 years past, but has not yet secured the required sum. This woman, whose name I never knew, has a boy and a girl. To the former she is very kind, the latter she beats without mercy, always before breakfast, and with such almost unvaried punctuality that her brother will sometimes whisper, after saying grace, "Mother, has our Poll had her licks yet?" Among the records of mortality lately before the public is the account of a notorious woman who was found suffocated in a stagnant pool. Whether from suicide or accident, it was impossible to determine. She had been in every hospital in town and country, suffering from a disease entirely self-procured. She applied strong acids to wounds previously punctured with a pin, and so caused her body to present one mass of sores. She was deemed incurable by the hospital doctors, and liberal collections were made for her among the benevolent in various places. The trick, however, was ultimately discovered, and the failure of her plan, added to the bad state of health to which her bodily injuries had gradually led, preyed upon her mind and hastened her death. This woman had been the paramour of Peter the crossing sweeper, a man who for years went about showing similar wounds, which he pretended had been inflicted while fighting in the Spanish Legion, though truth to say he had never been nearer Spain than Liverpool is to New York. He had followed the monkery from a child, and chiefly since from manhood, as a broken-down weaver from Leicester, and after singing through every one of the provinces, "We've got no work to do," he scraped acquaintance with a school of shallow coves, that is, men who go about half-naked, telling frightful tales about shipwrecks, hairbreadth escapes from houses on fire, and such like aqueous and igneous calamities. By these Peter was initiated into the scaldrum dodge, or the art of burning the body with a mixture of acids and gunpowder, so as to suit the hues and complexion of the accident to be deplored. Such persons hold every morning a committee of ways and means, according to whose decision the movements of the day are carried out. Sometimes, when on their country rounds, they go singly up to the houses of the gentry and wealthy farmers, begging shirts, which they hide in hedges while they go on to another house and beg a similar article. Sometimes they go in crowds, to the number of from 12 to 20. They are most successful when the swell is not at home. If they can meet with the barouche (mistress), or the young ladies, they put it on them for dunnage (beg a stock of general clothing), flattering their victims first and frightening them afterwards. A friend of mine was present in a lodging-house in Plymouth when a school of the shallow coves returned from their day's work with 6 suits of clothes and 27 shirts, besides children's apparel and shoes, all of which were sold to a broker in the same street, and besides these, the donations in money received amounted to 4 shillings and 4pence a man. At this enterprise Peter continued several years, but, to use his own words, everything has but a time. The country got dead to him, and people got fly to the shallow brigade, so Peter came up to London to try his hand at something else. Housed in the domicile of Sayer the barber, who has enriched himself by beer shops and lodging-house keeping to the tune, it is said, of £20,000, Peter amused the travellers of Wentworth Street, Whitechapel, with recitals of what he had seen and done. Here, a profligate but rather intelligent man, who had really been in the service of the Queen of Spain, gave him an old red jacket, and with it such instructions as equipped him for the imposition. One sleeve of this jacket usually hung loosely by his side, while the arm it should have covered was exposed naked, and to all appearances withered. His rule was to keep silence till a crowd assembled round him, when he began to patter to them to the following effect: "Ladies and gentlemen, it is with feelings of no common reluctance that I stand before you at this time, but although I am not without feelings, I am totally without friends, and frequently without food. This wound," showing his disfigured arm, "I received in the service of the Queen of Spain, and I have many more on different parts of my person. I received a little praise for my brave conduct, but not a penny of pension, and here I am. There's no deception, you see, ill in health, poor in pocket, and exposed without proper nourishment to wind and weather. The cold is blowing through me till I am almost perished." His doxy stood by and received the voluntary contributions of the audience in a soldier's cap, which our hero emptied into his pocket, and after snivelling out his thanks, departed to renew the exhibition in the nearest available thoroughfare. Peter boasted that he could make on an average 15 of these pitches a day, and as the proceeds were estimated at something considerable in each pitch, he has been known to take as much as £0.50 in pence at one standing. He was able to sport his figure at Astley's in the evening, to eat spring lamb, and when reeling home under the influence of whisky, to entertain the peaceful inhabitants with the music of "We Won't Go Home Till Morning." Whether the game got stale or Peter became honest is beyond the purport of my communication to settle. If any reader, however, should make his purchases at the Puffing Fishmonger's in Lombard Street, they may find Peter now pursuing the more honest occupation of sweeping the crossing by the Church of St. Gabriel, Fenchurch Street. Among the most famous of the lurking patterers was Captain Moody, the son of poor but honest parents in the county of Cornwall, who died during his boyhood, leaving him to the custody of a maiden aunt. This lady soon, and not without reason, got tired of her incorrigible charge. Young Moody was apprenticed successively to 3 trades, and wanted not ability to become expert in any of them. But having occasional interviews with some of the gipsy tribe, and hearing from themselves of their wonderful achievements, he left the sober walks of life and joined this vagrant fraternity. His new position, however, was attractive only while it was novel. Moody, who had received a fair education, soon became disgusted with the coarseness and vulgarity of his associates. At the solicitation of a neighbouring clergyman, he was restored to the friendship of his aunt, who had soon sad reason to regret that her compassion had got the better of her prudence. For one Sunday afternoon, while she was absent at church, young Moody, who had pleaded indisposition and so obtained permission to stay at home, decamped. After dispatching the servant to the town a mile distant to fetch the doctor, in the meantime emptying his aunt's safety cupboard of a couple of gold watches and £72 in cash and country notes. His roving disposition then induced him to try the sea, and the knowledge he obtained during several voyages fitted him for those maritime frauds which got him the name of Captain Moody the Lurker. The frauds of this person are well known, and often recounted with great admiration among the battering fraternity. On one occasion the principal butcher in Gosport was summoned to meet a gentleman at a hotel. The Louisa, a brig, had just arrived at Portsmouth. The captain's name was Young, and this gentleman Moody personated for the time being. "I have occasion," said he to the butcher, "for an additional supply of beef for the Louisa. I have heard you spoken of by Captain Harrison," whom Moody knew to be an old friend of the butcher's, "and I have thus given you the preference. I want a bullock cut up in 12-pound pieces. It must be on board by 3 tomorrow." The price was agreed upon, and the captain threw down a few sovereigns in payment, but of course discovered that he had not gold enough to cover the whole amount, so he proposed to give him a cheque he had just received from Captain Harrison for £100, and the butcher could give him the difference. The tradesman was nothing loath, for a cheque upon Vallance, Mills and West with Captain Harrison's signature was reckoned equal to money any day, and so the butcher considered the one he had received, until the next morning when the draft and the order proved to be forgeries. The culprit was of course nowhere to be found, nor indeed heard of till 2 years after, when he had removed the scene of his depredations to Liverpool. In that port he had a colleague, a man whose manners and appearance were equally prepossessing. Moody sent his pal into a jeweller's shop near the corner of Lord Street, who there purchased a small gold seal, paid for it, and took his leave. Immediately afterwards, Moody entered the shop under evident excitement, declaring that he had seen the person who had just left the shop secrete 2, if not 3, seals up his coat sleeve, adding that the fellow had just gone through the exchange, and that if the jeweller were quick, he would be sure to catch him. The jeweller ran out without his hat, leaving his kind friend in charge of the shop, and soon returned with the supposed criminal in his custody. The captain, however, in the meantime, had decamped, taking with him a tray from the window, containing precious materials to the value of £300. At another time, the captain prepared a document setting forth losses in the Baltic trade, and a dismal variety of disasters, and concluding with a melancholy shipwreck, which had really taken place just about that time in the German Ocean. With this, he travelled over great part of Scotland, and with almost unprecedented success. Journeying near the Firth of Forth, he paid a visit to Lord Dalmeny, a nobleman of great benevolence, who had read the account of the shipwreck in the local journals, and wondered that the petition was not signed by influential persons on the spot, and, somewhat suspicious of the reality of the captain's identity, placed a terrestrial globe before him, and begged to be shown in what latitude he was cast away. The awkwardness with which Moody handled the globe showed that he was out of his latitude altogether. His lordship therefore committed the document to the flames, but generously gave the captain a sovereign and some good advice. The former he appropriated at the nearest public house. Of the latter he never made the least use. Old and worn out by excesses and imprisonment, he subsists now by sitting pad about the suburban pavements, and when on a recent evening he was recognised in a low public house in Deptford, he was heard to say, with a sigh, once I could screeve a fakement, write a petition, or cooper a monica, forge a signature, with any man alive, and my heart's game now, but I'm old and asthmatic, and got the rheumatiz, so that I ain't worth a D—N. The Lady Lurker. Of this person very little is known, and that little, it is said, makes her an object of pity. Her father was a dissenting minister in Bedfordshire. She has been twice married. Her first husband was a schoolmaster at Hackney, and nephew of a famous divine, who wrote a commentary on the Bible and was chaplain to George III. She afterwards married a physician in Cambridgeshire, a Dr. S—, who is alleged to have treated her ill, and even to have attempted to poison her. She has no children, and since the death of her husband has passed through various grades, till she is now a cadger. She dresses becomingly in black, and sends in her card, Mrs. Dr. S—, to the houses whose occupants are known or supposed to be charitable. She talks with them for a certain time, and then draws forth a few boxes of lucifers, which she says she is compelled to sell for her living. These lucifers are merely excuses, of course, for begging. Still, nothing is known to have ever transpired in her behaviour wholly unworthy of a distressed gentlewoman. She lives in private lodgings. I continue the account of these habitations and of their wretched occupants from the pen of the same gentleman whose vicissitudes, partly self-procured, led him to several years' acquaintance with the subject. Padding kens, lodging-houses, in the country are certainly preferable abodes to those of St. Giles's, Westminster, or Whitechapel, but in country as in town their condition is extremely filthy and disgusting. Many of them are scarcely ever washed, and as to sweeping, once a week is miraculous. In most cases they swarm with vermin, and, except where their position is very airy, the ventilation is imperfect, and frequent sickness the necessary result. It is a matter of surprise that the nobility, clergy, and gentry of the realm should permit the existence of such horrid dwellings. I think, continues my informant, that the majority of these poor wretches are without even the idea of respectability or home comforts. Many of them must be ranked among the worst of our population. Some, who could live elsewhere, prefer these wretched abodes because they answer various evil purposes. With beggars, patterers, hawkers, tramps, and vendors of their own manufacture are mingled thieves, women of easy virtue, and men of no virtue at all. A few, and by far the smallest portion, are persons who once filled posts of credit and affluence, but whom bankruptcy, want of employment, or sickness has driven to these dismal retreats. The vast majority of London vagrants take their summer vacation in the country, and the dodges of both are interchanged, and every new move circulates in almost no time. I will endeavour to sketch a few of the most renowned performers on this theatre of action. By far the most illustrious is Nicholas A—, a name known to the whole cadging fraternity as a real descendant from Bamfield Moor Carew, and the prince of lurkers and patterers for 30 years past. This man owes much of his success to his confessedly imposing appearance, and many of his escapes to the known respectability of his connections. His father, yet alive, is a retired captain in the Royal Navy, a gentleman of good private property, and one of Her Majesty's Justices of Peace for the county of Devon. the southern extremity of which was the birthplace of Nicholas. But little is known of his early days. He went to school at Tavistock, where he received a good education, and began life by cheating his schoolfellows. The foolish fondness of an indulgent mother, and some want of firmness in paternal discipline, accelerated the growth of every weed of infamy in Nicholas, and baffled every experiment by sea and land to set him up in life. Scarcely was he out of his teens when he honoured the sister country with his visits and his depredations. About the centre of Sackville Street, Dublin, there lived a wealthy silversmith of the name of Wise. Into his shop, accompanied by one of his pals in livery, went Nicholas, whose gentlemanly exterior, as I've already hinted, would disarm suspicion in a stranger. "Good morning, sir. Is your name Wise?" "Yes, sir." "Well, that is my name." "Indeed, of the English family, I suppose?" "Yes, sir. East Kent." "Oh, indeed. Related to the ladies of Leeds Castle, I presume?" "I have the honour to be their brother." "James, is your name James or John?" "Neither, sir, it is Jacob." "Oh, indeed, a very ancient name. Well, I have occasion to give a party at the Corn Exchange Tavern, and I want a little plate on hire. Can you supply me?" A very polite affirmative settled this part of the business. Plate to the amount of £150 was selected and arranged, when Nicholas discovered that his pocket-book was at home. To complete the deception, his right arm was in a sling. "Will you, Mr. Wise, you see my infirmity, write me a few lines?" "With the greatest pleasure," was the silversmith's reply. "Well, let me see. My dear, do not be surprised at this. I want £150 or all the money you can send per bearer. I will explain at dinner time. J. Wise." "Now, John, take this to your mistress and be quick." As John was not very hasty in his return, Nicholas went to look for him, leaving a strict injunction that the plate should be sent to the Corn Exchange Tavern as soon as the deposit was received. This happened at 11 in the forenoon. The clock struck 5, and no return of either the master or the man. The jeweller left a message with his apprentice and went home to his dinner. He was met at the door of his suburban villa by his better half, who wondered what made him so late, and wished to know the nature of the exigency which had caused him to send home for so much money. The good man's perplexity was at an end when he saw his own handwriting on the note, and every means within the range of constabulary vigilance was taken to capture the offender, but Nicholas and his servant got clear off. This man's ingenuity was then taxed as to the next move, so he thought it expedient to tax somebody else. He went with his pal to a miscellaneous repository, where they bought a couple of old ledgers, useful only as waste paper, a bag to hold money, 2 ink bottles, and so on. Thus equipped, they waited on the farmers of the district and exhibited a fakement, setting forth parliamentary authority for imposing a tax upon the geese. They succeeded to admiration, and weeks elapsed before the hoax was discovered. The coolness of thus assuming legislatorial functions and being at the same time the executive power has rarely been equalled. There is an old proverb that it is an ill wind that blows nobody good. The gallant captain was domiciled at a lodging-house in Gainsborough, Lincolnshire, where he found all the lodgers complaining of the badness of the times. Most of them were makers of nets. He sallied forth to all the general shops, and left his fictitious captain card at each, with an order for an unusual number of nets. This dodge gave a week's work to at least 20 poor people. But whether the shopkeepers were caught in a net, or the articles were paid for and removed by the captain, or whether it was a piece of pastime on his part, I did not stay long enough to ascertain. Nicholas A. is now in his 62nd year, a perfect hypochondriac. On his own authority, and it is, no doubt, too true, he has been lurking on every conceivable system, from forging a bill of exchange down to maundering on the fly, for the greater part of his life, and excepting the 113 times he has been in provincial jails, society has endured the scourge of his deceptions for a quarter of a century at least. He now lives with a young prostitute in Portsmouth, and contributes to her wretched earnings an allowance of 5 shillings a week, paid to him by the attorney of a distant and disgusted relative. The writer of this account was himself 2 whole years on the Monkery before he saw a lodging-house for tramps, and the first he ever saw was one well known to every patterer in Christendom, and whose fame, he says, is gone out into all lands, for its wayfaring inmates are very proud of its popularity. It may be as well, writes the informant in question, before submitting the following account, to state that there are other and more elaborate marks, the hieroglyphics of tramping, than those already given. I will accordingly explain them. 2 hawkers, pals, go together, but separate when they enter a village, one taking each side of the road and selling different things, and so as to inform each other as to the character of the people at whose houses they call, they chalk certain marks on their doorposts. Reader's note, symbol like a question mark on its side, with the loop facing downwards at the left, and with no dot at the base to the right. End reader's note. Means, go on, I have called here, don't you call, it's no go. Reader's note, same symbol with a short vertical line across the horizontal part of the question mark. End reader's note. Means, stop, you may call here. They want, for instance, what you sell, though not what I sell. Or else they had no change when I was there, but may have it now. Or, if they don't buy, at least they'll treat you civilly. Reader's note, symbol like a letter C with its opening to the left and a horizontal line from its right-hand side. End reader's note. On a corner house or a signpost means I went this way or go on in this direction. Reader's note, the same symbol with a short vertical line across its horizontal part. End reader's note. On a corner house or signpost means stop, don't go any further in this direction. Reader's note, a circle with a dot in the centre. End reader's note, as before explained, means danger. Like many other young men, I had lived above my income, and, too proud to crave parental forgiveness, had thrown off the bonds of authority for a life of adventure. I was now homeless upon the world, with a body capable of either exertion or fatigue, and a heart not easily terrified by danger. I endured rather than enjoyed my itinerant position. I sold small articles of Tunbridge ware, perfumery, and so on, and by munging, note, begging, end note, over them, sometimes in Latin, got a better living than I expected, or probably deserved. I was always of temperate and rather abstemious habits, but ignorant of the haunts of other wanderers, whom I saw in dozens every day upon every road, and every conceivable pursuit. I took up my nightly quarters at a sort of third-rate public houses, and supposed that my contemporaries did the same. How long my ignorance might have continued, if left to myself, I can hardly determine. An adventure at a roadside inn, however, removed the veil from my eyes, and I became gradually and speedily awake to every move on the board. It was a lovely evening in July. The air was serene and the scenery romantic. My own feelings were in unison with both, and enhanced perhaps by the fact that I had beguiled the last 2 miles of my deliberate walk with a page out of my pocket companion, Burke on the Sublime and Beautiful. I was now smoking my pipe and quaffing a pint of real Yorkshire stingo in the keeping room. Note, a term which combines parlour and kitchen in one word. End note. Of a real Yorkshire village, Dranfield near Sheffield. A young person of the other sex was my only and accidental companion. She had been driven into the house by the over-officiousness of a vigilant village constable, who, finding that she sold lace without a licence, and, infinitely worse, refused to listen to his advances, had warned her to make herself scarce at her earliest possible convenience. Having elicited what I did for a living, she popped the startling question to me, "Where do you hang out in Sheffield?" I told her that I'd never been in Sheffield, and did not hang out my little wares, but used my persuasive art to induce the purchase of them. The lady said, "Well, you are green. I mean, where do you doss?" This was no better. It seemed something like Greek. Delta, Omicron, Sigma. Note, I retain the patterer's own words to show the education of the class. End note. But the etymology was no relief to the perplexity. "Where do you mean to sleep?" she inquired. I referred to my usual practice of a journey to an humble public house. My companion at once threw off all manner of disguise and said, "Well, sir, you are a young man that I have taken a liking to, and if you think you should like my company, I will take you to a lodging where there is plenty of travellers, and you will see all sorts of life." I liked the girl's company, and our mutual acquiescence made us companions on the road. We had not got far before we met the aforesaid constable, in company with an unmistakable member of the rural police. They made some inquiries of me which I thought exceeded their commission. I replied to them with a mutilated ode of Horace, when they both determined that I was a Frenchman and allowed us to go on our way rejoicing. The smoky though well-built town of Sheffield was now near at hand. The daylight was past, and the shades of the evening were stretching out. We were therefore enabled to journey through the thoroughfares without impertinent remarks, or perhaps any observation, except from a toothless old woman of John Wesley's school, who was sorry to see two such nice young people going about the country, and wondered if we ever thought of eternity. After a somewhat tedious ramble, we arrived at Water Lane, at the Bug Trap, which from time immemorial has been the name of the most renowned lodging-house in that, or perhaps any, locality. Water Lane is a dark, narrow street, crowded with human beings of the most degraded sort, the chosen atmosphere of cholera and the stronghold of theft and prostitution. In less than half an hour my fair companion and myself were sipping our tea and eating Yorkshire cake in this same lodging-house. "God bless every happy couple," was echoed from a rude stentorian voice, while a still ruder hand bumped down upon our tea-table a red earthen dish of no small dimensions, into which was poured from the mouth of a capacious bag fragments of fish, flesh, and fowl, viands and vegetables of every sort, intermingled with bits of cheese and dollops of Yorkshire pudding. The man to whom this heterogeneous mass belonged appeared anything but satisfied with his lot. "Well," said he, "I don't know what this here monkery will come to after a bit. 3 bob and a tanner, and that there dish of scran, enough to feed 2 families for a fortnight, is all I got this blessed day since 7 o'clock in the morning, and now it's 9 at night." I ventured to say something, but a remark too base for repetition put the stunners on me, and I held my peace. I was here surprised, on conversing with my young female companion, to find that she went to church, said her prayers night and morning, and knew many of the collects, some of which she repeated, beside a pleasing variety of Dr. Watts' hymns. At the death of her mother, her father had given up housekeeping, and, being too fond of a wandering life, had led his only child into habits like his own. As the night advanced, the party at the Bug Trap more than doubled. High-flyers, shallow coves, turnpike sailors, and swells out of luck made up an assembly of 80 human beings, more than half of whom were doomed to sleep on a makeshift, in other words, on a platform raised just 10 inches above the floor of the garret, which it nearly equalled in dimensions. Here were to be huddled together, with very little covering, old men and women, young men and children, with no regards to age, sex, or propensities. The Mott of the Ken, nickname for matron of the establishment, had discovered that I was a more bettermost sort of person, and hinted that if I would come down with 2pence more, 3pence was the regular nightly charge, I and the young gal as I was with might have a little crib to ourselves in a little room, along with another woman what was married and had a kid, and whose husband had got a month for gridling in the main drag, singing in the High Street, and being cheekish, saucy, to the beadle. Next morning I bade adieu to the Bug Trap, and I hope for ever. The same informant further stated that he was some time upon tramp before he even knew of the existence of a common lodging-house. After I'd matriculated at Sheffield, he says, I continued some time going to public houses to sleep, until my apparel having got shabby and my acquaintance with misfortune more general, I submitted to be the associate of persons whom I never spoke to out of doors, and whose even slight acquaintance I have long renounced. My first introduction to a London padding ken was in Whitechapel. The place was then called Cat and Wheel Alley, now Commercial Street, On the spot where St. Jude's Church now stands was a double lodging-house, kept by a man named Yearsley. One side of it was for single men and women, the other married couples. As these couples made frequent exchanges, it is scarcely probable that Mr. Yearsley ever asked to see their marriage lines. These changes were indeed as common as they were disgusting. I knew 2 brothers, Birmingham nailers, who each brought a young woman out of service from the country. After a while each became dissatisfied with his partner. The mistress of the house, an old procuress from Portsmouth, proposed that they should change their wives. They did so, to the amusement of 9 other couples sleeping on the same floor, and some of whom followed the example, and more than once during the night. When Cat and Wheel Alley was pulled down, the crew removed to George Yard. The proprietor died, and his wife sold the concern to a wooden-legged Welshman named Hughes, commonly called Taff. I was there some time. Taff was a notorious receiver of stolen goods. I knew 2 little boys who brought home 6 pairs of new Wellington boots, which this miscreant bought at 1 shilling per pair, and when they had no luck, he would take the strap off his wooden leg and beat them through the nakedness of their rags. He boarded and lodged about a dozen Chelsea and Greenwich pensioners. These he used to follow and watch closely till they got paid. Then, after they'd settled with him, he would make them drunk and rob them of the few shillings they had left. One of these dens of infamy may be taken as a specimen of the whole class. They've generally a spacious, though often ill-ventilated, kitchen, the dirty, dilapidated walls of which are hung with prints, while a shelf or two are generally, though barely, furnished with crockery and kitchen utensils. In some places knives and forks are not provided, unless a penny is left with the deputy or manager till they are returned. A brush of any kind is a stranger, and a looking-glass would be a miracle. The average number of nightly lodgers is in winter 70, and in summer, when many visit the provinces, from 40 to 45. The general charge is, if 2 sleep together, 3d per night, or 4d for a single bed. In either case, it is by no means unusual to find 18 or 20 in one small room, the heat and horrid smell from which are insufferable. And where there are young children, the staircases are the lodgment of every kind of filth and abomination. In some houses there are rooms for families where, on a rickety machine which they dignify by the name of a bedstead, may be found the man, his wife, and a son or daughter perhaps 18 years of age, while the younger children aged from 7 to 14 sleep on the floor. If they have linen, they take it off to escape vermin, and rise naked one by one, or sometimes brother and sister together. This is no ideal picture. The subject is too capable of being authenticated to need that meaningless or dishonest assistance called allowable exaggeration. The amiable and deservedly popular minister of a district church, built among lodging houses, has stated that he has found 29 human beings in one apartment, and that having with difficulty knelt down between 2 beds to pray with a dying woman, his legs became so jammed that he could hardly get up again. End of section 41. Section 42 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 42. Out of some 80 such habitations, continues my informant, I have only found 2 which had any sort of garden, and I'm happy to add that in neither of these 2 was there a single case of cholera. In the others, however, the pestilence raged with terrible fury. Of all the houses of this sort, the best I know is the one note previously referred to in Orchard Street, Westminster, and another in 7 Dials, kept by a Mr. Mann, formerly a wealthy butcher. Cleanliness is inscribed on every wall of the house. Utensils of every kind are in abundance, with a plentiful supply of water and gas. The beds do not exceed 5 in a room, and they're changed every week. There is not one disorderly lodger, and although the master has sustained heavy losses, ill health, and much domestic affliction, himself and his house may be regarded as patterns of what is wanted for the London poor. As there is a sad similarity between these abodes, so there is a sort of caste belonging in general to the inmates. Of them it may be averred that whatever their pursuits, they are more or less alike in their views of men and manners. They hate the aristocracy. Whenever there is a rumour or an announcement of an addition to the royal family, and the news reaches the padding ken, the kitchen for half an hour becomes the scene of uproar. Another expense coming on the B-Y country. The Patters are very fond of the Earl of Carlisle, whom in their attachment they still call Lord Morpeth. They've read many of his lordship's speeches at soirees and so on, and they think he wishes well to a poor man. Sir James Graham had better not show face among them. They have an idea, whence derived we know not, that this nobleman invented 4-penny pieces, and now they say the swells give a joey where they used to give a tanner. The hero of Waterloo is not much amiss if he lets politics alone. The name of a bishop is but another name for a Beelzebub, but they're very fond of the inferior clergy. Lay agents and tract distributors they cannot bear, They think they are spies come to see how much scran food they have got, and then they go and python the minds of the public against poor people. I was once, says our informant, in a house of this kind in George Street, St Giles's. The missionary who visited them on that occasion, Sunday afternoon, had the misfortune to be suspected as the author of some recent exposure in the newspapers. They accused him, and he rebutted the accusations. They replied, and he rejoined. At last one of the men said, "What do you want poking your nose in here for?" "The City Mission," was the answer, "had authorised blank." "Authorised B.D. D. Are you ordained?" "No, not yet, friend." The women then tore the poor gentleman's nether garments in a way I must not describe. The men carried him into the yard, filled his mouth with flour of mustard, and then put him in a water butt. It is, I am satisfied, quite a mistake to suppose that there is much real infidelity among these outcast beings. They almost all believe in a hereafter. Most of them think that the wicked will be punished for a few years, and then the whole universe of people be embraced in the arms of one great forgiving Father. Some of them think that the wicked will not rise at all, the punishment of losing heaven being, as they say, hell enough for anybody. Points of doctrine they seldom meddle with. There are comparatively few dissenters to be found in Padding Kens, though many whose parents were dissenters. My own opinion, writes my informant, is that dissent seldom lasts long in one family. In 8 years' experience I have found 200 apparently pious men and women, and at least 2,000 who call themselves Protestants but never go to any church or chapel. The politics of these classes are perhaps for the most part Liberal Tory. In most lodging houses they take 1 or 2 papers. The Weekly Dispatch and Bell's Weekly Messenger are the 2 usually taken. I know of no exception to this rule. The beggars hate a Whig ministry, and I know that many a tear was shed in the hovels and cellars of London when Sir Robert Peel died. I know a publican in Westminster whose daily receipts are enormous, and whose only customers are soldiers, thieves, and prostitutes, who closed his house the day of the funeral, and put himself, his family, and even his beer machines and gas pipes into mourning for the departed statesman. The Pattering fraternity that I write of are generally much given to intemperance. Their amusements are the theatre, the free and easy, the skittle ground, and sometimes cards and dominoes. They read some light works, and some of them subscribe to libraries, and a few, very few, attend lectures. Eliza Cook is a favourite writer with them, and Captain Marryat, the top sawyer as a novelist. Ainsworth is the idol of another class when they can read. Mr. Dickens was a favourite, but he's gone down sadly in the scale since his Household Words came it so strong against the begging letter department. These poor creatures seldom rise in society. They make no effort to extricate themselves, while by others they are unpitied because unknown. To this rule, however, there are some happy and honourable exceptions. Taken as a body, patterers, lurkers, and so on, are by no means quick-sighted as to the sanctions of moral obligation. They would join the hue and cry against the persecutors of Jane Wilbrid, but a promiscuous robbery, even accompanied by murder, if it was got up clever and done clean, so long as the parties escaped detection, might call forth the remark that there was no great harm done, and perhaps some would applaud the perpetrators. Before quitting this part of my subject, namely, the character, habits, and opinions of all classes of patterers, I will give an account of the pretended missionary proceedings of a man well known to the vagrant fraternity as Chelsea George. I received the following narrative from the gentleman whose statements I have given previously. The scheme was concocted in a low lodging-house. After a career of incessant lurking and deceit, Chelsea George left England and remained abroad, writes my informant, 4 or 5 years. Exposure to the sun and allowing his beard to grow a prodigious length gave him the appearance of a foreigner. He had picked up enough French and Italian, with a little Dutch and German, and a smattering of Spanish, to enable him to hail for any part of the globe, and, from the designed inarticulateness with which he spoke, sometimes 4 languages in one sentence, added to his sunburnt and grotesque appearance, it was difficult to pull him upon any racket. Note, detect him in any pretence. End note. so that the most incredulous, though often previously imposed upon, gave credence to his story, relief to his supposed necessities, and sometimes letters of introduction to their friends and neighbours. Some time after his return to England, and while pursuing the course of a high flyer, genteel beggar, he met with an interruption to his pursuits, which induced him to alter his plan without altering his behaviour. The newspapers of the district where he was then located had raised before the eye and mind of the public what the patras of his class proverbially call a stink, that is, had opened the eyes of the unwary to the movements of Chelsea George, and although he ceased to renew his appeals from the moment he heard of the notice of him, his appearance was so accurately described that he was captured and committed to Winchester jail as a rogue and vagabond. The term of his imprisonment has escaped my recollection. As there was no definite charge against him, probably he was treated as an ordinary vagrant and suffered a calendar month in durance. The silence system was not then in vogue. There existed no barrier to mutual intercourse between prisoners, with all its train of conscience-hardening tendencies. I do not say this to intimate unqualified approval of the solitary system. I merely state a fact which has an influence on my subject. George had by this time scraped acquaintance with two fellow prisoners, Jew Jem and Russia Bob, the former in quod for pattering as a converted Jew, the latter for obtaining money under equally false though less theological pretences. Liberated about one time, this trio laid their heads together, and the result was a plan to evangelise, or rather victimise, the inhabitants of the collier villages in Staffordshire and the adjoining counties. To accomplish this purpose, some novel and imposing representation must be made, both to lull suspicion and give the air of piety to the plan and disinterestedness to the agents by whom it was carried out. George and his two fellow labourers were square-rigged, that is, well-dressed. Something, however, must be done to colour up the scene and make the appeal for money touching, unsuspected, and successful. Just before the time to which I allude, a missionary from Sierra Leone had visited the larger towns of the district in question, while the inhabitants of the surrounding hamlets had been left in ignorance of the progress of missions in Africa and the East. George and his comrades thought it would be no great harm at once to enlighten and fleece this scattered and anxious population. The plan was laid in a town of some size and facility. They raised the wind to an extent adequate to some alteration of their appearances, and got bills printed to set forth the merits of the cause. The principal actor was Jew Jim, a converted Israelite, with Reverend before his name, and half the letters of the alphabet behind it. He had been in all the islands of the South Sea, on the coast of Africa, all over Hindustan, and half over the universe, and after assuring the villagers of Tory Burn that he had carried the gospel to various dark and uninhabited parts of the earth, he introduced Russia Bob, an Irishman who had, however, been in Russia, as his worthy and self-denying colleague, and Chelsea George as the first fruits of their ministry, as one who had left houses and land, wife and children, and taken a long and hazardous voyage to show Christians in England that their sable brethren, children of one common parent, were beginning to cast their idols to the moles and to the bats. Earnest was the gaze and breathless the expectation with which the poor deluded colliers of Tory Burn listened to this harangue, and as argument always gains by illustration, the orator pulled out a tremendous black doll, bought for a flag, 4d, of a retired rag merchant, and dressed up in Oriental style. This, Jew Jim assured the audience, was an idol brought from Murat in Hindustan. He presented it to Chelsea George for his worship and embraces. The convert indignantly repelled the insinuation, pushed the idol from him, spat in its face, and cut as many capers as a dancing bear. The trio at this stage of the performances began puckering, talking privately to each other in murdered French, dashed with a little Irish, after which the missionaries said that their convert, who had only a few words of English, would now profess his faith. All was attention as Chelsea George came forward. He stroked his beard, put his hand in his breast to keep down his dicky, and turning his eyes upwards said, "I believe in Jesus Christ. Glory to his holy name." This elicited some loud amens from an assemblage of nearly 1,000 persons, and catching the favourable opportunity, a school of pals appointed for the purpose went round and made the collection. Out of the abundance of their credulity and piety, the populace contributed £16. The whole scene was enacted out of doors, and presented to a stranger very pleasing impressions. I was present on the occasion, but was not then aware of the dodge. One verse of a hymn, and the blessing pronounced, was the signal for separation. A little shaking of hands concluded the exhibition, and every man went into his own house. The missionary party and their pals took the train to Manchester, and as none of them were teetotalers, the proceeds of their imposition did not last long. They were just putting on their considering caps for the contrivance of another dodge, when a gentleman in blue clothes came into the tap room and informed Jew Jem that he was wanted. It appears that Jem had come out of prison a day or two before his comrades, and being hard up, had ill-used a lady, taken her purse, and appropriated its contents. Inquiries, at first useless, had now proved successful. The missionary stood his trial, and got an appointment on Norfolk Island. Russia Bob took the cholera and died, and George the convert was once more left alone to try his hand at something else. Of the low lodging-houses of London. The patterers, as a class, usually frequent the low lodging-houses. I shall therefore now proceed to give some further information touching the abodes of these people, reminding the reader that I am treating of patterers in general, and not of any particular order, as the paper workers. In applying the epithet low to these places, I do but adopt the word commonly applied, either in consequence of the small charge for lodgings, or from the character of their frequenters. To some of these domiciles, however, as will be shown, the epithet, in an opprobrious sense, is unsuited. An intelligent man, familiar for some years with some low lodging-house life, specified the quarters where those abodes are to be found, and divided them into the following districts, the correctness of which I caused to be ascertained. Drury Lane district. Here the low lodging-houses are to be found principally in the Coal Yard, Charles Street, King Street, Parker Street, Short's Gardens, Great and Little Wild Streets, Wild Court, Lincoln Court, Newton Street, Star Court. Gray's Inn Lane, Fox Court, Charlotte Buildings, Spread Eagle Court, Portpaul Lane, Bell Court, Baldwin's Gardens, Pheasant Court, Union Buildings, Laystall Street, Cromer Street, Fulwood's Rents, High Holborn. Chancery Lane, Church Passage and the Liberty of the Rolls. Bloomsbury, George Street, Church Lane, Queen Street, Seven Dials, Puckeridge Street, commonly called the Holy Land. Saffron Hill and Clerkenwell, Peter Street, Cowcross, Turnmill Street, Upper and Lower Whitecross Street, St Helens Place, Playhouse Yard, Checker Alley, Field Lane, Great Saffron Hill. Westminster, Old and New Pye Streets, Ann Street, Orchard Street, Perkins Rents, Rochester Row. Lambeth, Lambeth Walk, New Cut. Marylebone, York Court, East Street. St Pancras, Brook Street. Paddington, Chapel Street, Union Court. Shoreditch, Baker's Rents, Cooper's Gardens. Islington, Angel Yard. Whitechapel, Spitalfields, and so on. George Yard, Thrall Street, Flower and Dean Street, Wentworth Street, Keat Street, Rosemary Lane, Glasshouse Yard, St George's Street, Lambeth Street, Whitechapel, High Street. Borough, Mint Street, Old Kent Street, Long Lane, Bermondsey. Stratford, High Street. Limehouse, Hold, commonly called Hole. Deptford, Mill Lane, Church Street, Gifford Street. There are other localities, as in Mile End, Ratcliffe Highway, Shadwell, Wapping, and Lisson Grove, where low lodging-houses are to be found, but the places I have specified may be considered the districts of these hotels for the poor. The worst places, both as regards filth and immorality, are in St Giles's and Wentworth Street, Whitechapel. The best are in Orchard Street, Westminster, the thieves having left it in consequence of the recent alterations and gone to New Pie Street, and in the Mint, Borough. In the last mentioned district, indeed, some of the proprietors of the lodging houses have provided considerable libraries for the use of the inmates. In the White Horse, Mint Street, for instance, there is a collection of 500 volumes on all subjects, bought recently, and having been the contents of a circulating library advertised for sale in the Weekly Dispatch. Of lodging houses for travellers, the largest is known as the Farmhouse, in the Mint. It stands away from any thoroughfare, and, lying low, is not seen until the visitor stands in the yard. Tradition rumour states that the house was at one time Queen Anne's, and was previously Cardinal Wolsey's. It was probably some official residence. In this lodging house are 40 rooms, 200 beds, single and double, and accommodation for 200 persons. It contains 3 kitchens, of which the largest, at once kitchen and sitting room, holds 400 people, for whose uses in cooking there are 2 large fireplaces. The other 2 kitchens are used only on Sundays, when one is a preaching room, in which missionaries from Surrey Chapel, the Reverend James Sherman's, or some minister or gentleman of the neighbourhood, officiates. The other is a reading room, supplied with a few newspapers and other periodicals, and thus, I was told, the religious and irreligious need not clash. For the supply of these papers each person pays 1 penny every Sunday morning, and as the sum so collected is more than is required for the expenses of the reading room, the surplus is devoted to the help of the members in sickness, under the management of the proprietor of the lodging house, who appears to possess the full confidence of his inmates. The larger kitchen is detached from the sleeping apartments, so that the lodgers are not annoyed with the odour of the cooking of fish and other food consumed by the poor, for in lodging houses every sojourner is his own cook. The meal in most demand is tea, usually with a herring or a piece of bacon. The yard attached to the farmhouse in Mint Street covers 1.5 acres. In it is a washing house, built recently, the yard itself being devoted to the drying of the clothes washed by the customers of the establishment. At the entrance to this yard is a kind of porter's lodge, in which reside the porter and his wife, who act as the deputies of the lodging house. This place has been commended in sanitary reports for its cleanliness, good order, and care for decency, and for a proper division of the sexes. On Sundays there is no charge for lodging to known customers, but this is a general practice among the low lodging houses of London. In contrast to this house, I could cite many instances, but I need do no more in this place than refer to the statements which I shall proceed to give. Some of these were collected in the course of a former inquiry, and are here given because the same state of things prevails now. I was told by a trustworthy man that not long ago he was compelled to sleep in one of the lowest, as regards cheapness, of the lodging houses. All was dilapidation, filth, and noisomeness. In the morning he drew, for purposes of ablution, a basinful of water from a pailful kept in the room. In the water were floating alive, or apparently alive, bugs and lice, which my informant was convinced had fallen from the ceiling, shaken off by the tread of someone walking in the rickety apartments above. "Ah, sir," said another man with whom I conversed on the subject, "if you had lived in the lodging houses, you would say what a vast difference a penny made. It's often all in all. It's 4pence in the Mint House you've been asking me about. You've sleep and comfort there, and I've seen people kneel down and say their prayers afore they went to bed. Not so many, though. 2 or 3 in a week at nights, perhaps. And it's wholesome and sweet enough there, and large separate beds. But in other places there's nothing to smell or feel but bugs. When daylight comes in the summer, and it's often as hot as hell or as cold as icicles in those places, but in summer, as soon as it's light, if you turn down the coverlet, you'll see them a-going at it like Cheapside when it's throngest." The poor man seemed to shudder at the recollection. One informant counted for me 180 of these low lodging houses, and it is reasonable to say that there are in London at least 200 of them. The average number of beds in each was computed for me by persons cognizant of such matters from long and often woeful experience at 52 single or 24 double beds, where the house might be confined to single men or single women lodgers, or to married or pretendedly married couples, or to both classes. In either case, we may calculate the number that can be and generally are accommodated at 50 per house, for children usually sleep with their parents, and 50 may be the lowest computation. We have thus no fewer than 10,000 persons domiciled more or less permanently in the low lodging houses of London, a number more than doubling the population of many a parliamentary borough. The proprietors of these lodging houses mostly have been, I am assured, vagrants, or, to use the civiller and commoner word, travellers themselves, and therefore sojourners on all necessary occasions in such places. In 4 cases out of 5 I believe this to be the case. The proprietors have raised capital sufficient to start with, sometimes by gambling at races, sometimes by what I have often and very vaguely heard described as a run of luck, and sometimes, I am assured, by the proceeds of direct robbery. A few of the proprietors may be classed as capitalists. One of them, who has a country house in Hampstead, has 6 lodging houses in or about Thrall Street, Whitechapel. He looks in at each house every Saturday, and calls his deputies, for he has a deputy in each house, to account. He often instigates a stringent check. He gives a poor fellow money to go and lodge in one of his houses, and report the number present. Sometimes the person so sent meets with the laconic repulse, full, and woe to the deputy if his returns do not evince this fullness. Perhaps 1 in every 15 of the low lodging houses in town is also a beer shop, very commonly so in the country. To start a low lodging house is not a very costly matter. Furniture, which will not be saleable in the ordinary course of auction or of any traffic, is bought by a lodging house starter. A man possessed of some money, who took an interest in a bricklayer, purchased for £20, when the smallpox hospital by King's Cross was pulled down, a sufficiency of furniture for 4 lodging houses, in which he started the man in question. None others would buy this furniture, from a dread of infection. It was the same at Marlborough House, Peckham, after the cholera had broken out there. The furniture was sold to a lodging-house keeper at 9d each article. Big and little, sir, I was told. A penny pot and a bedstead, all the same, each 9d. Nobody else would buy. To about 3/4 of the low lodging-houses of London are deputies. These are the conductors or managers of the establishment, and are men or women, and not unfrequently a married or proclaimed a married couple, and about in equal proportion. These deputies are paid from 7 shillings to 15 shillings a week each, according to the extent of their supervision, their lodging always, and sometimes their board, being at the cost of the master. According to the character of the lodging-house, the deputies are civil and decent, or roguish and insolent. Their duty is not only that of general superintendence, but in some of the houses of a nocturnal inspection of the sleeping rooms, the deputy's business generally keeping him up all night. At the better conducted houses, strangers are not admitted after 12 at night. In others, there is no limitation as to hours. The rent of the low lodging houses varies, I am informed, from 8 shillings to 20 shillings a week, the payment being for the most part weekly, the taxes and rates being, of course, additional. It is rarely that the landlord or his agent can be induced to expend any money in repairs. The wear and tear of the floors and so on, from the congregating together of so many human beings, being excessive, this expenditure, in consequence, falls upon the tenant. Some of the lodging houses present no appearance differing from that of ordinary houses, except perhaps that their exterior is dirtier. Some of the older houses have long flat windows on the ground floor, in which there is rather more paper or other substitutes than glass. "The windows there, sir," remarked one man, "are not to let the light in, but to keep the cold out." In the abodes in question there seems to have become tacitly established an arrangement as to what character of lodgers shall resort thither. The thieves, the prostitutes, and the better class of street sellers or traders usually resorting to the houses where they will meet the same class of persons. The patterers reside chiefly in Westminster and Whitechapel. Some of the lodging houses are of the worst class of low brothels, and some may even be described as brothels for children. On many of the houses is a rude sign, "Lodgings for travellers, threepence a night, boiling water always ready," or the same intimation may be painted on a window shutter, where a shutter is in existence. A few of the better order of these housekeepers post up small bills, inviting the attention of travellers by laudations of the cleanliness, good beds, abundant water, and gas all night to be met with. The same parties also give address cards to travellers who can recommend one another. The beds are of flock, and as regards the mere washing of the rug, sheet, and blanket, which constitute the bed furniture, are in better order than they were a few years back, for the visitations of the cholera alarmed even the reckless class of vagrants, and those whose avocations relate to vagrants. In perhaps a tenth of the low lodging houses of London, a family may have a room to themselves, with the use of the kitchen, at so much a week. Generally 2s. 6d. for a couple without family, and 3s. 6d. where there are children. To let out beds by the night is, however, the general rule. The illustration presented this week is of a place in Fox Court, Gray's Inn Lane, long notorious as a thieves' house, but now far less frequented. On the visit, a few months back, of an informant who declined staying there, a number of boys were lying on the floor, gambling with marbles and halfpennies, and indulging in savage or unmeaning blasphemy. One of the lads jumped up, and, murmuring something that it wouldn't do to be idle any longer, induced a woman to let him have a halfpenny for a stall, that is, as a pretext with which to enter a shop for the purpose of stealing, the display of the coin forming an excuse for his entrance. On the same occasion, a man walked into the kitchen and coolly pulled from underneath the back of his smock frock a large flat piece of bacon, for which he wanted a customer. It would be sold at a fourth of its value. I am assured that the average takings of lodging-house keepers may be estimated at 17s. 6d. a night, not to say 20s, but I adopt the lower calculation. This gives a weekly payment by the struggling poor, the knavish, and the outcast of 1,000 guineas weekly, or 52,000 guineas in the year. Besides the rent and taxes, the principal expenditure of the lodging-house proprietors is for coals and gas. In some of the better houses, blacking, brushes, and razors are supplied without charge to the lodgers. Also pen and ink, soap, and almost always a newspaper. For the meals of the frequenters, salt is supplied gratuitously, and sometimes, but far less frequently, pepper also, never vinegar or mustard. Sometimes a halfpenny is charged for the use of a razor and the necessary shaving apparatus. In one house in Kent Street, the following distich adorns the mantelpiece: "To save a journey up the town, a razor lent here for a brown. But if you think the price too high, I beg you won't the razor try." In some places a charge of a halfpenny is made for hot water, but that is very rarely the case. Strong drink is admitted at almost any hour in the majority of the houses, and the deputy is generally ready to bring it. But little is consumed in the houses, those addicted to the use or abuse of intoxicating liquors preferring the tap room or the beer shop. End of section 42. Section 43 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 43. Of the Filth, Dishonesty, and Immorality of Low Lodging Houses. In my former and my present inquiries, I received many statements on this subject. Some details given by coarse men and boys in the grossest language are too gross to be more than alluded to, but the full truth must be manifested, if not detailed. It was remarked, when my prior account appeared, that the records of gross profligacy on the part of some of the most licentious of the rich, such as the late Marquis of Hertford and other worthies of the same depraved habits, were equalled, or nearly equalled, by the account of the orgies of the lowest lodging-houses. Sin in any rank of life shows the same features. And first, as to the want of cleanliness, comfort, and decency. "Why, sir," said one man who had filled a commercial situation of no little importance, but had, through intemperance, been reduced to utter want, "I myself have slept in the top room of a house not far from Drury Lane, and you could study the stars, if you were so minded, through the holes left by the slates having been blown off the roof. It was a fine summer's night, and the openings in the roof were then rather an advantage, for they admitted air, and the room wasn't so foul as it might have been without them. I never went there again, but you may judge what thoughts went through a man's mind, a man who had seen prosperous days, as he lay in a place like that, without being able to sleep, watching the sky." The same man told me, and I received abundant corroboration of his statement, besides that incidental mention of the subject occurs elsewhere, that he had scraped together a handful of bugs from the bedclothes and crushed them under a candlestick, and had done that many a time when he could only resort to the lowest places. He had slept in rooms so crammed with sleepers, he believed there were 30 where 12 would have been a proper number, that their breaths, in the dead of night and in the unventilated chamber, rose, I use his own words, in one foul choking steam of stench. This was the case most frequently a day or two prior to Greenwich Fair or Epsom races, when the congregation of the wandering classes, who are the supporters of the low lodging-houses, was the thickest. It was not only that 2 or even 3 persons jammed themselves into a bed not too large for one full-sized man, but between the beds and their partition, one from another admitted little more than the passage of a lodger, were placed shakes down, or temporary accommodation for nightly slumber. In the better lodging-houses the shakedowns are small palliasses or mattresses. In the worst they are bundles of rags of any kind, but loose straw is used only in the country for shakedowns. One informant saw a traveller who had arrived late eye his shakedown in one of the worst houses with anything but a pleased expression of countenance, and a surly deputy observing this told the customer he had his choice, "which," the deputy added, "it's not all men as has, or I shouldn't have been waiting here on you. But you has your choice, I tell you. Sleep there on that shakedown or turn out and be blank. That's fair." At some of the busiest periods, numbers sleep on the kitchen floor, all huddled together, men and women, when indecencies are common enough, and without bedding or anything but their scanty clothes, to soften the hardness of the stone or brick floor. A penny is saved to the lodger by this means. More than 200 have been accommodated in this way in a large house. The Irish at harvest time very often resort to this mode of passing the night. I heard from several parties of the surprise and even fear or horror with which a decent mechanic, more especially if he were accompanied by his wife, regarded one of these foul dens when destitution had driven him there for the first time in his life. Sometimes such a man was seen to leave the place abruptly, though perhaps he had prepaid his last halfpenny for the refreshment of a night's repose. Sometimes he was seized with sickness. I heard also from some educated persons who had seen better days of the disgust with themselves and with the world which they felt on first entering such places. "And I have some reason to believe," said one man, "that a person once well off who has sunk into the very depths of poverty often makes his first appearance in one of the worst of those places. Perhaps it is because he keeps away from them as long as he can, and then, in a sort of desperation fit, goes into the cheapest he meets with. Or if he knows it's a vile place, he very likely says to himself, 'I did. I may as well know the worst at once.'" Another man, who had moved in good society, said, when asked about his resorting to a low lodging-house, "When a man's lost caste in society, he may as well go the whole hog, bristles and all, and a low lodging-house is the entire pig." Notwithstanding many abominations, I am assured that the lodgers in even the worst of these habitations, for the most part, sleep soundly. but they have in all probability been out in the open air the whole of the day, and all of them may go to their couches after having walked perhaps many miles, exceedingly fatigued, and some of them half drunk. "Why, in course, sir," said a traveller whom I spoke to on this subject, "if you is in a country town or village, where there's only one lodging-house perhaps, and that a bad one, an old hand can always suit hisself in London. You must get half drunk, or your money for your bed is wasted. There's so much rest owing to you after a hard day, and bugs and bad air'll prevent its being paid if you don't lay in some stock of beer, or liquor of some sort, to sleep on. It's a duty you owes yourself, but if you haven't got the browns, why then in course you can't pay it." I have before remarked, and indeed have given instances, of the odd and sometimes original manner in which an intelligent patterer, for example, will express himself. The information I obtained in the course of this inquiry into the condition of low lodging-houses afforded a most ample corroboration of the truth of a remark I have more than once found it necessary to make before, that persons of the vagrant class will sacrifice almost anything for warmth, not to say heat. Otherwise, to sleep or even sit in some of the apartments of these establishments would be intolerable. From the frequent state of weariness to which I have alluded, there is generally less conversation among the frequenters of the low lodging-houses than might be expected. Some are busy cooking, some, in the better houses, are reading, many are drowsy and nodding, and many are smoking. In perhaps a dozen places of the worst and filthiest class, indeed, smoking is permitted even in the sleeping rooms, but it is far less common than it was even half a dozen years back, and becomes still less common yearly. Notwithstanding so dangerous a practice, fires are, and have been, very unfrequent in these places. There is always someone awake, which is one reason. The lack of conversation, I ought to add, and the weariness and drowsiness are less observable in the lodging-houses patronised by thieves and women of abandoned character, whose lives are comparatively idle, and whose labour a mere nothing. In their houses, if the conversation be at all general, it is often of the most unclean character. At other times it is carried on in groups, with abundance of whispers, shrugs, and slang, by the members of the respective schools of thieves or lurkers. I have now to speak of the habitual violation of all the injunctions of law, of all the obligations of morality, and of all the restraints of decency, seen continually in the vilest of the lodging-houses. I need but cite a few facts, for to detail minutely might be to disgust. In some of these lodging-houses the proprietor, or I am told it might be more correct to say the proprietress, as there are more women than men engaged in the nefarious traffic carried on in these houses, are fences, or receivers of stolen goods in a small way. Their fencing, unless as the very exception, does not extend to any plate or jewellery or articles of value, but is chiefly confined to provisions, and most of all to those which are of ready sale to the lodgers. Of very ready sale are fish got from the gate, stolen from Billingsgate, sawney, thieved bacon, and flesh found in Leadenhall, butcher's meat stolen from that market, I was told by one of the most respectable tradesmen in Leadenhall Market that it was infested, but not now to so great an extent as it was, with lads and young men known there as finders. They carry bags round their necks, and pick up bones or offal or pieces of string or bits of papers, or "anything, sir, please, that a poor lad that has neither father nor mother and is very hungry can make a halfpenny by to get him a bit of bread, please, sir." This is often but a cover for stealing pieces of meat, and the finders, with their proximate market for disposal of their meat in the lowest lodging-houses in Whitechapel, go boldly about their work, for the butchers, if the finder be detected, won't, I was told by a sharp youth who then was at a low lodging-house in Keat Street, go bothering themselves to a beak, but gives you a scruff of the neck and a kick, and lets you go. But some of them kicks very hard. The tone and manner of this boy, and it is a common case enough with the prigs, showed that he regarded hard kicking merely as one of the inconveniences to which his business pursuits were unavoidably subjected. just as a struggling housekeeper might complain of the unwelcome calls of the tax gatherers. These depredations are more frequent in Leadenhall Market than in any of the others, on account of its vicinity to Whitechapel. Even the Whitechapel Meat Market is less the scene of prey, for it is a series of shops, while Leadenhall presents many stalls, and the finders seem loath to enter shops without some plausible pretext. Groceries, tea especially, stolen from the docks, warehouses, or shops, are things in excellent demand among the customers of a lodging-house fence. Tea, known or believed to have been stolen genuine from any dock, is bought and sold very readily. 1 6 6, however, is a not unfrequent price for what is known as 5 shillings tea. Sugar, spices, and other descriptions of stolen grocery are in much smaller request. Wearing apparel is rarely bought by the fences I am treating of, but the stealers of it can and do offer their wares to the lodgers, who will often, before buying, depreciate the garment and say, "It's never been nothing better nor a Moses." Hens and chickens are a favourite theft, and go at once to the pot, but in no culinary sense. The hens and chickens of the roguish low lodging-houses are the publicans' pewter measures. The bigger vessels are hens, the smaller are chickens. Facilities are provided for the melting of these stolen vessels, and the metal is sold by the thief, very rarely if ever by the lodging-house keeper, who prefers dealing with the known customers of the establishment, to marine store buyers. A man who at one time was a frequenter of a thieves' lodging-house related to me a conversation which he chanced to overhear, he himself being then in what his class would consider a much superior line of business, between a sharp lad, apparently of 12 or 13 years of age, and a lodging-house female fence. But it occurred some 3 or 4 years back. The lad had found a piece of Christmas beef, which he offered for sale to his landlady, averring that it weighed 6 pounds. The fence said and swore that it wouldn't weigh 3 pounds, but she would give him 5p for it. It probably weighed above 4 pounds. "5p!" exclaimed the lad indignantly. "You haven't no fairness. Why, it's £6, and Christmas time. 5p! A tanner and a flag," note, a 6p and a 4p piece, end note, "is the werry lowest terms." There was then a rapid and interrupted colloquy in which the most frequent words were "Go to blazes," with retorts of "You go to blazes," and, after strong and oathful imputations of dishonest endeavours on the part of each contracting party to overreach the other, the meat was sold to the woman for 6p. Some of the fences board, lodge, and clothe 2 or 3 boys or girls, and send them out regularly to thieve, the fence usually taking all the proceeds, and if it be the young thief has been successful, he is rewarded with a trifle of pocket money, and is allowed plenty of beer and tobacco. One man who keeps 3 low lodging-houses, one of which is a beer shop, not long ago received from a lodger a valuable greatcoat, which the man said he had taken from a gig. The fence, who was in a larger way of business than others of his class, and is reputed rich, gave 10 shillings for the garment, asking at the same time, "Who was minding the gig?" "A charity kid," was the answer. "Give him a deuce," note, 2p, end note, "and stall him off," note, "send him an errand," end note, said the fence, "and bring the horse and gig, and I'll buy it." It was done, and the property was traced in 2 hours, but only as regards the gig, which had already a new pair of wheels attached to it, and was so metamorphosed that the owner, a medical gentleman, though he had no moral doubt on the subject, could not swear to his own vehicle. The thief received only £4 for gig and horse. The horse was never traced. The licentiousness of the frequenters, and more especially of the juvenile frequenters, of the low lodging-house must be even more briefly alluded to. In some of these establishments, men and women, boys and girls, but perhaps in no case, or in very rare cases, unless they are themselves consenting parties, herd together promiscuously. The information which I have, given from a reverend informant, indicates the nature of the proceedings when the sexes are herded indiscriminately, and it is impossible to present to the reader, in full particularity, the records of the vice practised. Boys have boastfully carried on loud conversations and, from distant parts of the room, of their triumphs over the virtue of girls, and girls have laughed at and encouraged the recital. 3, 4, 5, 6, and even more boys and girls have been packed head and feet into one small bed, some of them perhaps never met before. On such occasions, any clothing seems often enough to be regarded as merely an encumbrance. Sometimes there are loud quarrels and revilings from the jealousy of boys and girls, and more especially of girls whose chaps have deserted or been inveigled from them. At others there is an amicable interchange of partners, and next day a resumption of their former companionship. One girl, then 15 or 16, who had been leading this vicious kind of life for nearly 3 years, and had been repeatedly in prison and twice in hospitals, and who expressed a strong desire to get out of the life by emigration, said, "Whatever that's bad and wicked that anyone can fancy could be done in such places among boys and girls that's never been taught or won't be taught better, is done, and night after night." In these haunts of low iniquity, or rather in the room into which the children are put, there are seldom persons above 20. The younger lodgers in such places live by thieving and pocket-picking, or by prostitution. The charge for a night's lodging is generally 2d, but smaller children have often been admitted for 1 penny. If a boy or girl resort to one of these dens at night without the means of defraying the charge for accommodation, the mot of the ken, mistress of the house, will pack them off, telling them plainly that it will be no use their returning until they have stolen something worth 2d. If a boy or girl do not return in the evening, and have not been heard to express their intention of going elsewhere, the first conclusion arrived at by their mates is that they have got into trouble, prison. The indiscriminate admixture of the sexes among adults in many of these places is another evil. Even in some houses considered of the better sort, men and women, husbands and wives, old and young, strangers and acquaintances, sleep in the same apartment, and, if they choose, in the same bed. Any remonstrance at some act of gross depravity or impropriety on the part of a woman not so utterly hardened as the others is met with abuse and derision. One man who described these scenes to me, and had long witnessed them, said that almost the only women who ever hid their faces or manifested dislike of the proceedings they could not but notice, as far as he saw, were poor Irish women, generally those who lived by begging. "But for all that," the man added, "an Irishman or Irishwoman of that sort will sleep anywhere in any mess to save a halfpenny, though they may have often a few shillings, or a good many, hidden about them." There is no provision for purposes of decency in some of the places I have been describing, into which the sexes are herded indiscriminately, but to this matter I can only allude. A policeman, whose duty sometimes called him to enter one of those houses at night, told me that he never entered it without feeling sick. There are now fewer of such filthy receptacles than there were. Some have been pulled down, especially for the building of Commercial Street in Whitechapel and of New Oxford Street, and some have fallen into fresh and improved management. Of those of the worst class, however, there may now be at least 30 in London, while the low lodgings of all descriptions, good or bad, are more frequented than they were a few years back. A few new lodging houses, perhaps half a dozen, have been recently opened, in expectation of a great influx of travellers and vagrants at the opening of the Great Exhibition. Of the children in low lodging houses. The informant, whose account of patterers and of vagrant life in its other manifestations I have already given, has written from personal knowledge and observation the following account of the children in low lodging houses. Of the mass of the indigent and outcast, he says, of whom the busy world know nothing except from an occasional paragraph in the newspaper, the rising generation, though most important, is perhaps least considered. Every Londoner must have seen numbers of ragged, sickly, and ill-fed children squatting at the entrances of miserable courts, streets, and alleys, engaged in no occupation that is either creditable to themselves or useful to the community. These are, in many cases, those whose sole homes are in the low lodging houses, and I will now exhibit a few features of the juvenile performers among the London poor. In many cases these poor children have lost one of their parents. In some they are without either father or mother, but even when both parents are alive, the case is little mended, for if the parents be of the vagrant or dishonest class, their children are often neglected and left to provide for the cost of their food and lodging as they best may. The following extract from the chaplain's report of one of our provincial jails gives a melancholy insight into the training of many of the families. It is not, I know, without exception, but much as we could wish it to be otherwise, it is so general an occurrence, varied into its different forms, that it may be safely accounted as the rule of action. J.G. was born of poor parents. At 5 years old his father succeeded to a legacy of £500. He was quiet, indolent, fond of drink, a good scholar, and had 12 children. He never sent any of them to school. "Telling lies," said the child, "I learned from my mother. She did things unknown to father and gave me a penny not to tell him." The father, on leaving home, left by request of the mother some money to pay a man. She slipped upstairs and told the children to say she was out. "From 10 to 12 years of age I used to go to the alehouse. I stole the money from my father and got very drunk. My father never punished me for all this, as he ought to have done. In course of time I was apprenticed to a tanner. He ordered me to chapel, instead of which I used to play in the fields. When out of my time I got married, and still carried on the same way, starving my wife and children. I used to take my little boy, when only 5 years old, to the public house, and make him drunk with whatever I drank myself. A younger one could act well a drunken man on the floor. My wife was a sober, steady woman, but through coming to fetch me home, she learnt to drink too. One of our children used to say, 'Ma'am, you're drunk like Daddy.'" It may be argued that this awful family portrait is not the average character, but I have witnessed too many similar scenes to doubt the general application of the sad rule. Of those children of the poor, as has been before observed, the most have either no parents or have been deserted by them, and have no regular means of living, nor moral superintendence on the part of relatives or neighbours. Consequently, they grow up in habits of idleness, ignorance, vagrancy, or crime. In some cases they are countenanced and employed. Here and there may be seen a little urchin holding a few onions in a saucer, or a diminutive sickly girl standing with a few laces or a box or two of lucifers. But even these go with the persons who have set them up daily to the public house, and to the lodging house at night, and after they have satisfied the cravings of hunger, frequently expend their remaining halfpence, if any, in gingerbread, and as frequently in gin. I have overheard a proposal for half a quartern and a 2 out glass, between a couple of shoeless boys under 9 years old. One little fellow of 11, on being remonstrated with, said that it was the only pleasure in life that he had, and he weren't a-going to give that up. Both sexes of this juvenile class frequent, when they can raise the means, the very cheap and flash places of amusement, where the precocious delinquent acquires the most abandoned tastes, and are often allured by elder accomplices to commit petty frauds and thefts. Efforts have been made to redeem these young recruits in crime from their sad career, with its inevitable results. In some cases, I rejoice to believe that success has crowned the endeavour. There is that, however, in the cunning hardihood of the majority of these immature delinquents, which presents almost insuperable barriers to benevolence, and of this I will adduce an instance. A gentleman living at Islington, who attends one of the city churches, is in the habit of crossing the piece of waste ground close to Saffron Hill. Here he often saw, close to the ragged school, a herd of boys, and as nearly as he could judge, always the same boys. One of them always bowed to him as he passed. He thought, and thought right, that they were gambling, and after, on one occasion, talking to them very seriously, he gave each of them 2d and pursued his way. However, he found himself followed by the boy before alluded to, accompanied by a younger lad, who turned out to be his brother. Both in one breath begged to know if His Honour could please to give them any sort of a job. The gentleman gave them his card, inquired their place of residence, a low lodging-house, and the next morning at 9 o'clock both youths were at his door. He gave them a substantial breakfast, and then took them into an outhouse, where was a truss of straw, and having himself taken off the band, he desired them to convey the whole, one straw at a time, across the garden and to deposit it in another outhouse. The work was easy and the terms liberal, as each boy was to get dinner and tea, and 1 shilling per day as long as his services should be required. Their employer had to go to town, and left orders with one of his domestics to see that the youths wanted nothing, and to watch their proceedings. Their occupation was certainly not laborious, but then it was work, and although that was the first of their requests, it was also the last of their wishes. Taking advantage of an adjoining closet, the servant perceived that the weight even of a straw had been too much for these hopeful boys. They were both seated on the truss, and glibly recounting some exploits of their own, and how they had been imposed upon by others. The eldest, about 14, was vowing vengeance upon Tailor Tom for attempting to walk the barber, seduce his gal, while the younger, who had scarcely seen 11 summers, averred that it was very good of the swell to give them summat to eat, but precious bad to be shut up in that crib all day without a bit of bacca. Before the return of their patron, they had transported all the straw to its appointed designation. As it was very discernible, however, that this had been effected by a wholesale process, the boys were admonished, paid, and dismissed. They are now performing more ponderous work in one of the penal settlements. Whether the test adopted by the gentleman in question was the best that might have been resorted to, I need not now inquire. It would be grateful to my feelings if, in these disclosures, I could omit the misdemeanours of the other sex of juveniles. But I am obliged to own, on the evidence of personal observation, that there are girls of ages varying from 11 to 15 who pass the day with a fakement before them. Pity a poor orphan, and as soon as evening sets in, loiter at shop windows and ogle gentlemen in public walks, making requests which might be expected only from long-hardened prostitution. Their nights are generally passed in a low lodging-house. They frequently introduce themselves with, "Please, sir, can you tell me what time it is?" If they get a kindly answer, some other casual observations prepare the way for hints which are as unmistakable as they are unprincipled. Of the low lodging-houses throughout the country. Further to elucidate this subject, full of importance as I have shown, I give an account of low lodging-houses, or padding kens, at the stages, so to speak, observed by a patterer travelling from London to Birmingham. I give the several towns which are the usual sleeping places of the travellers, with the character and extent of the accommodation provided for them, and with a mention of such incidental matters as seemed to me, in the account I received, to be curious or characteristic. Circuitous as is the route, it is the one generally followed. Time is not an object with the travelling patterer. "If I could do better in the way of tin," said one of the fraternity to me, "in a country village than in London, why, I'd stick to the village, if the better tin lasted, for 6 months, ay, sir, for 6 years. What's places to a man like me, between grub and no grub?" It is probable that on a trial such a man would soon be weary of the monotony of a village life, but into that question I need not now enter. I give each stage without the repetition of stating that from here to there is so many miles, and the charge for a lodging is at such and such a rate. The distance most frequently travelled in a day varies from 10 to 20 miles, according to the proximity of the towns and the character and capabilities for the patterer's purposes of the locality. The average charge for a lodging in the better sort of country lodging-houses is 4d. a night, at others 3d. In a slack time, a traveller for 4d. has a bed to himself. In a busy time, as at fairs or races, he will account himself fortunate if he obtain any share of a bed for 4d. At some of the places characterised by my informant as rackety, queer, or life in London, the charge is as often 3d. as 4d. The first stage, then, most commonly attained on tramp, is Romford. "It's a good circuit, sir," said my principal informant, "and if you wanted to see life between from London to Birmingham, why, you can stretch it and see it for 200 miles. The Romford house of call, most frequented by the class of whom I treat, is the King's Arms, a public house. There is a back kitchen for the use of travellers, who pay something extra if they choose to resort, and are decent enough to be admitted, into the tap room. "Very respectable, sir," said an informant, "and a proper division of married and single, of men and women. Of course they don't ask any couple to show their marriage lines, no more than they do any lord and lady, or one that ain't a lady if she's with a lord, at any fashionable hotel at Brighton. I've done tidy well on slums about ladies in a Brighton hotel, just by the Steyne, very tidy." In this house they make up 40 beds, some of them with curtains. Chelmsford, the Three Queens, a beer shop. "A rackety place, sir," said the man. "One of the showfulls, a dicky one, a free and easy. You can get a pint of beer and a punch of the head all for twopence. As for sleeping on a Saturday night there, oh no, we never mention it. It mayn't be so bad, indeed it ain't, as some London lodging houses, because there ain't the chance, and there's more known about it." 14 beds. Braintree, the Castle, a beer shop. Takes in all sorts and all sizes, all colours and all nations, similar to what's expected of the Crystal Palace. I was a muck snipe when I was there. Why, a muck snipe, sir, is a man regularly done up, coopered and humped together. And it was a busyish time, and when the deputy paired off the single men, I didn't much like my bedmate. He was a shabby genteel, buttoned up to the chin, and in the tract line. I thought of Old Scratch when I looked at him, though he weren't a Scotchman, I think. I tipped the wink to an acquaintance there, and told him I thought my old complaint was coming on. That was to kick and bite like a horse in my sleep, because my mother was terrified by a wicious horse not very long afore I was born. So I dozed on the bedside and began to whinny, and my bedmate jumped up frightened and slept on the floor. 22 beds. Thaxton. A poor place, but I stayed 2 days, it's so comfortable and so country, at the Rose and Crown. It's a sort of rest. It's decent and comfortable too, and it's about 6pence a night to me for singing and patter in the tap room. That's my kokum. Advantage. 10 beds. Saffron Walden. The Castle. Better now. Was very queer. Slovenly as could be, and you had to pay for fire. Though it was a house of call for curriers and other tradesmen, but they never mix with us. The landlord don't care much who's admitted, or how they go on. 24 beds. Cambridge. The grand town of all. London in miniature. It would be better but for the police. I don't mean the college bulldogs. They don't interfere with us, only with women. The last time I was at Cambridge, sir, I hung the Mannings. It was the day, or 2 days, I'm not sure which, after their trial. We pattered at night, too late for the collegians to come out. We worked about where we knew they lodged. I had a mate with me, and some of the windows of their rooms in the colleges themselves looks into the street. We pattered about later news of Mr. and Mrs. Manning. Up went the windows, and cords was let down to tie the papers to, but we always had the money first. We weren't a-going to trust such out-and-out going young coves as them. One young gent said, "I'm a sucking parson. Won't you trust me?" "No," says I, "we'll not trust Father Peter." So he threw down 6pence and let down his cord, and he says, "Send 6 up." We saw it was Victoria's head all right, so we sends up 3. "Where's the others?" says he. "Oh," says I, "they're a penny apiece and a penny apiece extra for hanging Mr. and Mrs. Manning, as we have, to a cord, so it's all right." Some laughed, and some said, "D-blank-N you, wait till I see you in the town." But they hadn't that pleasure. Yorkshire Betty's is the headquarters at Cambridge, or in Barnwell, of course. There's no such places in Cambridge. It's known as W. and Muck Fort. It's the real college touch, the seat of learning if you're seeing life. The college lads used to look in there, oftener than they do now. They're getting shyer. Men won't put up with black eyes for nothing. Old Yorkshire Betty's a motherly body, but she's no ways particular in her management. Higgledy-piggledy, men and women all together. 30 beds. Newmarket. The Woolpack, a lively place, middling other ways. There's generally money to be had at Newmarket. I don't stay there so long as some, for I don't care about racing, and the poorest snob there's a sporting character. 6 beds. Bury St. Edmunds. Old Jack Somethings. He was a publican for 40 years, but he broke, and I heard him say that if he hadn't been a player on the fiddle, he should have destroyed himself. But his fiddle diverted him in his troubles. He has a real Cremona, and can't he play it? He's played at dances at the Duke of Norfolk's, I've heard him give the tune he played on his wedding night, years and years back, before I was born. He's a noble-looking fellow, the facsimile of Louis Philippe. It's a clean and comfortable, hard and honest place. 12 beds. Mildenhall. A private house. I forget the landlord's name. The magistrates is queer there, and so very little work can be done in my way. I've been there when I was the only lodger. 7 beds. Ely. The Tom and Jerry. Very queer. No back kitchen or convenience. A regular rough place. Often quarrelling there all night long. Any caper allowed among men and women. The landlord's easy frightened. 5 beds. St Ives. Plume of feathers. Passable. 11 beds. St Neots. Bell and Dicky. And very dicky too. Queer doings in the doss. Sleeping. And everything. It's an out-of-the-way place, or the townspeople might see to it. But they won't take any notice unless some traveller complains, and they won't complain. They're a body of men, sir, that don't like to run gaping to a beak. The landlord seems to care for nothing but money. He takes in all that offer. 3 in a bed often, men, women and children mixed together. It's anything but a tidy place. 13 beds. Bedford, the Cock. Life in London, sir. I can't describe it better. Life in Keat Street, Whitechapel. 15 beds. Irchester. I don't mind the name. A most particular place. You must go to bed by 9 or be locked out. It's hard and honest, clean and rough. 6 beds. Wellingborough. A private house. Smith or Jones, I know, or some common name. Ducker, the soldier that was shot in the park by Annette Myers, lived there. I worked him there myself, and everybody bought. I did the gun trick, sir. Had great success. It's an inferior lodging place. They're in no ways particular, not they, who they admit or how they doss. At a fair time the goings-on is anything but fair. 10 beds. Northampton. Mrs. Bull's. Comfortable and decent. She takes in the Dispatch to oblige her travellers. It's a nice quiet Sunday house. 12 beds. Market Harborough. There's a good lady there, gives away tracts and half a crown. A private house is the traveller's house, and some new name. Middling accommodation. 9 beds. Lutterworth. A private house, and I'll go there no more. Very queer. Not the least comfort or decency. They're above their business, I think, and take in too many, and care nothing what the travellers do. Higgledy-piggledy together. 10 beds. Leicester. The Rookery. Rosemary Lane all over again, sir, especially at Black Jack's. He shakes up the beds with a pitchfork and brings in straw if there's more than can possibly be crammed into the beds. He's a fighting man, and if you say a word he wants to fight you. 12 beds. Hinckley. The Tea-Board. Comfortable. 8 beds. Nuneaton. The same style as Hinckley. A private house. 8 beds. Coventry. Deserves to be sent further. Bill Cooper's. A dilapidated place. And no sleep, for there's armies of bugs. Great black fellows. I call it the Sikh War there, and they're called Sikhs there, or Sikhs there, is the vermin. But I'm sick of all such places. They're not particular there, certainly not. 20 beds. Birmingham. Mrs. Leach's. Comfortable and decent, and a good creature. I know there's plenty of houses in Birmingham bad enough. London reduced, sir. But I can't tell you about them from my own observation, because I always go to Mrs. Leach's. 30 beds. Here, then, in the route most frequented by the pedestrian travellers, we find, taking merely the accommodation of one house in each place, and in some of the smaller towns there is but one, a supply of beds which may nightly accommodate, on an average, 489 inmates, reckoning at the rate of 12 sleepers to every 8 beds. At busy times, double the number will be admitted, and to these places resort the beggar, the robber, and the pickpocket, the street patterer and the street trader, the musician, the ballad singer, and the street performer, the diseased, the blind, the lame, and the half-idiot, the outcast girl and the hardened prostitute, young and old, and of all complexions and all countries. Nor does the enumeration end here. To these places must often resort the wearied mechanic travelling in search of employment, and even the broken-down gentleman or scholar whose means do not exceed 4d. A curious history might be written of the frequenters of low lodging-houses. Dr. Johnson relates that when Dean Swift was a young man, he paid a yearly visit from Sir William Temple's seat, Moor Park, to his mother at Leicester. He travelled on foot, unless some violence of weather drove him into a waggon, and at night he would go to a penny lodging, where he purchased clean sheets for sixpence. This practice Lord Orrery imputes to his (Swift's) innate love of grossness and vulgarity. Some may ascribe it to his desire of surveying human life through all its varieties. Perhaps it might not be very difficult to trace in Swift's works the influence upon his mind of his lodging-house experience. The same author shows that his friend Richard Savage, in the bitterness of his poverty, was also a lodger in these squalid dens. He passed the night sometimes in mean houses, which are set open at night to any casual wanderer, sometimes in cellars, among the riot and filth of the meanest and most profligate of the rabble. A Richard Savage of today might, under similar circumstances, have the same thing said of him, except that cellars might now be described as ground floors. The great, and sometimes the only, luxury of the frequenters of these country lodging-houses is tobacco. A man or woman who cannot smoke, I was told, or was not hardened to tobacco smoke, in a low lodging-house was half killed with coughing. Sometimes a couple of men may be seen through the thick vapour of the tobacco smoke, peering eagerly over soiled cards, as they play at all fours. Sometimes there is an utter dullness and drowsiness in the common sitting-room, and hardly a word exchanged for many minutes. I was told by one man, of experience in these domiciles, that he had not very unfrequently heard two men who were conversing together in a low tone, and probably agreeing upon some nefarious course, stop suddenly when there was a pause in the general conversation, and look uneasily about them, as if apprehensive and jealous that they had been listened to. A stranger in the lodging-house is regarded with a minute and often a rude scrutiny, and often enough would not be admitted were not the lodging-house keeper the party concerned, and he, of course, admits all what pays. One patterer told me of two inscriptions, as he called them, which he had noticed in country lodgings he had lately visited. The first was, "He who smokes thinks like a philosopher and feels like a philanthropist. Bulwer's night and morning." The second was an intimation from the proprietor of the house, which, in spite of its halting explanation, is easily understood. "No sickness allowed, unless by order of the mayor." M-A-R-E. End reader's note. End of section 43. Section 44 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 44. Of the Street Stationers and the Street Card Sellers. I have before mentioned that the street stationers, the sellers of writing paper, envelopes, pens, and of the other articles which constitute the stationery in the most general demand, were not to be confounded with the pattering paper workers. They are indeed a different class altogether. The majority of them have been mechanics, or in the employ of tradesmen whose callings were not mechanical as regards handicraft labour, but what is best described perhaps as commercial, or as selling but not producing, as in the instances of the large body of warehouse men in the different departments of trade. One street stationer thought that of his entire body not more than 6 had been gentlemen's servants. He himself knew 4 who had been in such employment, and only 1 as a boy, but there might be 6. The card sellers are, in the instances I shall show, more akin to the class of patterers, and I shall therefore give them first, the more especially as I can so preserve the consecutiveness of the accounts in the present number, by presenting the reader with a sketch of the life of an informant, in whose revelations I find that many have taken a strong interest. Of the seller of the penny shorthand cards. All ladies and gentlemen who take their walks abroad must have seen, and of course heard, a little man in humble attire engaged in selling at 1 penny each a small card containing a few sentences of letterpress and 15 stenographic characters, with an example by which it is asserted anybody and everybody may learn to write shorthand in a few hours. With the merits of the production, self-considered, this is not the place to meddle. Suffice it that it is one of the many ways of getting a crust common to the great metropolis, and perhaps the most innocent of all the street performances. A kind of a street lecture is given by the vendor, in which the article is sufficiently puffed off. Of course, this lecture is, so to speak, stereotyped, embracing the same ideas in nearly the same words, over and over and over again. The exhibitor, however, pleads that the constant exchange and interchange of passengers, and his desire to give each and all a fair amount of information, makes the repetition admissible and even necessary. It is here given as a specimen of the style of the educated patterer. The lecture. Here is an opportunity which has seldom, if ever, been offered to the public before, whereby any person of common intellect may learn to write shorthand in a few hours, without any aid from a teacher. The system is entirely my own. It contains no vowels, no arbitrary characters, no double consonants, and no terminations. It may therefore properly be called stenography, an expression which conveys its own meaning. It is derived from two Greek words, stenos, short, and grapho, I write, or graphi, the verb to write, and embraces all that is necessary in 15 characters. I know that a prejudice obtains to a great extent against anything and everything said or done in the street, but I have nothing to do with either the majority or minority of street pretenders. I am an educated man, and not a mere pretender, and if the justice or genuineness of a man's pretensions would always lead him to success, I had not been here today. But against the tide of human disappointment, the worthy and the undeserving are so equally compelled to struggle, and so equally liable to be overturned by competition, that till you can prove that wealth is the gauge of character, it may be difficult to determine the ability or morality of a man from his position. I was lately reading an account of the closing life of that Leviathan in literature, Dr. Johnson, and an anecdote occurred which I relate, conceiving that it applies to one of the points at issue. I mean the ridicule with which my little publication has sometimes been treated by passers-by, who have found it easier to speculate on the texture of my coat than on the character of my language. The doctor had a niece who had embraced the peculiarities of Quakerism. After he had scolded her some time, and in rather unmeasured terms, her mother interfered and said, "Doctor, don't scold the girl. You'll meet her in heaven, I hope." "I hope not," said the doctor, "for I hate to meet fools anywhere." I applied the same observation to persons who bandy about the expressions gift of the gab, catchpenny, and so on, which in my case it is somewhat easier to circulate than to support. At any rate, they ought to be addressed to me, and not to the atmosphere. The man who meets a foe to the face gives him an equal chance of defence, and the sword openly suspended from the belt is a less dangerous, because a less cowardly weapon than the one which, like that of Harmodius, is concealed under the wreaths of a myrtle. If you imagine that professional disappointment is confined to people out of doors, you are very much mistaken. Look into some of the middle-class streets around where we are standing. You will find here and there, painted or engraved on a door, the words Mr. So-and-so, surgeon. The man, I am presupposing, shall be qualified in the technical sense of the expression, a member of the College of Surgeons, a licentiate of Apothecaries' Hall, and a graduate of some university. He may possess the talent of Galen or Hippocrates, or, to come to more recent date, of Sir Astley Cooper himself, but he never became popular, and dies unrewarded because unknown. Before he dies, he may crawl out of his concealed starvation into such a thoroughfare as this, and see Professor Morrison, or Professor Holloway, or the proprietor of Parr's Life Pills, or some other quack, ride by in their carriage, wealth being brought them by the same waves that have wafted misfortune to himself, though that wealth has been procured by one undeviating system of hypocrisy and humbug, of Jesuitism and pantomime, such as affords no parallel since the disgusting period of Oliverian ascendancy. Believe me, my friends, a man may form his plans for success with profound sagacity, and guard with caution against every approach to extravagance, but neither the boldness of enterprise nor the dexterity of stratagem will always secure the distinction they deserve, else that policeman would have been an inspector. I have sometimes been told that if I possessed the facilities I professedly exhibit, I might turn them to greater personal advantage. In coarse, unfettered Saxon English, that's a lie. For, on the authority of a distinguished writer, there are 2,000 educated men in London and its suburbs who rise every morning totally ignorant where to find a breakfast. Now, I am not quite so bad as that, so that it appears I am an exception to the rule, and not the rule open to exception. However, it is beyond all controversy that the best way to keep the fleas from biting you in bed is to get out of bed. And by a parity of reasoning, the best way for you to sympathise with me for being on the street is to take me off, as an evidence of your sympathy. I remember that some 20 years ago a poor man of foreign name, but a native of this metropolis, made his appearance in Edinburgh and advertised that he would lecture on mnemonics, or the art of memory. As he was poor, he had recourse to an humble lecture room, situated up a dirty court. Its eligibility may be determined by the fact that sweeps concerts were held in it, at a halfpenny per head, and the handbill mostly ended with the memorable words, N.B. No gentleman admitted without shoes and stockings. At the close of his first lecture, the admission to which was twopence, he was addressed by a scientific man who gave him 5 shillings. It will relieve the monotony of the present address if some of you follow his example, and advised him to print and issue some cards about his design, which he did. I saw one of them, the ink on it scarcely dry, as he had got it back at the house of a physician, and on it was inscribed, Old birds are not caught with chaff, from Dr. M. an old bird. The suspicious doctor, however, was advised to hear the poor man's twopenny lecture, and was able, at the end of it, to display a great feat of memory himself. What was the result? The poor man no longer lectured for twopence. But it is tedious to follow him through a series of years. He was gradually patronised throughout the kingdom, and a few months ago he was lecturing in the Hanover Square rooms, with the Earl of Harrowby in the chair. Was he not as clever a man when he lectured in the sweeps concert room? Yes, but he had not been brought under the shadow of a great name. Sometimes that great name comes too late. You are familiar with the case of Chatterton. He had existed, rather than lived, 3 days on a penny loaf. Then he committed suicide, and was charitably buried by strangers. 50 years or more had elapsed, when people found out how clever he had been, and collected money for the erection of that monument, which now stands to his memory by St. Mary Redcliffe Church, in Bristol. Now, if you have any idea of doing that for me, please to collect some of it while I am alive. On occasions when the audience is not very liberal, the lecturer treats them to the following hint. When in my golden days, or at the least they were silver ones compared to these, I was in the habit of lecturing on scientific subjects. I always gave the introductory lecture free. I suppose this is an introductory lecture, for it yields very little money at present. I have often thought that if everybody a little richer than myself was half as conscientious, I should either make a rapid fortune or have nobody to listen to me at all, for I never sanction long with my company anything I don't believe. Now, if what I say is untrue or grossly improbable, it does not deserve the sanction of an audience. If otherwise, it must be meritorious and deserve more efficient sanction. As to any insults I receive, Christianity has taught me to forgive, and philosophy to despise them. These very curious and perhaps unique specimens of street elocution are of course interrupted by the occasional sale of a card, and perhaps some conversation with the purchaser. The stenographic card seller states that he has sometimes been advised to use more commonplace language. His reply is germane to the matter. He says that a street audience, like some other audiences, is best pleased with what they least understand, and that the way to appear sublime is to be incomprehensible. He can occasionally be a little sarcastic. A gentleman informed me that he passed him at Bagnigge Wells on one occasion when he was interrupted by a gent, fearfully disfigured by the smallpox, who exclaimed, "It's a complete humbug." "No, sir," retorted Mr. Shorthand, "but if any of the ladies present were to call you handsome, that would be a humbug." On another occasion, a man, half drunk, had been annoying him for some time, and, getting tired of the joke, said, "Well, I see you're a learned man. You must pity my ignorance." "No," was the reply, "but I pity your father." "Pity my father? Why?" was the response. "Because Solomon says, 'He that begetteth a fool shall have sorrow of him.'" This little jeu d'esprit, I was told, brought forth loud acclamations from the crowd, and a crown piece from a lady who had been some minutes a listener. These statements are among the most curious revelations of the history of the streets. The shorthand card seller, as has partly appeared in a report I gave of a meeting of street folk, makes no secret of having been fined for obstructing a thoroughfare, having been bound down to keep the peace, and several times imprisoned as a defaulter. He tells me that he once got a month in one of the metropolitan jails. It was the custom of the chaplain of the prison in which he was confined to question the prisoners every Wednesday, from box to box, as they were arranged before him, on some portion of Holy Writ, and they were expected, if able, to answer. On one occasion, the subject being the excellence of prayer, the chaplain remarked that, even among the heathen, every author, without exception, had commended prayer to a real or supposed deity. The card seller, I am told, cried out, "Question." "Who is that?" said the chaplain. The turnkey pointed out the questioner. "Yes," said the card seller, "you know what Seneca says, quid opus votis, facte ipsum felicem vel bonum. What need of prayer? Make thou thyself happy and virtuous. Does that recommend prayer?" The prisoners laughed, and to prevent a mutiny, the classical querist was locked up, and the chaplain closed the proceedings. It is but justice, however, to the worthy minister to state his querist came out of durance vile better clothed than he went in. The stenographic trade, of which the informant in question is the sole pursuer, was commenced 11 years ago. At that time 300 cards were sold in a day, but the average is now 24, and about 50 on a Saturday night. The card seller tells me that he is more frequently than ever interrupted by the police, and his health being delicate, wet days are nuisances to him. He makes an annual visit to the country, he tells me, to see his children, who have been provided for by some kind friends. About 2 years ago he was returning to London and passed through Oxford. He was hard up, he says, having left his coat for his previous night's lodging. He attended prayers, without a coat, at St. Mary's Church, and when he came out, seated himself on the pavement beside the church, and wrote with chalk inside an oval border, De limor apollime. Reader's note, Greek, end reader's note. Lucam, chapter 15, verse 17. I perish with hunger. He was not long unnoticed, he tells me, by the scholars, some of whom rigged him out, and he left Oxford with £6 10s in his pocket. Let us indulge the hope, writes one who knows this man well, that whatever indiscretions may have brought a scholar whom few behold without pity, or converse with without respect for his acquirements, to be a street seller, nevertheless his last days will be his best days, and that, as his talents are beyond dispute and his habits strictly temperate, he may yet arise out of his degradation. Of this gentleman's history I give an account derived from the only authentic source. It is, indeed, given in the words of the writer from whom it was received. The Reverend Mr. Shorthand, his real name is of no consequence, indeed it would be contrary to the rule of this work to print it, was born at Hackney in the county of Middlesex on Good Friday, the 15th of April, 1808. He is therefore now in his 43rd year. Of his parents very little is known. He was brought up by guardians who were well-to-do, and who gave him every indulgence and every good instruction and example. From the earliest dawn of reason he manifested a strong predilection for the church, and before he was 7 years old he had preached to an infant audience, read prayers over a dead animal, and performed certain mimic ceremonies of the church among his schoolfellows. The directors of his youthful mind were strong dissenters of antinomian sentiments. With half a dozen of the same denomination he went, before he was 13, to the anniversary meeting of the Countess of Huntingdon's College at Cheshunt. Here, with a congregation of about 40 persons, composed of the students and a few strangers, he adjourned, while the parsons were dining at the Green Dragon, to the college chapel, where, with closed doors, the future proprietor of the Penny Shorthand delivered his first public sermon. Before he was quite 14, the stenographic card seller was apprenticed to a draper in or near Smithfield. In this position he remained only a few months, when the indentures were cancelled by mutual consent, and he resumed his studies, first at his native place, and afterwards as a day scholar at the Charterhouse. He was now 16, and it was deemed high time for him to settle to some useful calling. He became a junior clerk in the office of a stockbroker, and afterwards amanuensis to an M.D., who encouraged his thirst for learning, and gave him much leisure and many opportunities for improvement. While in this position, he obtained 2 small prizes in the state lottery, gave up his situation, and went to Cambridge with a private tutor. As economy was never any part of his character, he there overrun the constable, and to prevent, he says, any constable running after him, he decamped in the middle of the night, and came to London by a waggon, all his property consisting of a Greek prayer book, Dodd's Beauties of Shakespeare, 2 shirts, and 2 half-crowns. At this crisis, a famous and worthy clergyman, 40 years resident in Hackney, the Reverend H. N. lately deceased, had issued from the press certain strictures against the Society for Promoting Christianity among the Jews. The shorthand seller wrote an appendix to this work under the title of the Church in Danger. He took it to Mr. N., who praised the performance and submitted to the publication. The impression cast off was limited, and the result unprofitable. It had, however, one favourable issue. It led to the engagement of its author as private and travelling tutor to the children of the celebrated Lady S., who, though for adultery separated from her husband, retained the exclusive custody of her offspring. While in this employment, my informant resided chiefly at Clifton, sometimes in Bath, and sometimes on her ladyship's family property in Derbyshire. While here, he took deacon's orders and became a popular preacher. In whatever virtues he might be deficient, his charities at least were unbounded. This profusion ill-suited a limited income, and a forgery was the first step to suspension, disgrace, and poverty. In 1832 he married. The union was not felicitous. About this date my informant relates that, under disguise and change of name, he supplied the pulpits of several episcopal chapels in Scotland with that which was most acceptable to them. Unable to obtain a locus standi in connection with the Protestant Church, he made a virtue of necessity and avowed himself a seceder. In this new disguise he travelled and lectured, proving to a demonstration, always pecuniary, that the Church of England was the hospital of incurables. Always in delicate health, he found continued journeys inconvenient. The oversight of a home missionary station, comprising 5 or 6 villages, was advertised. The card seller was the successful candidate, and for several years performed divine service 4 times every Sunday, and opened and taught gratuitously a school for the children of the poor. Here, report says, he was much beloved, and here he ought to have remained, but with that restlessness of spirit which is so marked a characteristic of the class to which he now belongs, he thought otherwise, and removed to a similar sphere of labour near Edinburgh. The town, containing a population of 14,000, was visited to a dreadful extent with the pestilence of cholera. The future street seller, to his honour be it spoken, was the only one among 8 or 10 ministers who was not afraid of the contagion. He visited many hundreds of cases, and, it is credibly asserted, added medicine, food, and nursing to his spiritual consolations. The people of his charge here embraced the Irving heresy, and unable, as he says, to determine the sense of the unknown tongues, he resigned his charge and returned to London in 1837. After living some time upon his money, books, and clothes, till all was expended, he tried his hand at the begging letter trade. About this time the card seller declares that a man, also from Scotland, and of similar history and personal appearance, lodged with him at a house in the Mint, and stole his coat, and with it his official and other papers. This person had been either a city missionary or scripture reader, having been dismissed for intemperance. The street card seller states that he has suffered much persecution from the officers of the Mendicity Society, and in the opinion of the public, by the blending of his own history with that of the man who robbed him. Be the truth as it may, or let his past faults have been ever so glaring, still it furnishes no present reason why he should be maltreated in the streets, where he is now striving for an honest living. Since the card seller's return to London, he has been 5 times elected and re-elected to a temporary engagement in the Hebrew school, Goodman's Fields, so that, at the worst, his habits of life cannot be very outrageous. The pomps and vanities of this wicked world have, according to his own account, had very little share in the experience of the shorthand parson. He states, and there is no reason for doubting him, that he never witnessed any sort of public amusement in his life, that he was a hard student when he was young, and now keeps no company, living much in retirement. He attends the ministry, he says, of the Reverend Robert Montgomery, reads the daily lessons at home, and receives the communion twice every month at the early service in Westminster Abbey. Of course, these are matters that appear utterly inconsistent with his present mode of life. One well-known peculiarity of this extraordinary character is his almost idolatrous love of children, to whom, if he makes a good Saturday night, he is very liberal on his way home. This is, perhaps, his ruling passion. An acquaintance of his, without knowing why I inquired, fully confirmed this account, and it displays itself sometimes in strong emotion, of which the following anecdote may be cited as an instance. One of his favourite spots for stenographic demonstration is the corner of Playhouse Yard, close to the Times office. Directly opposite lives a tobacconist, who has a young family. One of his little girls used to stand and listen to him. To her he was so strongly attached that when he heard of her death, he had missed her several weeks, he went home much affected, and did not return to the spot for many months. At the death of the notorious Dr. Dillon, the card seller offered himself to the congregation as a successor. They, however, declined the overture. End of section 44. Section 45 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 45. Of the Sellers of Race Cards and Lists. This trade is not carried on in town, but at the neighbouring races of Epsom and Ascot Heath, and, though less numerously, at Goodwood. It is pursued by persons concerned in the street paper trade of London. At Epsom I may state that the race card sale is in the hands of 2 classes, the paper or sheet lists sale being carried on by the same parties, namely those who confine themselves to working the races, and those who only resort to such work occasionally. The first mentioned sellers usually live in the country, and the second in town. Between these 2 classes there is rather a strong distinction. The country race card sellers are not unfrequently sporting characters. The town professor of the same calling feels little interest in the intrigues or great events of the turf. Of the country traders in this line, some act also as touters, or touts. They are for the most part men, who having been in some capacity or other connected with racing or with race horses, and having fallen from their position or lost their employment, resort to the selling of race cards as one means of a livelihood, and to touting, or watching race horses and reporting anything concerning them to those interested, as another means. These men, I am assured, usually make a book, a record and calculation of their bets, with grooms, or such gentlemen's servants as will bet with them, and sometimes one with another. The most notorious of the race card selling fraternity is known as Captain Carrot. He is the successor, I am told, of Gentleman Jerry, who was killed some time back at Goodwood races, having been run over. Gentleman Jerry's attire, 25 to 35 years ago, was an exaggeration of what was then accounted a gentleman's style. He wore a light snuff-coloured coat, a washing waistcoat of any colour, cloth trousers, usually the same colour as his coat, and a white or yellow-white and ample cravat of many folds. His successor wears a military uniform, always with a scarlet coat, Hessian boots, an old umbrella, and a tin eyeglass. Upon the card sellers, however, who confine their traffic to races, I need not dwell, but proceed to the metropolitan dealers, who are often patterers when in town. It is common for the smarter traders in these cards to be liberal of titles, especially to those whom they address on the race ground. "This is the sort of style, sir," said one race card seller to me, "and it tells best with cockneys from their shops. Ah, my lord, I hope your lordship's well. I've backed your horse, my lord. He'll win, he'll win. Card, my lord, correct card, only sixpence. I'll drink your lordship's health after the race." Perhaps this here my lord may be a barber, you see, sir, and never had so much as a donkey in his life, and he forks out a bob. But before he can get his change, there always is somebody or other to call for a man like me from a little distance. So I'm forced to run off and cry, "Coming, sir, coming! Coming, your honour, coming!" The mass of these sellers, however, contents themselves with the customary cry, "Here's Dawling's correct card of the races, names, weights and colours of the riders, length of bridle and weight of saddle." One intelligent man computed that there were 500 men, women and children of all descriptions of street callings, who on a Derby day left London for Epsom. Another considered that there could not be fewer than 600 at the very lowest calculation. Of these, I am informed, the female sellers may number something short of a 20th part from London, while a 12th of the whole number of regular street sellers attending the races vend at the races cards. But card selling is often a cloak, for the females, and especially those connected with men who depend solely on the races, vend improper publications, usually at sixpence, making the sale of cards or lists a pretext for the more profitable traffic. If a man sell from 10 to 12 dozen cards on the Derby day, it is accounted a good day, and so is the sale of 3/4 of that quantity on the Oaks day. On the other or off days, 2 shillings is an average earning. The cards are all bought of Mr. Dawling, the printer, at 2 shillings and sixpence a dozen. The price asked is always 6pence each. "But those 4penny bits," said one card seller, "is the ruination of everything, and now that they say that the 3penny bits is coming in more, things will be wuss and wuss." The lists vary from 1 shilling and sixpence to 2 shillings and sixpence the dozen, according to size. To clear 10 shillings and 8 shillings on the 2 great days is accounted tidy doings, but that is earned only by those who devote themselves to the sale of the race cards, which all the sellers do not. Some, for instance, are ballad singers who sell cards immediately before a race comes off, as at that time they could obtain no auditory for their melodies. Ascot Heath races, I am told, are rather better for the card seller than Epsom, as there's more of the nobs there, and fewer of the London vendors of cards. The sale of the lists is less than 1/8 that of the sale of cards. They are chiefly return lists, lists with a specification of the winning horses and so on, returned as they acquitted themselves in each race, and are sold in the evening or immediately after the conclusion of the sport, for the purpose of being posted or kept. Of the street sellers of gelatin, of engraved, and of playing cards, and so on. There are yet other cards, the sale of which is carried on in the streets. Of these, the principal traffic has lately been in gelatins, gelatin cards. Those in the greatest demand contain representations of the Crystal Palace, the outlines of the structure being given in gold delineation on the deep purple or mulberry of the smooth and shining gelatin. These cards are sold in blank envelopes, for the convenience of posting them as a present to a country friend, or of keeping them unsoiled, if they are retained as a memento of a visit to so memorable a building. The principal sale was on Sunday mornings in Hyde Park, and to the visitors who employed that day to enjoy the sight of the palace. But on the second Sunday in February, as well as my informant could recollect, for almost all street traders will tell you, if not in the same words as one patterer used, that their recollections are not worth an old button without a neck, the police put down the sale of these exhibition cards in the park, as well as that of cakes, tarts, gingerbread, and such-like dainties. This was a bitter disappointment to a host of street sellers, who looked forward very sanguinely to the profits they might realise when the great exhibition was in full operation, and augured ill to their prospects from this interference. I am inclined to think that, on this occasion, the feelings of animosity entertained by the card sellers towards the police and the authorities were even bitterer than I have described as affecting the costermongers. "Why," said one man, "when I couldn't be let sell my cards, I thrust my hands into my empty pockets and went among the crowd near the great exhibition place to look about me. There was plenty of ladies and gentlemen, say about 12 o'clock at Sunday noon, and as many as could be. Plenty of 'em had nice paper bags of biscuits or cakes that of course they'd bought that morning at the pastry cook's, and they handed them to their party. Some had newspapers they was reading, about the exhibition I dare say, papers which was bought and perhaps was printed that very blessed morning. But for us to offer to earn a crust then, oh, it's again the law, in course it is." Some of the gelatine cards contain pieces of poetry, in letters of gold always, at least I could hear of no exceptions, of a religious or sentimental character. A hymn, the child's prayer, the Christian's hope, to Eliza, to a daisy, forget-me-not, and affection's tribute were among the titles. Some contained love verses, and might be used for valentines, and some a sentimental song. In the open-air sale, nearly all the traffic was in exhibition gelatines, and the great bulk was sold in and near Hyde Park. For 2 or 3 months, from as soon as the glass palace had been sufficiently elevated to command public attention, there were daily, I am told, 20 persons selling those cards in the park and its vicinity, and more than twice that number on Sundays. One man told me that on one fine bright Sunday, the sale being principally in the morning, he had sold 10 dozen, with a profit of about 5 shillings. On weekdays, 3 dozen was a good sale, but on wet, cold, or foggy days, none at all could be disposed of. If therefore we take as an average the sale of 2 dozen daily per each individual, and 3 dozen on a Sunday, we find that £180 was expended on street-sold gelatines. The price to the retailer is 5p a dozen, with 1 penny or a penny farthing for a dozen of the larger-sized envelopes, so leaving the usual profit, cent per cent. The sellers were not a distinct class, but in the hands of the less enterprising of the paper workers or patterers. The poetry gelatines were hardly offered at all in the streets, except by a few women and children, with whom it was a pretext for begging. Of engraved exhibition cards, sold under similar circumstances, there might be 1/3 as many sold as of the gelatines, or an expenditure of £60. The sale of playing cards is only for a brief interval. It is most brisk for a couple of weeks before Christmas, and is hardly ever attempted in any season but the winter. The price varies from 1 penny to 6p, but very rarely 6p, and seldom more than 3p the pack. The sellers for the most part announce their wares as "new cards, new playing cards, 2p a pack." This subjects the sellers, the cards being unstamped, to a penalty of £10, a matter of which the street traders know and care nothing, but there is no penalty on the sale of second-hand cards. The best of the cards are generally sold by the street sellers to the landlords of the public houses and beer shops, where the customers are fond of a hand at cribbage, a cut-in at whist, or a game at all fours or all fives. A man whose business led him to public houses told me that for some years he had not observed any other games to be played there, but he had heard an old tailor say that in his youth 50 years ago, put was a common public house game. The cheaper cards are frequently imperfect packs. If there be the full number of 52, some perhaps are duplicates, and others are consequently wanting. If there be an ace of spades, it is unaccompanied by those flourishes which, in the duly stamped cards, set off the announcement, "Duty 1 shilling," and sometimes a blank card supplies its place. The smaller shopkeepers usually prefer to sell playing cards with a piece cut off each corner, so as to give them the character of being second-hand, but the street sellers prefer vending them without this precaution. The cards, which are made up from the waste and spoiled cards of the makers, are bought chiefly by the retailers at the swag shops. Playing cards are more frequently sold with other articles, such as almanacs, than otherwise. From the information I obtained, it appears that if 20 dozen packs of cards are sold daily for 14 days, it is about the quantity, but rather within it. The calculation was formed on the supposition that there might be 20 street playing card sellers, each disposing, allowing for the hindrances of bad weather and so on, of 1 dozen packs daily. Taking the average price at 3d a pack, we find an outlay of £42. The sale used to be far more considerable, and at higher prices, and was often a good spec on a country round. There is still another description of cards sold in the streets of London, namely conversation cards, but the quantity disposed of is so trifling as to require no special comment. Of the street sellers of stationery. Of this body of street traders there are 2 descriptions, the itinerant and the pitching. There are also some who unite the 2 qualities, so far as that they move a short distance, perhaps 200 yards, along a thoroughfare, but preserve the same locality. Of the itinerant again, there are some who, on an evening, and more especially a Saturday evening, take a stand in a street market, and pursue their regular rounds the other portions of the day. The itinerant trader carries a tray, and in no few cases, as respects the display of his wares, emulates the tradesman's zeal in dressing a window temptingly. The tray most in use is painted, or mahogany, with ledges, front and sides, or, as one man described it, an upright 4-inch bordering to keep things in their places. The back of the tray, which rests against the bearer's breast, is about 12 inches high. Narrow pink tapes are generally attached to the ledges and back, within which are slipped the articles for sale. At the bottom of the tray are often divisions in which are deposited steel pens, wafers, wax, pencils, pen holders, and, as one stationer expressed it, packable things that you can't get much show out of. One man, who rather plumed himself on being a thorough master of his trade, said to me, "It's a grand point to display, sir. Now, just take it in this way. Suppose you yourself, sir, lived in my round. Very good. You hear me cry as I'm approaching your door, and suppose you was a customer, you says to yourself, 'Here's Penny a Quire,' as I'm called oft enough, and I'll soon be with you, and I gives an extra emphasis at a customer's door. Very good. You buys the note. As you buys the note, you gives a look over my tray, and then you says, 'Oh, I want some steel pens, and is your ink good?' And you buys some. But for the display, you'd have sent to the shopkeepers, and I should have lost custom, 'cause it wouldn't have struck you." Footnote: I may here observe that I have rarely heard tradesmen dealing in the same wares as street sellers described by those street sellers by any other term than that of shopkeepers. End footnote. The articles more regularly sold by the street sellers of stationery are note paper, letter paper, envelopes, steel pens, pen holders, sealing wax, wafers, black lead pencils, ink in stone bottles, memorandum books, almanacs, and valentines. Occasionally they sell india rubber, slate pencil, slates, copybooks, storybooks, and arithmetical tables. The stationery is purchased for the most part in Budge Row and Drury Lane. The half-quires, sold at a penny, contain generally 10 sheets. If the paper, however, be of superior quality, only 8 sheets. In the paper warehouses it is known as outsides, with no more than 10 sheets to the half-quire. the price varying from 4s to 6s the ream, 20 quires, or, if bought by weight, from 7d to 9d the pound. The envelopes are sold wholesale at from 6d to 15d the dozen, the higher priced being adhesive and with impressions, now generally the Crystal Palace, on the place of the seal. The commoner are retailed in the streets at 12 and the better at 6, a penny. Sometimes a job lot, soiled, is picked up by the street stationer at 4d a pound. The sealing, a pound, retailed at a halfpenny each. The flat wax, however, is 1s and 4d per pound, containing from 30 to 36 sticks, retailed at a penny each. Wafers at the same swag shops are 3d or 4d the pound, in small boxes 9d the gross. Ink, 4d halfpenny or 5d the dozen bottles. Pencils, 7d to 8s a gross, and steel pens from 4d. Waste, to 3s a gross, but the street stationers do not go beyond 2s the gross, which is for magnum bonums. Of the experience of a street stationer. A middle-aged man gave me the following account. He had pursued the trade for upwards of 12 years. He was a stout, cosy-looking man, wearing a loose greatcoat. The back of his tray rested against his double-breasted waistcoat, the pattern of which had become rather indistinct, but which was buttoned tightly up to his chin, as if to atone for the looseness of his coat. The corner of his mouth, towards his left ear, was slightly drawn down, for he seemed, in crying, to pitch his voice, so that it could be heard a street off, out of the corner of his only partially opened mouth. "Middlin', sir," he said. "Times is middlin' with me. They might be better, but then they might be worse. I can manage to live. The times is changed since I was first in the business. There wasn't no envelopes then, and no note paper. Least I had none, but I made as good, or a better, living than I do now. A better indeed. When the penny postage came in, I don't mind the year, but I hadn't been long in the trade. It was in 1840. I cried some of the postage vellops. They was big, figured things at first, with elephants and such like on them, and I called them at prime cost, if anything was bought with them. The very first time a policeman says, 'You mustn't sell them covers. What authority have you to do it?' 'Why, the authority to earn a dinner,' says I. But it was no go. Another peeler came up and said I wasn't to cry them again, or he'd have me up. And so that spec came to nothing. I sell to ladies and gentlemen, and to servant maids and mechanics and their wives, and indeed all sorts of people. Some fine ladies that call me to the door on the slide do behave very shabby. Why, there was one who wanted 5 half-quire of note for 4d, and I told her I couldn't afford it, and so she said that she knew the world, and never gave nobody the price they first asked. 'If that's it, ma'am,' says I, 'people that knows your plan can 'commodate you.' That knowing card of a lady, sir, as she reckons herself, had as much velvet to her body, such a gown, as would pay my tailor's bills for 20 year. But I don't employ a fashionable tailor, and can patch a bit myself, as I was 2 years with a saddler, and was set to work to make girths and horse clothes. My master died, and all went wrong, and I had to turn out without nobody to help me, for I had no parents living, but I was a strong young fellow of 16. I first tried to sell a few pairs of girths, and a roller or two, to livery stable keepers, and horse dealers and job masters, but I was next to starving. They wouldn't look at anything but what was good, and the stuff was too high and the profit too little, for I couldn't get regular prices in course, and so I dropped it. There's no men in the world so particular about good things as them as is about valuable horses. I've often thought, if rich people cared half as much about poor men's togs that was working for them for next to nothing as they cared for their horse clothes, it would be a better world. I was dead beat at last, but I went down to Epsom and sold a few race cards. I'd borrowed a shilling of a groom to start with, and he wouldn't take it back when I offered it. And that wax is bought at general warehouses, known as swag shops, of which I may speak hereafter. At 8d a pound, there being 48 round sticks in, was my beginning in the paper trade. I felt queer at first, and queerer when I wasn't among the horses, as at the races like. But one gets reconciled to anything, except to a man like me, a low lodging-house. A stable's a palace to it. I got into stationery at last, and it's respectable. I've heard people say how well they could read and write, and it was no good to them. It has been, and is still, a few pence to me, though I can only read and write middling. I write notes and letters for some as buys paper of me. Never anything in the begging way, never. It wouldn't do to have my name mixed up that way. I've often got extra pennies for directing and doing up valentines in nice vellops. Why, I spoke to a servant girl the other day. She was at the door, and says I, "Any nice paper today to answer your young man's last love letter, or to write home and ask your mother's consent to your being wed next Monday week?" That's the way to get them to listen, sir. Well, I finds that she can't write, and so I offers to do it for a pint of beer, and she to pay for the paper, of course. And then there was so many orders what to say. Her love to no end of aunts, and all sorts of messages, and inquiries about all sorts of things, and when I'd heard enough to fill a long letter sheet, she calls me back and says, "I'm afraid I've forgot Uncle Thomas." I makes it all short enough in the letter, sir. My kind love to all inquiring friends takes in all Uncle Thomases. I writes them when I gets a bite of dinner. Sometimes I posts them, if I'm paid beforehand. At other times I leaves them next time I pass the door. There's no mystery made about it. If a missus says, "What's that?" I've heard a girl answer, "It's a letter I've got written home, ma'am. I haven't time myself." Or, "I'm no scholar, ma'am." But that's only where I've known. I don't write one a week the year round. Perhaps 40 in a year. I charge a penny or twopence, or if it's a very poor body, and no gammon about it, nothing. Well then, I think I never wrote a love letter. Women does that for one another, I think, when the young housemaid can't write as well as she can talk. I jokes some as I knows, and says I writes all sorts of letters but love letters, and for them, you see, says I, there's wanted the best gilt edge, and a fancy vellop, and a dictionary. I take more for note and envelopes than anything else, but far the most for note. Some has a sheet folded and fitted into a vellop when they buys, as they can't fit it so well theirselves, they say. Perhaps I make 2 shillings a day, take it all round. Some days I may make as much as 3 shillings and sixpence. At others, especially wet days, not 1 shilling. But I call mine a tidy round, and better than an average. I've only myself, and pays 1 shilling and ninepence a week for a tidy room, with a few of my own sticks in it. I buy sometimes in Budge Row and sometimes in Drury Lane, very seldom at a swag shop, Birmingham House, for I don't like them. Well now, I've heard, sir, that poor men like me ain't to be allowed to sell anything in the park at the Great Exhibition. How's that, sir? I told him I could give no information on the subject. It's likely enough to be true, he resumed. The nobs'll want to keep it all to theirselves. I read Lloyd's weekly newspaper on a Sunday, and what murders and robberies there is now. What will there be when the Great Exhibition opens? For rogues is worst in a crowd, and they say there'll be plenty come to London from all arts and parts. Never mind, if I can see anything better to do in a fair way at the exhibition, I'll cut the streets. Perhaps my earnings is half from working people and half from private houses. That's about it, but working people's easiest satisfied. I have given this man's statement more fully than I should have thought necessary, that I might include his account of letter writing. The letter writer was at one period a regular street labourer in London, as he is now in some continental cities, Naples for instance. The vocation in London seems in some respects to have fallen into the hands of the street stationer, but the majority of letters written for the uneducated, and their letter receiving or answering is seldom arduous, is done, I believe, by those who are rather vaguely but emphatically described as friends. I am told that there are 120 street stationers in London, a small majority of whom may be itinerant, but chiefly on regular rounds. On a Sunday morning, in such places as the Brill, are 2 or 3 men, but not regularly, who sell stationery only on Sunday mornings. Taking the number, however, at 120, I am assured that their average profits may be taken at 8 shillings weekly, each stationer. On note paper of the best sort, the profit is sometimes only 50%. But take the trade altogether, we may calculate it at cent per cent, on some things it is higher, and we find £4,992 yearly expended in street stationery. Of a reduced gentlewoman and a reduced tradesman as street sellers of stationery. I now give two statements which show the correctness of my conclusion that among the street stationers were persons of education who had known prosperity, and that as a body those engaged in this traffic were a better class than the mass of the paper workers. They are also here cited as illustrations of the causes which lead, or rather force, many to a street life. The first statement is that of a lady. "My father," she said, "was an officer in the army and related to the Pitt family. After his death, I supported myself by teaching music. I was considered very talented by my profession, both as teacher and composer." I may here interrupt the course of the narrative by saying that I myself have had printed proofs of the lady's talents in this branch of art. A few years ago, a painful and protracted illness totally incapacitated me from following my profession. Consequently, I became reduced to a state of great destitution. For many weeks I remained ill in my own room. I often during that time went without nourishment the day through. I might have gone into an hospital, but I seemed to dread it so much that it was not until I was obliged to give up my room that I could make up my mind to enter one. From that time until within a few weeks ago, I have been an inmate of several hospitals. The last I was in was the convalescent establishment at Carshalton. On my coming to London, I found I had to begin the world again, as it were, in a very different manner from what I have been accustomed to. I had no head to teach, I felt that, and what to do I hardly knew. I had no home to go to, and not a halfpenny in the world. I had heard of the House of Charity in Soho Square, and as a last resort I went there. But before I could have courage to ask admittance, I got a woman to go in and see what kind of a place it was. I seemed to fear it so much. I met with great kindness there, however, and by the time I left, the care they had bestowed upon me had restored my health in a measure, but not my head. The doctors advised me to get some outdoor occupation. I am always better in the open air, but what to do I could not tell. At last I thought of a man I had known who made fancy envelopes. I went to him and asked him to allow me to go round to a few houses with some of them for a small percentage. This he did, and I am therefore enabled, by going along the streets and calling to offer my envelopes at any likely house, just to live. None but those who have suffered misfortune as I have done can tell what my feelings were on first going to a house. I could not go where I was known. I had not the courage, nor would my pride allow me. My pupils had been very kind to me during my illnesses, but I could not bear the idea of going to them and offering articles for sale. My fear of strangers is so great that I tremble when I knock at a door, lest I should meet with an angry word. How few have any idea of the privations and suffering that have been endured before a woman, brought up as I have been, can make up her mind to do as I am obliged to do. I am now endeavouring to raise a little money to take a room, and carry on the envelope business myself. I might do pretty well, I think, and should my head get better, in time I might get pupils again. At present I could not teach. The distressed state of my mind would not allow me. The tradesman's statement he forwarded to me in writing, supplying me with every facility to test the full accuracy of his assertions, which, it is right I should add, I have done, and found all as he has stated. I give the narrative in the writer's words, and his narrative will be found at once diffuse and minute, as a faithful representation of a reduced tradesman's struggles, thoughts, and endurances before being forced into the streets. I was brought up, he writes, as a linen draper. After filling every situation as an assistant, both in the wholesale and retail trade, I was for a considerable time in business. Endeavouring to save another from ruin, I advanced what little money I had at my banker's, and became security for more, as I thought I saw my way clear. But a bond of judgment was hanging over the concern, kept back from me, of course. and the result was I lost my money to the amount of some hundreds, of which I have not recovered £1. Since that time I've endeavoured to gain a livelihood as a town traveller. In 1845 I became very much afflicted, and the affliction continued the greater part of the following year. At one time I had 15 wounds on my body, and lost the use of one side. I was reduced by bodily disease as well as in circumstances. My wife went to reside among her friends, and I, after my being an outpatient of Bartholomew's Hospital, went, through necessity, to Clerkenwell Workhouse. When recovered, I made another effort to do something among my own trade, and thought, after about 2 years' struggle, I should recover in a measure my position. In August 1849 I sent for a few shillings' worth of light articles from London, being then at Dunstable. I received them and sold one small part. I went the following day to the next village nearer London. There I had a violent attack of cholera, which once more defeated my plans, leaving me in a weak condition. I was obliged to seek the refuge of my parish, and consider that very harshly was I treated there. They refused me admittance, and suffered me to walk the street 2 days and 2 nights. I had no use of my arm, was ill and disabled. About 7:30 on the 3rd night, a gentleman, hearing of my sufferings, knocked at the door of the Union, took me inside, and dared them to turn me thence. This was in October 1849. I lay on my bed there for 7 weeks nearly, and a few days before Christmas Day, the parish authorities brought me before the board and turned me out with 1 shilling and a loaf, one of the overseers telling me to go to H. LL and lodge anywhere. I came to lodge at the Model Lodging House, King Street, Drury Lane, but being winter time they were full. Although I remained there in the daytime, I was obliged to sleep at another house. At this domicile I saw how many ways there were of getting what the very poor call a living, and various suggestions were offered. I was promised a gift of 2 shillings and 6pence by an individual on a certain day, but I had to live till that day, and many were the feelings of my mind how to dispose of what might remain when I received the 2 shillings and 6pence, as I was getting a little into debt. My debt, when paid, left me but 9pence halfpenny out of the 2 shillings and 6pence to trade with. I had never hawked an article before that time. To stand the streets was terrible to my mind, and how to invest this small sum sadly perplexed me. My mind was racked by painful anxiety, one moment almost desponding, the next finding so much sterling value in a shilling that I saw in it the means of rescuing me from my degradation. Wanting many of the necessaries of life, but without suitable attire for my own business, and still weak from illness, I made up my mind. On the afternoon of 2nd of January 1850, I purchased 1½ dozen memorandum books of a stationer in Clerkenwell, telling him my capital. I obtained the name of 9pence halfpenny man, the amount of my funds, at that shop. The next step was how to dispose of my books. I thought I would go round to some coffee and public houses, as I could not endure the streets. I went into one where I was formerly known, and sold 6pence worth, and meeting a person who was once in my own line at another house, I sold 4pence worth more. The first night, therefore, I got over well. The next day I did a little, but not so well, and I found out that what I had bought was not the most ready sale. My returns that week were only 6 shillings and 2pence. I found I must have something different. One thing would not do alone, so I bought a few children's books and almanacs, sometimes going to market with as little as 7 farthings. I could not rise to anything better in the way of provisions during this time than dry toast and coffee, as the rent must be looked to. I struggled on, hoping against hope. At one period I had a cold and lost my voice. 2 or 3 wet days in a week made me a bankrupt. If I denied myself food to increase my stock, and went out for a day or 2 to some near town, I found that with small stock and small returns I could not stem the tide. I always avoided associating with any but those a step higher in the grades of society, a circumstance that caused me not to know as much of the market for my cheap articles as I might have done. I am perhaps looked on as rather an aristocrat, as I am not often seen by the street sellers at a stand. My difficulties have been of no ordinary kind. With a desire for more domestic comfort on one hand, and painful reflections from want of means on the other, I have had to call to my aid all the philosophy I possess, to keep up a proper equilibrium, lest I should be tempted to do anything derogatory or dishonest. I am desirous of a rescue at the only time likely for it to take place with advantage, as I am persuaded, when persons continue long in a course that endangers their principles and self-respect, a rescue becomes hopeless. Should I have one small start with health, the privations I have undergone show not what comforts I have had, or may ever hope to have, but what I can absolutely do without. I found the first 6 months not quite so good as the latter, March and May being the worst. The entire amount taken from January the 2nd to December the 31st, 1850, was £28 10s. and 6pence, an average of about 11s. and 4pence a week, say for the cost of goods 6s. Per week, and rent 1s. and 9pence, leaving me but 3s. and 7pence clear for living. This statement, sir, is strictly correct, as I do not get cent per cent on all the articles, and yet with so small a return I am not behind one single crown at the present time. On New Year's Day last I had but the cost price of stock, 5pence. Up to the evening of February the 10th I have taken £2 19s. and 8pence, having paid for goods £1 10s. and 5pence, and for rent 8s. and 10pence, leaving me £1 and 5pence to exist on during nearly 6 weeks. These facts and figures show that without a little assistance it is impossible to rise. And remember this circumstance, I have had to walk on some occasions as much as 20 or 22 miles in a day. If those whom Providence has blessed with a little more than their daily wants would only enter into the conflicts of the really reduced person, they would not be half so niggardly in spending a few coppers for useful articles at least, nor overbearing in their requirements as to bulk when purchasing of the itinerant vendor. Did they but reflect that they themselves might be in the same condition, or some of their families, I am sure they would not act as they do, for I would venture to say that the common street beggar does not get more rebuffs or insults than the educated and unfortunate reduced tradesman in the streets. The past year has been one of the most trying and painful, yet I hope instructive periods of my existence, and one of which I trust I never shall see the like again. I subjoin one of the testimonies that have been furnished me as to this man's character, and which I thought it right to procure before giving publicity to the above statement. It is from a minister of the gospel, the street seller's father-in-law. Dear Sir, I received a letter last Tuesday from Mr. Knight, intimating that he was requested by you to inquire into the character of Mr. J. N. It is quite correct, as he states, that his wife is my daughter. They lived together several years in London, but eventually, notwithstanding her efforts in the millinery and straw work, they became so reduced that their circumstances obliged my daughter to take her 2 little girls with herself to us. This was in the summer 1845. His wife and children have been of no expense to Mr. N. since that time. The sole cause of their separation was poverty. I consider him to have acted imprudently in giving up his situation to depend on an income arising from a small capital, whereas if he had kept in a place while she attended to her own business, they might have gone on comfortably, and should they, through the interposition of a kind Providence, gain that position again, it is to be hoped that they will improve the circumstance to the honour and glory of the Author of all our mercies, and with gratitude to the instrument who may be raised up for their good. I am, dear Sir, respectfully yours, J.D. Other vouchers have been received, and all equally satisfactory. End of section 45. Section 46 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 46. Of the street sale of memorandum books and almanacs. The memorandum books in demand in street sale are used for weekly rent books. The payment of the rent is entered by the landlord, and the production of one of these books, showing a punctuality of payment, perhaps for years, is one of the best references that can be given by anyone in search of a new lodging. They are bought also for the entrance of orders, and then of prices, in the trade at chandlers' shops and so on, where weekly or monthly accounts are run. All, or nearly all, the street stationers sell memorandum books, and in addition to them there may be, I am told, sometimes as many as 50 poor persons, including women and children, who sell memorandum books with other trifling articles, not necessarily stationery, but such things as stay laces or tapes. If a man sell memorandum books alone, it is because his means limit him to that stock, he being at the time what I heard a patterer describe as a dry bread cove. The price is 6pence the dozen, or 9pence with almanacs pasted inside the cover, and 13 to the dozen. No more than 1 penny is obtained in the streets for any kind of memorandum books. The almanac street trade, I heard on all hands, had become a mere nothing. "What else can you expect, sir," said one street seller, "when so many publicans sends almanacs round or gives them away to their customers, and when the slop tailors' shilling-a-day men thrust one into people's hands at every corner. It was a capital trade once, before the duty was taken off, capital. The duty wasn't in our way so much as in the shopkeepers, though they did a good deal on the sly in unstamped almanacs. Why, of a night in October I've many a time cleared 5 shillings and more by selling in the public houses almanacs at 2pence and 3pence apiece. They cost me 1 shilling and 1 and 2pence a dozen at that time. Anything that way when government's done has a ready sale. People enjoys it, and I suppose no man as ever was thinks it much harm to do a tax gatherer. I don't pay the income tax myself." Note, laughing, end note. "One evening I sold, just by Blackfriars Bridge, 14 dozen of diamond almanacs to fit into hat crowns. I was liable in course and ran a risk. I sold them mostly at a penny apiece, but sometimes got 6pence for 3. I cleared between 6 shillings and 7 shillings. The diamonds cost me 8pence a dozen." The street almanac trade is now carried on by the same parties as I have specified in my account of memorandum books. Those sold are of any cheap kind, costing wholesale 6pence a dozen, but they are almost always announced as Moors. Of the street sale of pocket-books and diaries. The sale of pocket-books in the streets is not, I was told by several persons, a living for a man nowadays. 10 years ago it was common to find men in the streets offering half-crown pocket-books for 1 shilling, and holding them open so as to display the engravings, if there were any. The street sale usually takes place in March, when the demand for the regular trade has ceased, and the publishers dispose of their unsold stock. The trade is now, I am assured, only about 1/10 of its former extent. The reason assigned for the decline is that almanacs, diaries, and so on are so cheap that people look upon 1 shilling as an enormous price, even for a beautiful Morocco-bound pocket-book, as the street seller proclaims it. The binding is rowan, a dressed sheepskin, Morocco being a goatskin, an imitation of Morocco, but the pocket-books are really those which in the October preceding have been published in the regular way of trade. Some few of them may, however, have been damaged, and these are bought by the street people as a job lot, and at a lower price than that paid in the regular way, which is 4 shillings and 6pence to 5 shillings and 6pence the dozen, 13 to the dozen. The job lot is sometimes bought for 2 shillings and 6pence a dozen and sold at 6pence each, or as low as 4pence, for street sellers generally bewail their having often to come down to 4penny bits as they're going so much now. One man told me that he was 4 days last March in selling a dozen pocket-books, though the weather was not unfavourable, and that his profit was 5 shillings. Engravings of the fashions, the same man told me, were no go now. Even poorly dressed women, but they might, he thought, be dressmakers, had said to him the last time he displayed a pocket-book with fashions, "They're out now." The principal supplier of pocket-books and so on to the street trade is in Bride Lane, Fleet Street. Commercial diaries are bought and sold at the same rate as pocket-books, but the sale becomes smaller and smaller. I am informed that last season there were 20 men, all street traders in paper or anything that was up at other times, selling pocket-books and diaries. For this trade, Leicester Square is a favourite place. Calculating, from the best data I can command, that each of those men took 15 shillings weekly for a month, half of it their profit, we find £60 expended in the streets in this purchase. Ledgers are sometimes sold in the streets, but as the sale is more a hawker's than a regular street seller's, an account of the traffic is not required by my present subject. Of the street sellers of songs. These street traffickers, with the exception in a great degree of the pinners-up, are of the same class, but their callings are diversified. There are long song sellers, ballad sellers, who are generally singers of the ballads they vend, unless they are old and infirm and offer ballads instead of begging. Chaunters, pinners-up, and songbook sellers. The three first mentioned classes I have already described in their connection with the patterers, and I now proceed to deal with the two last mentioned. The pinners-up, whom I have mentioned as an exceptional body, are the men and women, the women being nearly a third of the number of the men, who sell songs which they have pinned to a sort of screen or large board, or have attached them in any convenient way to a blank wall, and they differ from the other song sellers inasmuch as that they are not at all connected with patter, and have generally been mechanics, porters, or servants, and reduced to struggle for a living as pinners-up. Of the street pinners-up, or wall song sellers. These street traders, when I gave an account of them in the winter of 1849, were not 50 in number. They are now, I learn, about 30. One informant counted 28, and thought that was nearly all. I have, in my account of street song sellers, described the character of the class of pinners-up. Among the best accustomed stands are those in Tottenham Court Road, the New Road, the City Road near the Vinegar Works, the Westminster Road, and in Shoreditch near the Eastern Counties Station. One of the best known of the pinners-up was a stout old man wearing a greatcoat in all weathers, who pinned up in an alley leading from Whitefriars Street to the Temple, but now thrown into an open street. He had old books for sale on a stall, in addition to his ballads, and every morning was seen reading the newspaper, borrowed from a neighbouring public house, which he used, for he was a keen politician. He would quarrel with anyone, said a person who then resided in the neighbourhood, an account confirmed to me at the public house in question, mostly about politics, or about the books and songs he sold. Why, sir, I've talked to him many a time, and have stood looking through his books, and if a person came up and said, "Oh, Burns' work's a shilling, I can't understand him," then the old boy would abuse him for a fool. Suppose another came and said, for I've noticed it myself, "Ah, Burns, he was a poet," that didn't pass, for the jolly old pinner-up would say, "Well now, I don't know about that." In my opinion, he cared nothing about this side or that, this notion or the opposite, but he liked to shine. The old man was carried off in the prevalence of the cholera in 1849. At the period I have specified, I received the following statement from a man who at that time pinned up by Harewood Place, Oxford Street. "I'm 49, he said. "I've no children, thank God, but a daughter who is 18, and no encumbrance to me, as she is in a house of business, and as she has been there 9 years, her character can't be so very bad." Note, this was said proudly. End note. "I worked 22 years with a great sculptor as a marble polisher, and besides that, I used to run errands for him, and was a sort of porter-like to him. I couldn't get any work because he hadn't no more marble work to do. So 9 or 10 years back, I went into this line. I knew a man what done well in it, but times was better then, and that put it into my head. It cost me £2 10s to stock my stall, and get altogether comfortable, for I started with old books as well as songs. I got leave to stand here from the landlord. I sell ballads and manuscript music." Note, beautifully done these music sheets were. End note. "Which is transposed," so he worded it, "from the nigger songs. There's 2 does them for me. They're transposed for the violin. One that does them is a musicianer, who plays outside public houses, but I think his daughter does most of it. I sell my songs at a halfpenny, and when I can get it, a penny a piece." "Do I yarn £1 a week? Lord bless you, no. nor 15 shillings, nor 12 shillings. I don't yarn 1 week with another, not 10 shillings, sometimes not 5 shillings. My wife don't yarn nothing. She used to go out charing, but she can't now. I'm at my stall at 9 in the morning, and sometimes I have walked 5 or 6 miles to buy my pubs before that. I stop till 10 at night oft enough. The wet days is the ruin of us, and I think wet days increases. Note, this was said on a rainy day. End note. Such a day as yesterday. Now, I didn't take, not make, but I didn't take what would pay for a pint of beer and a bit of bread and cheese. My rent's 2 shillings and 3pence a week for 1 room, and I've got my own bits of sticks there. I've always kept them, thank God. Generally, these dealers know little of the songs they sell, taking the printer's word when they purchase as to what was going. The most popular comic songs. Among this class I heard the word song used far more frequently than ballad, are not sold so abundantly as others, because I was told boys soon picked them up by heart, hearing them so often, and so did not buy them. Neither was there a great demand for nigger songs, nor for flash ditties, but for such productions as A Life on the Ocean Wave, I'm Afloat, There's a Good Time Coming, Farewell to the Mountain, and so on and so on. 3/4 of the customers of these traders, one man assured me, were boys. Indecent songs are not sold by the pinners up. One man, of whom I made inquiries, was quite indignant that I should even think it necessary to ask such questions. The songs cost the pinners up generally 2pence a dozen, sometimes 2pence halfpenny, and sometimes less than 2pence, according to the quality of the paper and the demand. On fine summer's days, the wall song sellers take 2 shillings on an average. On short wintry days they may not take half so much, and on very foggy or rainy days they take nothing at all. Their ballads are of the same sort as those I proceed to describe under especial heads, and I have shown what are of readiest sale. Reckoning that each pinner up, 30 in number, now takes 10 shillings and 6pence weekly, 7 shillings being the profit, we find that 780 guineas are yearly expended in London streets in the ballads of the pinners up. Of ancient and modern street ballad minstrelsy. Mr. Strutt, in his Sports and Pastimes of the People of England, shows, as do other authorities, that in the reigns subsequent to the Norman Conquest, the minstrels were permitted to perform in the rich monasteries and in the mansions of the nobility, which they frequently visited in large parties, and especially upon occasions of festivity. They entered the castles without the least ceremony, rarely waiting for any previous invitation, and there exhibited their performances for the entertainment of the lord of the mansion and his guests. They were, it seems, admitted without any difficulty, and handsomely rewarded for the exertion of their talents. Of the truth of this statement all contemporary history is a corroboration. The minstrels then indeed constituted the theatre, the opera, and the concert of the powerful and wealthy. They were decried by some of the clergy of that day, as are popular performers and opera singers occasionally by some zealous divine in our own era. John of Salisbury stigmatizes minstrels as ministers of the devil. The large gratuities collected by these artists, the same antiquarian writer further says, not only occasioned great numbers to join their fraternity, but also induced many idle and dissipated persons to assume the characters of minstrels, to the disgrace of the profession. These evils became at last so notorious that in the reign of King Edward II it was thought necessary to restrain them by a public edict, which sufficiently explains the nature of the grievance. It states that many indolent persons under the colour of minstrelsy intruded themselves into the residences of the wealthy, where they had both meat and drink, but were not contented without the addition of large gifts from the householder. To restrain this abuse, the mandate ordains that no person should resort to the houses of prelates, earls, or barons to eat or to drink, who was not a professed minstrel, nor more than 3 or 4 minstrels of honour at most in one day, meaning, I presume, the king's minstrels of honour and those retained by the nobility. except they came by invitation from the lord of the house. The themes of the minstrels were the triumphs, victories, pageants, and great events of the day, commingled with the praise or the satire of individuals, as the humour of the patron or of the audience might be gratified. It is stated that Longchamp, the favourite and justiciary of Richard Coeur de Lion, not only engaged poets to make songs and poems in his, Bishop Longchamp's, praise, but the best singers and minstrels to sing them in the public streets. In the 9th year of the reign of Edward IV, another royal edict was issued, as little favourable to the minstrels as the one I have given an account of, and those functionaries seem to have gradually fallen in the estimation of the public, and to have been contemned by the law, down to the statute of Elizabeth, already alluded to, subjecting them to the same treatment as rogues, vagabonds, and sturdy beggars. A writer of the period, 1589, represents the still-styled minstrels singing ballads and small popular musics for the amusement of boys and others that pass them by in the street. It is related also that their matters were for the most part stories of old time, as the tale of Sir Topas, Bevis of Southampton, Guy of Warwick, Adam Bell, and Clym of the Clough, and such other old romances or historical rhymes, made purposely for the recreation of the common people at Christmas dinners and bride ales, and in taverns and alehouses, and such other places of base resort. These stories of old time are now valuable as affording illustrations of ancient manners, and have been not unfertile as subjects of antiquarian annotation. Under the head of The Norman Minstrels, Mr. Strutt says, "It is very certain that the poet, the songster, and the musician were frequently united in the same person." From this historical sketch it appears evident that the ballad singer and seller of today is the sole descendant, or remains, of the minstrel of old, as regards the business of the streets. He is, indeed, the minstrel having lost caste, and being driven to play cheap. The themes of the minstrels were wars and victories and revolutions, so of the modern man of street ballads. If the minstrel celebrated with harp and voice the unhorsings, the broken bones, the deaths, the dust, the blood, and all the glory and circumstance of a tournament, so does the ballad seller, with voice and fiddle, glorify the feelings, the broken bones, the blood, the deaths, and all the glory and circumstance of a prize fight. The minstrel did not scoff at the madness which prevailed in the lists, nor does the ballad singer at the brutality which rules in the ring. The minstrels had their dirges for departed greatness. The ballad singer, like old Alan Bain, also pours his wailing o'er the dead. For are there not the street elegies on all departed greatness? In the bestowal of flattery or even of praise, the modern minstrel is far less liberal than was his prototype, but the laudation was, in the good old times, very often paid for by the person whom it was sung to honour. Were the same measure applied to the ballad singer and writer of today, there can be no reason to doubt that it would be attended with the same result. In his satire, the modern has somewhat of an advantage over his predecessor. The minstrel not rarely received a largesse to satirize someone obnoxious to a rival or to a disappointed man. The ballad singer, or chaunter, for these remarks apply with equal force to both of these street professionals, is seldom hired to abuse. I was told, indeed, by a clever chaunter, that he had been sent lately by a strange gentleman to sing a song which he and his mate, a patterer, happened at the time to be working in front of a neighbouring house. The song was on the rogueries of the turf, and the move had a doubly advantageous effect. One gentleman, you see, sir, gave us 1 shilling to go and sing, and afore we'd well finished the chorus, somebody sent us from the house another shilling to go away again. I believe this to be the only way in which the satire of a ballad singer is rewarded. otherwise than by sale to his usual class of customers in the streets or the public houses. The ancient professors of street minstrelsy unquestionably played and sung satirical lays, depending for their remuneration on the liberality of their out-of-door audience. So is it precisely with the modern. The minstrel played both singly and with his fellows. The ballad singer works both alone, but not frequently, and with his mates or his school. In the persons of some of these modern street professionals, as I have shown and shall further show, are united the functions of the poet, the songster, and the musician. So in the days of yore. There are now female ballad singers. There were female minstrels, or glee women. The lays which were poured forth in our streets and taverns some centuries back, either for the regalement of a miscellaneous assemblage or of a select few, were sometimes of an immoral tendency. Such, it cannot be denied, is the case in our more enlightened days, at our cider cellars, coal holes, penny gaffs, and such like places. Rarely, however, are such things sung in the streets of London, but sometimes at country fairs and races. In one respect, the analogy between the two ages of these promoters of street enjoyment does not hold. The minstrel's garb was distinctive. It was not always the short-laced tunic, tight trousers, and russet boots with a well-plumed cap, which seems to be the modern notion of this tuneful itinerant. The kings and queens' minstrels wore the royal livery, but so altered as to have removed from its appearance what might seem menial. The minstrels of the great barons also assumed their patrons' liveries with the like qualification. A minstrel of the highest class might wear a fair gown of cloth of gold, or a military dress, or a tawny coat, or a foreign costume, or even an ecclesiastical garb, and some of them went so far as to shave their crowns, the better to resemble monks. Of course they were imitated by their inferiors. The minstrel, then, wore a particular dress. The ballad singer of the present day wears no particular dress. During the terrors of the reign of Henry VIII, and after the Reformation, a large body of the minstrels fell into meanness of attire, and in that respect the modern ballad singer is analogous. It must be borne in mind that I have all along spoken, except when the description is necessarily general, of the street or itinerant minstrel of old. The highest professors of the art were poets and composers, men often of genius, learning, and gravity, and were no more to be ranked with the mass of those I have been describing than is Alfred Tennyson with any Smithfield scribbler and baller of some Newgate copy of verses. How long Sir Topas and the other old stories continued to be sung in the streets there are no means of ascertaining. But there are old songs, as I ascertained from an intelligent and experienced street singer, still occasionally heard in the open air, but more in the country than the metropolis. Among those still heard, however rarely, are the Earl of Dorset's song, written on the night before a naval engagement with the Dutch in 1665. To all you ladies now on land, we men at sea indite. I give the titles of the others not chronologically, but as they occurred to my informant's recollection. A cobbler there was, and he lived in a stall. Parnell's song of My days have been so wondrous free, now sung in the streets to the tune of Grammach Ree, a song of which I could not procure a copy, but my informant had lately heard it in the street, about the Cock Lane ghost. Now ponder well, you parents dear, the words which I shall write, a doleful story you shall hear in time brought forth to light. The Children in the Wood, and Chevy Chase. Concerning this old ditty, one man said to me, "Yes, sir, I've sung it at odd times, and not long ago in the north of England, and I've been asked whereabouts Chevy Chase lay, but I never learned. In Scarlet Town, where I was born, there was a fair maid dwelling, made every youth cry well away, Her name was Barbara Allen. Barbara Allen's selling yet, I was told. Gilderoy was a bonny boy is another song yet sung occasionally in the streets. The ballad, says a writer on the subject, may be considered as the native species of poetry of this country. It very exactly answers the idea formerly given of original poetry, being the rude, uncultivated verse in which the popular tale of the time was recorded. As our ancestors partook of the fierce, warlike character of the northern nations, the subject of their poetry would chiefly consist of the martial exploits of their heroes, and the military events of national history, deeply tinctured with that passion for the marvellous, and that superstitious credulity which always attend a state of ignorance and barbarism. Many of the ancient ballads have been transmitted to the present times, and in them the character of the nation displays itself in striking colours. The ballads on a subject, of which I shall proceed to treat, are certainly the rude, uncultivated verse in which the popular tale of the times is recorded, and what may be the character of the nation as displayed in them, I leave to the reader's judgment. Of street ballads on a subject. There is a class of ballads which may, with perfect propriety, be called street ballads, as they are written by street authors for street singing or chaunting and street sale. These effusions, however, are known in the trade by a title appropriate enough, Ballads on a Subject. The most successful workers in this branch of the profession are the men I have already described among the patterers and chaunters. The ballads on a subject are always on a political, criminal, or exciting public event, or one that has interested the public, and the celerity with which one of them is written and then sung in the streets is in the spirit of these railroad times. After any great event, a ballad on the subject is often enough written, printed, and sung in the street in little more than an hour. Such was the case with a song in honour, it was announced, of Lord John Russell's resignation. Of course, there is no time for either the correction of the rhymes or of the press, but this is regarded as of little consequence, while an early start with a new topic is of great consequence, I am assured. Yes, indeed, both for the sake of meals and rents. If, however, the songs were ever so carefully revised, their sale would not be greater. I need not treat this branch of our street literature at any great length, as specimens of the ballad on a subject will be found in many of the preceding statements of paper workers. It will have struck the reader that all the street lays quoted as popular have a sort of burthen or jingle at the end of each verse. I was corrected, however, by a street chaunter for speaking of this burthen as a jingle. "It's a chorus, sir," he said. "In a proper ballad on a subject, there's often 12 verses, none of them under 8 lines, and there's a 4-line chorus to every verse, and if it's the right sort, it'll sell the ballad." I was told on all hands that it was not the words that ever made a ballad, but the subject, and more than the subject, the chorus, and far more than either, the tune. Indeed, many of the street singers of ballads on a subject have as supreme a contempt for words as can be felt by any modern composer. To select a tune for a ballad, however, is a matter of deep deliberation. To adapt the ballad to a tune too common or popular is injudicious, for then, I was told, anyone can sing it, boys and all. To select a more elaborate and less known air, however appropriate, may not be pleasing to some of the members of the school of ballad singers, who may feel it to be beyond their vocal powers. Neither may it be relished by the critical in street song, whose approving criticism induces them to purchase as well as to admire. The licence enjoyed by the court jesters and, in some respects, by the minstrels of old is certainly enjoyed undiminished by the street writers and singers of ballads on a subject. They are unsparing satirists, who with a rare impartiality lash all classes and all creeds, as well as any individual. One man, upon whose information I can rely, told me that 11 years ago he himself had worked, in town and country, 23 different songs at the same period, and on the same subject, The Marriage of the Queen. They all sold, but the most profitable was one as sung by Prince Albert in character. It was to the air of the Dusty Miller, and it was good, said the ballad man, because we could easily dress up to the character given to Albert. I quote a verse. Here I am in rags, from the land of all dirt, to marry England's queen, and my name it is Prince Albert. And what's more, sir, continued my informant, not very long after the honeymoon, the Duchess of L drove up in her carriage to the printer's and bought up all the songs in honour of Victoria's wedding, and gave a sovereign for them, and wouldn't take the change. It was a Duchess, why, I'm sure about it, though I can't say whether it were the Duchess of L or S for didn't the printer, like an honest man, when he'd stopped the price of the papers, hand over to us chaps the balance to drink? And didn't we drink it? There can't be a mistake about that. Of street ballads on political subjects or upon themes which have interested the whole general public, I need not cite additional instances. There are, however, other subjects which, though not regarded as of great interest by the whole body of the people, are still eventful among certain classes, and for them the street author and ballad singer cater. I first give a specimen of a ballad on a theatrical subject. The best, I find, in a large collection of these street effusions is entitled Jenny Lind and Poet B. After describing how Mr. Bunn flew to Sweden and engaged Miss Lind, the poet proceeds, the tune being Lucy Long. After Jenny signed the paper, she repented what she'd done, and she said she must have been a cake, to be tempted by a bun. The English tongue she must decline, it was such awkward stuff, and we find 'mongst our darling dames that one tongue's quite enough. Chorus. So take your time, Miss Jenny, oh take your time, Miss Lind, you're only to raise your voice, John Bull will raise the wind. Says Alfred in the public eye, my name you shan't degrade, so birds that can and won't sing, why in course they must be made. This put Miss Jenny's pipe out, says Bun, your tricks I see, although you are a nightingale, you shan't play larks with me. The poet said he'd seek the law, no chance, away he'd throw, says Jenny, if you think I'll come, you'll find it is no go. When a bird-catcher named Lummy, with independence big, pounced down upon the nightingale, and with her hopped the twig. I am inclined to think, though I know it to be an unusual case, that in this theatrical ballad the street poet was what is tenderly called a plagiarist. I was assured by a chaunter that it was written by a street author, but probably the chaunter was himself in error or forgetfulness. Next, there is the ballad on a civic subject. In the old times, the Lord Mayor had his laureate. This writer, known as Poet to the City of London, eulogised all Lord Mayors and glorified all civic pageants. That of the 9th of November especially lived in Settle's numbers one day more. But Elkanah Settle was the last of such scribes. After his death the city eschewed a poet. The office has now descended to the street bard, who annually celebrates the great ceremony. I cite 2 stanzas and the chorus from the latest of these civic odes. Now Farncombe's out, and Musgrove's in, and grand in his position, because he will be made a king at the Hyde Park exhibition. A feast he'll order at Guildhall for hypocrites and sinners, and he has sent Jack Forrester to Rome to invite the Pope to dinner. A day like this we never saw, the truth I am confessing. Batty's astonishing menagerie is in the great procession. There's lions, tigers, bears, and wolves to please each smiling feature, and elephants in harness drawing Drury Lane Theatre. Chorus. It is not as it used to be, cut on so gay and thrifty, the funny Lord Mayor's show to see in 1850. There is, beside the descriptions of ballads above cited, the ballad local. One of these is headed The Queer Doings in Leather Lane, and is on a subject concerning which street sellers generally express themselves strongly, Sunday trading. The endeavour to stop street trading, generally in Leather Lane, with its injurious results to the shopkeepers, has been already mentioned. The ballad on this local subject presents a personality now happily almost confined to the street writers. A rummy saintly lot is there, a domineering crew, a butcher and a baker, and an undertaker too, besides a cove who deals in wood, and makes his bundles small, and looks as black on Sunday as the undertaker's pall. Chorus. You must not buy, you must not sell. Oh, is it not a shame? It is a shocking place to dwell, about Sweet Leather Lane. The butcher does not like to hear his neighbours holloa buy, although he, on the Sunday, sells a little on the sly. And the coffin maker struts along just like the great Lord Mayor to bury folks on Sundays instead of going to prayers. There are yet 3 themes of these street songs, of which, though they have been alluded to, no specimens have been given. I now supply them. The first is the election ballad. I quote 2 stanzas from Middlesex and Victory, or Grosvenor and Osborne for ever. Now Osborne is the man to struggle for your rights. He will vote against the bishops, you know, both day and night. He will strive to crush the Poor Law Bill, and that with all his might, and he will never give his vote to part a man from his wife. Chorus. Then cheer Osborne and Lord Grosvenor, cheer them with 3 times 3, for they beat the soldier Tommy Wood and gained the victory. I have not forgot Lord Grosvenor, who nobly stood the test. For the electors of Great Middlesex I know he'll do his best. He will pull old Nosey o'er the coals and lay him on his back, and he swears that little Bob's head he will shove into a rat trap. Then come the elegies. Of 3 of these I cite the opening stanza. That on the death of Queen Adelaide has for an illustration a figure of Britannia leaning on her shield, with the muse of history, as I presume from her attributes, at Britannia's feet. In the distance is the setting sun. Old England may weep, her bright hopes are fled, the friend of the poor is no more, for Adelaide now is numbered with the dead, and her loss we shall sadly deplore. For though noble her birth and high was her station, the poor of this nation will miss her, for their wants she relieved without ostentation, and now she is gone, God bless her. God bless her, God bless her, but now she is gone, God bless her. The elegy on the death of the Right Honourable Sir Robert Peel, Baronet, MP, is set off with a very fair portrait of that statesman. Britannia, Britannia, what makes thee complain? Oh, why so in sorrow relenting? Old England is lost, we are borne down in pain, and the nation in grief is lamenting. That excellent man, the pride of the land, whom every virtue possessed him, is gone to that home from whence no one returns, our dear friend Sir Robert, God rest him. The verses which bewail the death of H.R.H. the Duke of Cambridge, and which are adorned with the same illustration as those upon Queen Adelaide, begin, O death, thou art severe, and never seems contented. Prince Adolphus Frederick is summoned away, the death of royal Cambridge in sorrow lamented. Like the good Sir Robert Peel, he no longer could stay. His virtues were good, and noble was his actions. His presence at all places caused much attraction. Britannia for her loss is driven to distraction. Royal Cambridge will behold thee no more. The third class of street ballads relates to fires. The one I quote, On the Awful Fire at B. Cornts in St. Martin's Lane, is preceded by an engraving of a lady and a cavalier, the lady pointing to a column surmounted by an urn. I again give the first stanza. I will unfold a tale of sorrow. List, you tender parents dear, it will thrill each breast with horror when the dreadful tale you hear. Early on last Wednesday morning, a raging fire, as we may see, did occur most sad and awful between the hours of 2 and 3. In a subsequent stanza are 4 lines, not without some rough pathos, and adapted to move the feelings of a street audience. The writer is alluding to the grief of the parents, who had lost 2 children by a terrible death. No more their smiles they'll be beholding, no more their pretty faces see, no more to their bosoms will they fold them. oh, what must their feelings be? I find no difference in style between the ballads on a subject of today and the oldest which I could obtain a sight of, which were sung in the present generation, except that these poems now begin far less frequently with what at one time was as common as an invocation to the muse, the invitation to good Christians to attend to the singer. One on the Sloanes, however, opens in the old fashion. Come all good Christians and give attention unto these lines I will unfold, with heartfelt feelings to you I'll mention, I'm sure 'twill make your blood run cold. I now conclude this account of street ballads on a subject with 2 verses from one on the subject of the glorious fight for the championship of England. The celebration of these once popular encounters is, as I have already stated, one of the points in which the modern ballad man emulates his ancient brother minstrel. On the 9th day of September, 1845, from London down to Nottingham, the roads were all alive. Oh, such a sight was never seen, believe me it is so. Tens of thousands went to see the fight, with Caunt and Bendigo. And near to Newport Pagnell, those men did strip so fine, Ben Caunt stood 6 feet 2 1/2, and Bendigo 5 foot 9. Ben Caunt a giant did appear, and made the claret flow, and he seemed fully determined soon to conquer Bendigo. Chorus. With their hit away and slash away, so manfully you see, Ben Caunt has lost, and Bendigo has gained the victory. End of section 46. Section 47 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 47. Of the Street Poets and Authors. Authorship for street sale is chiefly confined to the production of verse, which, whatever be its nature, is known through the trade as ballads. 2 distinctions, indeed, are recognised, ballads and ballads on a subject. The last mentioned is, as I have said and shown, the publication which relates to any specific event, national or local, criminal or merely extraordinary, true or false. Under the head ballads, the street sellers class all that does not come under the description of ballads on a subject. The same street authors, now 6 in number, compose indiscriminately any description of ballad, including the copy of the verses I have shown to be required as a necessary part of all histories or trials of criminals. When the printer has determined upon a sorrowful lamentation, he sends to a poet for a copy of verses, which is promptly supplied. The payment I have already mentioned, 1 shilling, but sometimes if the printer and publisher like the verses, he throws a penny or 2 over, and sometimes also in the case of a great sale there is the same over sum. Fewer ballads, I was assured, than was the case 10 or 12 years ago, are now written expressly for street sale or street minstrelsy. They come to the printer for nothing from the concert room. He has only to buy a Ross or a Sharp songbooks for a penny, and there's a lot of 'em. So in course a publisher ain't a-going to give a bob if he can be served for a farthing just by buying a songbook. Another man, himself not a regular poet, but a little concerned in street productions, said to me with great earnestness, "Now look at this, sir, and I hope you'll just say, sir, as I tell you. You've given the public a deal of information about men like me, and some of our chaps abuses you for it like mad, but I say it's all right, for it's all true. Now you'll have learned, sir, or anyway you will learn, that there's songs sung in the streets, and sometimes in some tap rooms, that isn't decent, and relates to nothing but wickedness. There wasn't a few of those songs once written for the streets, straight away, and a great sale they had, I know, but far better at country fairs and races than in town. Since the singing houses, I don't mean where you pay to go to a concert, no, but such as your cider cellars and your night houses, where there's lords and gentlemen and city swells, and young men up from the colleges, since these places have been up so flourishing, there hasn't, I do believe, been one such song written by one of our poets. They all come from the places where the lords and gentlemen and collegians is capital customers, and they never was a worse sort of ballads than now. In course those houses is licensed and particular respectable, or it wouldn't be allowed, and if I was to go to the foot of the bridge, sir, Westminster Bridge, and chaunt any such songs, and my mate should sell them, why, we should very soon be taking regular exercise on Colonel Chesterton's everlasting staircase. We has a great respect for the law, oh, certainly. Parodies on any very popular song, which used to be prepared expressly for street trade, are now, in like manner, derived from the night house or the concert room, but not entirely so. The parody "Cab, Cab, Cab," which was heard in almost every street, was originated in a concert room. The ballads which have lately been written and published expressly for the street sale, and have proved the most successful, are parodies or imitations of the Gay Cavalier. One street ballad, commencing in the following words, was, I am told, greatly admired, both in the streets and the public houses. "'Twas a dark and foggy night, and the moon gave no light, and the stars were all put in the shade, when leery Joe Scott dealt in Donovan's hot, said he'd go to court his fair maid." I now give 3 stanzas of "The Way to Live Happy Together," a ballad said to have been written expressly for street sale. Its popularity is anything but discreditable to the street buyers. From the time of this world's first formation, you will find it has been the plan in every country and nation that woman was formed to please man, and man for to love and protect them, and shield them from the frowns of the world, through the smooth paths of life to direct them, and he who would do less is a churl. Then listen to me. If you would live happy together as you steer through the troubles of life, depend that this world's greatest treasure is a kind and a good-tempered wife. Some men will ill-use a good woman, and say all they do turns out wrong, but as I mean to offend no one, you'll find faults to both sides belong. But if both were to look at the bright side, and each other's minds cease to pain, they would find they have looked at the right side, for all would be summer again. Then listen to me, if you would live happy together, and so on. Married women don't gossip or tattle. Remember, it oft stirs up strife. But attend to your soft children's soft prattle, and the duties of mother and wife. And men, if you need recreation, with selfish companions don't roam, who might lead you to sad degradation, but think of your comforts at home. Then listen to me, if you would live happy together, and so on. "It's all as one, sir," was the answer of a man whom I questioned on the subject. "It's the same poet, and the same tip for any ballad, no more nor a bob for nothing." A large number of ballads which I procured, and all sold and sung in the streets, though not written expressly for the purpose, presented a curious study enough. They were of every class. I specify a few to show the nature of the collection, not including ballads on a subject. "Ye Banks and Braes o' Bonnie Doon," with, on the same sheet, "The Merry Fiddler," an indecent song. "There's a Good Time Coming, Boys," "Nix, My Dolly," "The Girls of Shire," which of course is available for any county, "Widow Mahoney," "Remember the Glories of Brian the Brave," "Clementina Clemens," "Lucy Long," "Erin go Bragh," "Christmas in 1850," "The Death of Nelson," "The Life and Adventures of Jemmy Sweet," "The Young May Moon," "Hail to the Tyrrell," "He was sich a lushy cove," and so on, and so on. I may here mention, but a fuller notice may be necessary when I treat of street art, that some of these ballads have an illustration always at the top of the column. "The Heart That Can Feel for Another" is illustrated by a gaunt and savage-looking lion. "The Amorous Waterman of St. John's Wood" presents a very short, obese, and bow-legged grocer in top boots, standing at his door, while a lady in a huge bonnet is taking a sight at him, to the evident satisfaction of a baked tater man. "Rosin the Bow" is heralded by the rising sun. "The Poachers" has a cut of the Royal Exchange above the title. The Miller's Ditty is illustrated by a perfect dandy of the slimmest and straightest fashion, and When I Was First Breeched by an engraving of a Highlander. Many of the ballads, however, have engravings appropriate enough. Of the experience of a street author or poet. I have already mentioned the present number of street authors, as I most frequently heard them styled, though they write only verses. I called upon one on the recommendation of a neighbouring tradesman, of whom I made some inquiries. He could not tell me the number of the house in the court where the man lived, but said I had only to inquire for the tinker or the poet, and anyone would tell me. I found the poor poet, who bears a good character, on a sick bed. He was suffering, and had long been suffering, from abscesses. He was apparently about 45, with the sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and not pale but thick and rather sallow complexion, which indicate ill health and scant food. He spoke quietly and expressed resignation. His room was not very small, and was furnished in the way usual among the very poor, but there were a few old pictures over the mantelpiece. His eldest boy, a lad of 13 or 14, was making dog chains, at which he earned a shilling or two, sometimes 2 shillings and sixpence, by sale in the streets. I was born at Newcastle-under-Lyme, the man said, but was brought to London when, I believe, I was only 3 months old. I was very fond of reading poems in my youth, as soon as I could read and understand almost. Yes, very likely, sir. Perhaps it was that put it into my head to write them afterwards. I was taught wire-working and jobbing, and was brought up to hawking wire-work in the streets, and all over England and Wales. It was never a very good trade, just a living. Many and many a weary mile we've travelled together. I mean, my wife and I have, and we've sometimes been benighted and had to wander or rest about until morning. It wasn't that we hadn't money to pay for a lodging, but we couldn't get one. We lost count of the days sometimes in wild parts, but if we did lose count, or thought we had, I could always tell when it was Sunday morning by the look of nature. There was a mystery and a beauty about it, as told me. I was very fond of Goldsmith's poetry always. I can repeat Edwin and Emma now. No, sir, I never read The Vicar of Wakefield. I found Edwin and Emma in a book called The Speaker. I often thought of it in travelling through some parts of the country. About 14 years ago, I tried to make a shilling or two by selling my verses. I'd written plenty before, but made nothing by them. Indeed, I never tried. The first song I ever sold was to a concert-room manager. The next I sold had great success. It was called The Demon of the Sea, and was to the tune of The Brave Old Oak. Do I remember how it began? Yes, sir, I remember every word of it. It began, "Unfurl the sails, we've easy gales, and helmsman steer aright. Hoist the grim Death's Head, the pirate's head, for a vessel heaves in sight." That song was written for a concert-room, but it was soon in the streets and ran a whole winter. I got only a shilling for it. Then I wrote The Pirate of the Isles, and other ballads of that sort. The concert-rooms pay no better than the printers for the streets. Perhaps the best thing I ever wrote was The Husband's Dream. I'm very sorry indeed that I can't offer you copies of some of my ballads, but I haven't a single copy myself of any of them, not one. And I dare say I've written 1,000 in my time, and most of them were printed. I believe 10,000 were sold of The Husband's Dream. It begins, "Oh, Dermot, you look healthy now. Your dress is neat and clean. I never see you drunk about. Then tell me where you've been. Your wife and family, are they well? You once did use them strange. Oh, are you kinder to them grown? How came this happy change?" Then Dermot tells how he dreamed of his wife's sudden death and his children's misery as they cried about her dead body, while he was drunk in bed. And as he calls out in his misery, he wakes and finds his wife by his side. The ballad ends, "I pressed her to my throbbing heart, whilst joyous tears did stream, and ever since I've heaven blessed for sending me that dream." Dermot turned teetotaler. The teetotalers were very much pleased with that song. The printer once sent me 5 shillings on account of it. I have written all sorts of things, ballads on a subject, and copies of verses, and anything ordered of me, or on anything I thought would be accepted, but now I can't get about. I've been asked to write indecent songs, but I refused. One man offered me 5 shillings for 6 such songs. Why, that's less than the common price, said I, instead of something over to pay for the wickedness. All those sort of songs come now to the streets, I believe all do, from the concert rooms. I can imitate any poetry. I don't recollect any poet I've imitated. No, sir, not Scott or Moore, that I know of. But if they've written popular songs, then I dare say I have imitated them. Writing poetry is no comfort to me in my sickness. It might if I could write just what I please. The printers like hanging subjects best, and I don't. But when any of them sends to order a copy of verses for a sorrowful lamentation, of course I must supply them. I don't think much of what I've done that way. If I'd my own fancy, I'd keep writing acrostics, such as one I wrote on our rector. God bless him, interrupted the wife. He's a good man. That he is, said the poet, but he's never seen what I wrote about him, and perhaps never will. He then desired his wife to reach him his big Bible, and out of it he handed me a piece of paper with the following lines written on it, in a small, neat hand enough. Celestial blessings hover round his head, hundreds of poor by his kindness were fed, and precepts taught which he himself obeyed, man, erring man, brought to the fold of God, preaching pardon through a Saviour's blood. No lukewarm priest, but firm to heaven's cause, examples showed how much he loved its laws. Youth and age he to their wants attends, steward of Christ, the poor man's sterling friend. Reader's note. The first letter of each line combined gives the word Champneys. End reader's note. There would be some comfort, sir, he continued, if one could go on writing at will like that. As it is, I sometimes write verses all over a slate and rub them out again. Live hard? Yes, indeed, we do live hard. I hardly know the taste of meat. We live on bread and butter and tea. No, not any fish. As you see, sir, I work at tinning. I put new bottoms into old tin teapots and such like. Here's my sort of bench, by my poor bit of a bed. In the best weeks I earn 4 shillings by tinning, never higher. In bad weeks I earn only 1 shilling by it, and sometimes not that. And there are more shilling than 4 shilling weeks by 3 to 1. As to my poetry, a good week is 3 shillings, and a poor week is 1 shilling, and sometimes I make nothing at all that way. So I leave you to judge, sir, whether we live hard, for the comings in and what we have from the parish must keep 6 of us, myself, my wife, and 4 children. It's a long, hard struggle. Yes, indeed, said the wife. It's just as you've heard my husband tell, sir. We've 2 shillings a week and 4 loaves of bread from the parish, and the rent's 2 shillings and 6pence, and the landlord every week has 2 shillings, and 6pence he has done for him in tinning work. Oh, we do live hard indeed. As I was taking my leave, the poor man expressed a desire that I would take a copy of an epitaph which he had written for himself. If ever, he said, I am rich enough to provide for a tombstone, or my family is rich enough to give me one, this shall be my epitaph. Note, I copied it from a blank page in his Bible. Stranger, pause, a moment stay, tread lightly o'er this mound of clay. Here lies J. H. in hopes to rise and meet his Saviour in the skies. Christ his refuge, heaven his home, where pain and sorrow never come. His journey's done, his troubles past, with God he sleeps in peace at last. Of the street sellers of broadsheets. The broadsheet known in street sale is an unfolded sheet, varying in size and printed on one side. The word is frequently used to signify an account of a murder or execution, but it may contain an account of a fire, an awful accident and great loss of life, a series of conundrums, as in those called nuts to crack, a comic or intended comic engraving with a speech or some verses, as recently in Satire of the Pope and Cardinal Wiseman. Note, these are sometimes called comic exhibitions, end note, or a bill of the play. The cock books are more frequently a smaller size than the broadsheet. The sellers of these articles, playbills excepted, are of the class I have described as patterers. The playbill sellers are very rarely patterers on other paperwork. Some of them are on the lookout during the day for a job in porterage or such like, but they are not mixed up with any pattering, and a regular patterer looks down upon a playbill seller as a poor creature fit for nothing but playbills. I now proceed to describe such of these classes as have not been previously given. Of the gallows literature of the streets. Under this head I class all the street-sold publications which relate to the hanging of malefactors. That the question is not of any minor importance must be at once admitted, when it is seen how very extensive a portion of the reading of the poor is supplied by the sorrowful lamentations and last dying speech, confession, and execution of criminals. One paper worker told me that in some small and obscure villages in Norfolk, which he believed were visited only by himself in his line, it was not very uncommon for two poor families to club for 1 penny to purchase an execution broadsheet. Not long after Rush was hung, he saw one evening after dark, through the uncurtained cottage window, 11 persons, young and old, gathered round a scanty fire which was made to blaze by being fed with a few sticks. An old man was reading to an attentive audience a broadsheet of Rush's execution, which my informant had sold to him. He read by the firelight, for the very poor in those villages, I was told, rarely lighted a candle on a spring evening, saying that a bit of fire was good enough to talk by. The scene must have been impressive, for it had evidently somewhat impressed the perhaps not very susceptible mind of my informant. The procedure on the occasion of a good murder, or of a murder expected to turn out well, is systematic. First appears a quarter sheet, a handbill 9½ inches by 7½ inches, containing the earliest report of the matter. Next come half sheets, twice the size, of later particulars or discoveries, or, if the supposed murderer be in custody, of further examinations. The sale of these bills is confined almost entirely to London, and in their production the newspapers are, for the most part, followed closely enough. Then are produced the whole or broad sheets, twice the size of the half sheets, and lastly, but only on great occasions, the double broadsheet. I have used the least technical terms, that I might not puzzle the reader with accounts of crowns, double crowns, and so on. The most important of all the broadsheets of executions, according to concurrent and indeed unanimous testimony, is the case of Rush. I speak of the testimony of the street folk concerned, who all represent the sale of the papers relative to Rush, both in town and country, as the best in their experience of late years. The sheet bears the title of The Sorrowful Lamentations and Last Farewell of J.B. Rush, who is ordered for execution on Saturday next at Norwich Castle. There are 3 illustrations. The largest represents Rush, cloaked and masked, shooting Mr. Jermy, Senior. Another is of Rush shooting Mrs. Jermy. A prostrate body is at her feet, and the lady herself is depicted as having a very small waist and great amplitude of gown skirts. The third is a portrait of Rush, a correct copy, I was assured, and have no reason to question the assurance, from one in the Norwich Mercury. The account of the trial and biography of Rush, his conduct in prison and so on, is a concise and clear enough condensation from the newspapers. Indeed, Rush's sorrowful lamentation is the best, in all respects, of any execution broadsheet I have seen. Even the copy of verses, which, according to the established custom, the criminal composes in the condemned cell, his being unable in some instances to read or write being no obstacle to the composition, seems in a literary point of view of a superior strain to the run of such things. The matters of fact, however, are introduced in the same peculiar manner. The worst part is the morbid sympathy and intended apology for the criminal. I give the verses entire. This vain world I soon shall leave. Dear friends, in sorrow do not grieve. Mourn not my end, though 'tis severe, for death awaits the murderer. Now in a dismal cell I lie, for murder I'm condemned to die. Some may pity when they read, oppression drove me to the deed. My friends and home to me were dear, the trees and flowers that blossomed near. The sweet loved spot where youth began is dear to every Englishman. I once was happy, that is past. Distress and crosses came at last. False friendship smiled on wealth and me, but shunned me in adversity. The scaffold is awaiting me, for Jermy, I have murdered thee. Thy hope and joys, thy son I slew, thy wife and servant wounded too. I think I hear the world to say, O Rush, why didst thou Jermy slay? His dear loved son, why didst thou kill? For he had done to thee no ill. If Jermy had but kindness shown, and not have trod misfortune down, I ne'er had fired the fatal ball that caused his son and him to fall. My cause I did defend alone, for learned counsel I had none. I pleaded hard and questions gave, in hopes my wretched life to save. The witness to confound did try, but God ordained that I should die. Eliza Chestney, she was there. I'm sorry I have injured her. Oh, Emily Sandford, was it due that I should meet my death through you? If you had wished me well indeed, how could you thus against me plead? I've used thee kind, though not my wife. Your evidence has cost my life. A child by me you have had born, though hard against me you have sworn. The scaffold is, alas, my doom. I soon shall wither in the tomb. God pardon me, no mercies here for Rush, the wretched murderer. Although the execution broadsheet I have cited may be the best, taken all together, which has fallen under my observation, nearly all I have seen have one characteristic. The facts can be plainly understood. The narrative, embracing trial, biography, and so on, is usually prepared by the printer, being a condensation from the accounts in the newspapers, and is perhaps intelligible simply because it is a condensation. It is so, moreover, in spite of bad grammar, and sometimes, perhaps, from an unskilful connection of the different eras of the trial. When the circumstances of the case permit, or can be at all constrained to do so, the last sorrowful lamentation contains a love letter, written, as one patterer told me he had occasionally expressed it, when he thought his audience suitable, from the depths of the condemned cell, with the condemned pen, ink, and paper. The style is stereotyped, and usually after this fashion. Dear blank, shrink not from receiving a letter from one who is condemned to die as a murderer. Here in my miserable cell I write to one whom I have from my first acquaintanceship held in the highest esteem, and whom I believe has also had the same kindly feeling towards myself. Believe me, I forgive all my enemies and bear no malice. Oh, my dear blank, guard against giving way to evil passions and a fondness for drink. Be warned by my sad and pitiful fate. If it be not feasible to have a love letter, which can be addressed to either wife or sweetheart, in the foregoing style, a last letter is given, and this can be written to father, mother, son, daughter, or friend, and is usually to the following purport. Condemned cell, blank. My dear blank, by the time you receive this, my hours in this world will indeed be short. It is an old and true saying that murderers will one day meet their proper reward. No one can imagine the dreadful nights of anguish passed by me since the committal of the crime on poor blank. All my previous victims have appeared before me in 1,000 different shapes and forms. My sufferings have been more than I can possibly describe. Let me entreat you to turn from your evil ways and lead an honest and sober life. I am suffering so much at the present moment, both from mind and body, that I can write no longer. Farewell, farewell, your affectionate blank. I have hitherto spoken of the last sorrowful lamentation sheets. The next broadsheet is the Life, Trial, Confession and Execution. This presents the same matter as the lamentation, except that a part, perhaps the judge's charge at the trial, or perhaps the biography, is removed to make room for the execution, and occasionally for a portion of the condemned sermon. To judge by the productions I treat of, both subjects are marvellously similar on all occasions. I cite a specimen of the condemned sermon, as preached, according to the broadsheet, before Hewson, condemned for the murder of a turnkey. It will be seen that it is of a character to fit any condemned sermon whatever. The reverend gent then turned his discourse particularly to the unhappy prisoner doomed to die on the morrow, and told him to call on Him who alone had the power of forgiveness, who had said, though his sins were red as scarlet, he would make them white as snow. Though he had been guilty of many heinous crimes, there was yet an opportunity of forgiveness. During the delivery of this address, the prisoner was in a very desponding state, and at its conclusion was helped out of the chapel by the turnkeys. The execution is detailed generally in this manner. I cite the Life, Trial, Confession and Execution of Mary May for the murder of W. Constable, her half-brother, by poison at Wicks, near Manningtree. At an early hour this morning, the space before the prison was very much crowded by persons anxious to witness the execution of Mary May for the murder of William Constable, her half-brother, by poison at Wicks, Manningtree, which gradually increased to such a degree that a great number of persons suffered extremely from the pressure, and gladly gave up their places on the first opportunity to escape from the crowd. The sheriffs and their attendants arrived at the prison early this morning, and proceeded to the condemned cell, where they found the Reverend Ordinary engaged in prayer with the miserable woman. After the usual formalities had been observed of demanding the body of the prisoner into their custody, she was then conducted to the press room. The executioner, with his assistants, then commenced pinioning her arms, which operation they skilfully and quickly dispatched. During these awful preparations, the unhappy woman appeared mentally to suffer severely, but uttered not a word when the hour arrived, and all the arrangements having been completed, the bell commenced tolling, and then a change was observed to come over the face of the prisoner, who, trembling violently, walked with the melancholy procession, preceded by the Reverend Ordinary, who read aloud the funeral service for the dead. When the bell commenced tolling, a moment was heard from without, and the words "hats off" and "silence" were distinctly heard, from which time nothing but a continual sobbing was heard. On arriving at the foot of the steps leading to the scaffold, she thanked the sheriffs and the worthy governor of the prison for their kind attentions to her during her confinement, and then the unfortunate woman was seen on the scaffold. There was a death-like silence prevailed among the vast multitude of people assembled. In a few seconds the bolt was drawn, and after a few convulsive struggles, the unhappy woman ceased to exist. I cannot refrain from calling the reader's attention to the copy of verses touching Mary May. I give them entire, for they seem to me to contain all the elements which made the old ballads popular. The rushing at once into the subject, and the homely reflections, though crude to all educated persons, are nevertheless well adapted to enlist the sympathy and appreciation of the class of hearers to whom they are addressed. Copy of verses. The solemn bell for me doth toll, and I am doomed to die, for murdering my brother dear, upon a tree so high. For gain I did premeditate my brother for to slay. O think upon the dreadful fate of wretched Mary May. Chorus. Behold the fate of Mary May, who did, for gain, her brother slay. In Essex boundary I did dwell, my brother lived with me, in a little village called Wicks, not far from Manningtree. In a burial club I entered him, on purpose him to slay, and to obtain the burial fees I took his life away. One eve he to his home returned, not thinking he was doomed to be sent by a sister's hand unto the silent tomb. His tea for him I did prepare, and in it poison placed, to which I did administer, how dreadful was his case. Before he long the poison took, in agony he cried, upon him I in scorn did look, at length my brother died. Then to the grave I hurried him, and got him out of sight, but God ordained this cruel deed should soon be brought to light. I strove the money to obtain, for which I did him slay, by which also suspicion fell on guilty Mary May. The poison was discovered, which caused me to bewail, and I, my trial to await, was sent to Chelmsford jail. And for this most atrocious deed I at the bar was placed. The jury found me guilty. How dreadful was my case! The judge the dreadful sentence passed, and solemn said to me, You must return from whence you came, and thence unto the tree. On earth I can no longer dwell, there's nothing can me save. Hark! I hear the mournful knell which calls me to the grave. Death appears in ghostly forms to summon me below. See, the fatal bolt is drawn, and Mary May must go. Good people all of each degree, before it is too late, see me on the fatal tree, and pity my sad fate. My guilty heart stung with grief, with agony and pain, my tender brother I did slay that fatal day for gain. This mode of procedure in gallows literature and this style of composition have prevailed for from 20 to 30 years. I find my usual impossibility to fix a date among these street folk, but the sorrowful lamentation sheet was unknown until the law for prolonging the term of existence between the trial and death of the capitally convicted was passed. Before that, sir, I was told, there wasn't no time for a lamentation. Sentence of Friday and scragging on Monday, so we had only the life trial and execution. Before the year 1820, the execution broadsheets and so on were got up in about the same, though certainly in an inferior and more slovenly manner, than at present, and one copy of verses often did service for the canticles of all criminals condemned to be hung. These verses were to sacred or psalm tunes, such as Job or the Old Hundredth. I was told by an aged gentleman that he remembered, about the year 1812, hearing a song, or as he called it, stave, of this description, not only given in the street with fiddle and nasal twang to the tune of the Old Hundredth, but commencing in the very words of Sternhold and Hopkins, all people that on earth do dwell. These death verses, as they were sometimes called, were very frequently sung by blind people, and in some parts of the country blind men and women still sing, generally to the accompaniment of a fiddle, the copy of verses. A London chaunter told me that a few years back he heard a blind man at York announce the verses as from the solitudes of the condemned cell. At present, the broadsheet sellers usually sing or chaunt the copy of verses. An intelligent man, now himself a street trader, told me that one of the latest execution songs, as he called them, which he remembered to have heard in the old style, but no doubt there were plenty after that, as like one another as peas in a boiling, was on the murder of Weir at Elstree in Hertfordshire. He took great interest in such things when a boy, and had the song in question by heart, but could only depend upon his memory for the first and second verses. Come all good Christians, praise the Lord, and trust to him in hope. God in his mercy, Jack Thurtle sent to hang from Hertford gallows rope. Poor Weir's murder the Lord disclosed, be glory to his name, and Thurtell, Hunt, and Probert too were brought to grief and shame. Another street paper worker whom I spoke to on the subject, and to whom I read these two verses, said, That's just the old thing, sir, and it's quite in old Jemmy Catnach's style, for he used to write verses. Anyhow, he said he did, for I've heard him say so, and I've no doubt he did in reality. It was just his favourite style, I know, but the march of intellect put it out. It did so. In the most popular murders, the street papers are a mere recital from the newspapers, but somewhat more brief, when the suspected murderer is in custody, But when the murderer has not been apprehended, or is unknown, then, said one death hunter, we has our fling, and I've hit the mark a few chances that way. We had at the very least half a dozen coves pulled up in the slums that we printed for the murder of the beautiful Eliza Grimwood in the Waterloo Road. I did best on Thomas Hopkins being the guilty man. I think he was Thomas Hopkins, because a strong case was made out against him. I received similar accounts of the street doings in the case of mysterious murders, as those perpetrations are called by the paper workers when the criminal has escaped or was unknown. Among those leaving considerable scope to the patterer's powers of invention were the murders of Mr. Westwood, a watchmaker in Princes Street, Leicester Square, of Eliza Davis, a barmaid in Frederick Street, Hampstead Road, and of the policeman in Dagenham, Essex. One of the most successful cocks relating to murders which actually occurred was the Confession to the Reverend Mr. Cox, chaplain of Aylesbury Jail, of John Tarwell the Quaker. I had some conversation with one of the authors of this confession, for it was got up by 3 patterers, and he assured me that it did well, and the facts was soon in some of the newspapers, as what we originates often is. This sham confession was as follows. The Reverend Mr. Cox, the chaplain of Aylesbury Jail, having been taken ill and finding his end approaching, sent for his son and said, "Take this confession, now I am as good as my word. I promised that unhappy man, John Torwell, that while I lived his confession should not be made public, owing to the excited state of the public mind. Torwell confessed to me that, besides the murder of Sarah Hart at Salt Hill, for which he suffered the last penalty of the law at Aylesbury, he was guilty of 2 other barbarous murders while abroad as a transport in Van Diemen's Land. One of these barbarous and horrid murders was on the body of one of the keepers. He knocked him down with the keys, which he wrenched from him, and then cut his throat with his own knife, leaving the body locked up in his cell. And before that, to have the better opportunity of having the turnkey single-handed, John Torwell feigned illness. He then locked the keeper in the cell, and went to a young woman in the town, a beautiful innkeeper's daughter, whom he had seduced as he worked for her father, as he had the privilege of doing in the daytimes. He went to her, and she, seeing him in a flurried state, with blood upon his hand, questioned him. He told the unhappy young woman how he had killed the keeper for the love of her, and the best thing to be done was for her to get possession of all the money she could and escape with him to this country, where he would marry her and support her like a lady. The unhappy young woman felt so terrified that at the moment she was unable to say yes or no. He became alarmed for his safety, and with the identical knife that he killed the keeper with, he left his unhappy victim a-weltering in her gore. He then fled from the house unobserved, and went into the bush, where he met 3 men who had escaped through his killing the keeper. He advised them to go down with him to an English vessel lying off the coast. When they reached the shore, they met a crew in search of fresh water. To them they made out a pitiful story, and were taken on board the ship. All being young men, and the captain being short of hands, and one of them having been really a seaman transported for mutiny, the captain, after putting questions which the seaman answered, engaged them to work their passage home. Torwell was the captain of the gang, and was most looked up to. They worked their passage home, behaving well during the voyage, so that the captain said he would make each of them a present, and never divulge. When they reached Liverpool, Torwell robbed the captain's cabin of all the money contained in it, which was a very considerable sum. After that, he left Liverpool and adopted the garb of a Quaker, in which he could not easily be recognized, and then pursued the course of wickedness and crime which led him to a shameful death. The Confession of Rush to the Chaplain of Norwich Castle was another production which was remunerative to the patterers. "There was soon a bit of it in the newspapers," said one man. "For us and them treads close on one another's heels. The newspapers screeved about Rush and his mother and his wife, but we, in our patter, made him confess to having murdered his old grandmother 14 years back, and how he buried her under the apple tree in the garden, and how he murdered his wife as well." These ulterior confessions are very rarely introduced, in lieu of some matter displaced, into the broadsheet, but form separate bills. It was necessary to mention them here, however, and so preserve the sequence of the whole of the traffic consequent upon a conviction for murder in this curious trade. Sometimes the trial and so on form also separate bills, as well as being embodied afterwards in the sorrowful lamentations. This is only, however, in cases which are deemed important. One of the papers I obtained, for instance, is the Trial of Mr. and Mrs. Manning for the murder of Mr. Patrick O'Connor. The trial alone occupies a broadsheet. It is fairly got up. A portrait of Mr. Patrick O'Connor heads the middle column, from the presence of a fur collar to the coat or cloak, and of what is evidently an order with its insignia round the neck. I have little doubt that the portrait of Mr. O'Connor was originally that of the sovereign, in whose service O'Connor was once an excise officer, King William IV. The last publication to which the trade has recourse is the book. This is usually 8 pages, but sometimes only 4 of a larger size. In authorship, matter, or compilation, it differs little from the narratives I have described. The majority of these books are prepared by one man. They are in a better form for being preserved as a record than is a broadsheet, and are frequently sold and almost always offered by the patterers when they cry a new case on a sheet, as "people that love such reading likes to keep a good account of the best by them. And so, when I've sold Manning's bills, I've often shoved off Rush's books." The books, like the bills, have generally the letters and the copy of verses. Some of these books have the title page set forth in full display. For example, "Horrible Murder and Mutilation of Lucy Game, aged 15, by her cruel brother William Game, aged 9, at West Mill, Hertfordshire. His committal and confession, with a copy of letter. Also full particulars of the poisonings in Essex." Here, as there was no execution, the matter was extended to include the poisonings in Essex. The title I have quoted is expanded into 13 lines. Sometimes the title page is adorned with a portrait. One, I was told, which was last employed as a portrait of Calcraft, had done severe service since Courvoisier's time, for my informant thought that Courvoisier was the original. It is the bust of an ill-looking man with coat and waistcoat fitting with that unwrinkled closeness which characterizes the figures in tailors' fashions. The above style of work is known in the trade as the book, but other publications in the book or pamphlet form are common enough. In some I have seen, the title page is a history in little. I cite one of these. "Founded on facts, the Whitby tragedy, or the gambler's fate, containing the lives of Joseph Carr, aged 21, and his sweetheart, Maria Leslie, aged 19, who were found dead lying by each other on the morning of the 23rd of May. Maria was on her road to town to buy some ribbons and so on for her wedding day, when her lover, in a state of intoxication, fired at her and then run to rob his prey, but finding it to be his sweetheart, reloaded his gun, placed the muzzle to his mouth, and blew out his brains, all through cursed cards, drink, and so on. Also an affectionate copy of verses." To show the extent of the trade in execution broadsheets, I obtained returns of the number of copies relating to the principal executions of late that had been sold. Of Rush, 2,500,000 copies. Of the Mannings, 2,500,000 copies. Of Courvoisier, 1,666,000 copies. Of Good, 1,650,000 copies. Of Corder, 1,650,000 copies. Of Greenacre, 1,666,000 copies. Of Thurtell I could obtain no accounts. It was so long ago. But the sale, I was told, was enormous. Reckoning that each copy was sold for 1 penny, the regular price in the country, where the great sale is, the money expended for such things amounts to upwards of £48,500 in the case of the 6 murderers above given. All this number was printed and got up in London. A few broadsheets concerning Rush were printed also in Norwich. Touching the issue of Cox, a person connected with the trade calculated for me, from data at his command, that 3,456 copies were struck off weekly and sold in the streets in the metropolis, and reckoning them at only a halfpenny each, we have the sum of £7 4s. spent every week in this manner. At this rate there must be 179,712 copies of Cox printed in a year, on which the public expend no less than £374 8s. Of the style of illustrations usually accompanying this class of street literature, the two large engravings here given are fac-similes, while the smaller ones are faithful copies of the average embellishments to the halfpenny ballads. On another occasion I shall speak at length on street art. End of section 47.